fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, yes, damn bitch, yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother?
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Fucking hell. Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Firewall here is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Now to see if everything works, or whether I sound like shit, or whether my PC is completely fucking destroyed. What's up, Animal Woman? How you doing, Super God? We can continue that conversation if you're comfortable with it about why BEE is one of the most racist systems in South Africa, if you want, while I just set something up and see if the stream's going to stabilize. I'll also explain exactly why my entire system got royally fucked last week when I wanted to start streaming. My God, it was bad. Let's see. Wait, I know what playlist I want today. Let's go for something new. Can you hear that? Probably a little bit loud. There we go. Right. Comfortable though, I got the gist of it. I agree 100%, but certain parties did not as of 2 days ago, or 1 day ago. Time is hot. Yeah, okay, so, like, people have this idea, right? Okay, so, let me start things off this way, right? 2025 is a new year. Hashtag new year, new me. And that means I've been thinking about things a lot. I got to self-reflect over this last week as I fixed my roof. So let's start off with my roof. How do I show this? How am I gonna... Okay, so if I use this camera, right? Generally speaking... Fuck, I didn't set this up before stream. I knew I was gonna fuck this up. Generally speaking, I use this camera for that reason. Now, I don't know if you can see my roof. Probably not. It's probably... Okay, it's probably too dark. Hold on, give me a second. I'll figure this out so I can actually show to you how royally fucked I got in the last week. Maybe that'll help. Okay, I'm gonna take this camera and I'm gonna tilt it up. So, do you see the black square right there that I'm pointing at? Right? That is not a sound cloud. That was a sound cloud. That thing over there, this black rectangle, is a sound cloud that I built and put in my ceiling. There's another one right above me. There's one over there. And there's one around that little corner over there. It's to try and like acoustically tune this entire room, right? So what happened was I said I was gonna stream. I think it was Tuesday, or it might have been Monday, right? Also, what's up, Nico? So I said I was gonna stream, and it started raining. Okay, cool. Not a big deal. A little bit of rain. I have a metal roof. I'm in the shed outside because if I did this, middle of the night while my wife was sleeping, she'd fucking strangle me. I'm like, okay, I'll just wait until the rain ends. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a little bit of rain. This little bit of rain doesn't bother anyone. So I had a little bit of a leak. Just a little one. Coming through that black square that I showed you in my roof. It flooded the sound cloud that was bolted into the roof. So the sound cloud went from weighing 5 kilograms to weighing 50 kilograms. And because it was so well bolted into the roof, which I did myself, congratulations me, it ripped the entire roof down. So all of the metal sheeting on the top of my roof for the last week was fucked. And I had to fix all of it myself because I didn't have the money to pay anyone else to do it. Hold on, this camera's fucked now. There we go. So, what happened was, my entire roof collapsed inwards on my entire system here. Right? Everything was fucked. Thanks for the follow, VFamHTX. Probably said your name wrong. But the entire roof collapsed down on this entire place while I was sitting in here. I was sitting here, I was setting up, and I'm like, okay, I've got a good hour to set things up. This is gonna be nice and relaxed. I just have to wait for the rain to stop. And then I hear a creak from the roof behind me. I'm like, okay, it's a metal roof. You know, it's been a hot day, and now all of a sudden it's raining. That's thermal expansion and contraction. Nothing to worry about. I'm sure it's fine. You see where... Can't see it from here. Do you see where that bucket on the floor is? Over there. So, I stand underneath the fucking sound panel and look up at it, hearing the fucking creaking. And I think to myself, no, it'll be fine. And that's exactly when the sound panel collapses on top of me and takes every single metal sheet on the roof and collapses inwards, right? So this entire room was flooded. Everything was fucking soaked. The PC that's sitting over here, my old PC, thank God it's not the new one, got fucking completely flooded. I sprinted. I got lucky with this one, right? I got lucky that the sound cloud hit me and not the metal sheet on the roof because it acted like a cushion and I could immediately just bounce off the floor because I'm fat as well. I bounce as a fat person, and I dived for the plug, ripped the plug out, and I managed to drag everything into a corner that wasn't getting soaked in rain. I then had to set everything back up after I fixed the roof. So I got royally fucked. Also, thanks for the resub, Ashura. I appreciate it. Thank you for making my tax burden harder. That's really what I needed after, spending a hot week roofing as a ginger. Use it for a new roof. You know what the funny part is? So, all the metal sheets were perfectly fine. Every single one of the metal sheets were perfectly fine, so I didn't actually need to go and buy anything. I just needed to, like, put it back up, bolt it down with whatever I had in my house, reseal the entire fucking roof. I was so lucky that I have, like, a junkyard down the road, and there's, like, a bunch of Dura mesh and a bunch of shit that builders throw out all the time, and I could just walk there, grab what I needed, drop everything, slap down some adhesive, and reseal this entire roof. I am so fucking lucky that that's, like, right down the road. Yeah, I am actually playing Rust in real life. Believe it or not, I've worked in a factory. I've worked as a builder. I've done a bunch of engineering stuff, so I can build shit. I can do Rust in real life. That's an actual thing. It just takes a lot longer than in the game. It's not just a little bar that fills up over time. So, I fixed the roof. I find out that when it was constructed in the first place, when I did pay a bunch of builders to do it, obviously contractors being contractors don't do their fucking job properly. What they'd done was they had layered the metal sheets over each other, and they didn't put Dura mesh down. They didn't put any sealant down. They put none of that shit down. And they just walked away because the roof is slanted. So they're like, the rain will just fall off the edge. It's fine. So I was really fucking mad about that. I was super mad about that. But at least I got that sorted now. It's out the way. And it gave me some time to think. It gave me a lot of time to self-reflect. And I think one of the things that I've really been thinking about while I was rebuilding my roof and dealing with the head injury that I had as my SoundCloud came down on me, I think I've been too PG. I think I'm thinking too hard about playing by the rules of Twitch and YouTube. And I'm being dead serious. I am too concerned about getting banned, when the reality of the situation is I'm a literal nobody. What that means is, like, what the fuck am I worrying about? What am I stressing about? I'm stressing about nothing. Right? Does PG mean pornographic in this case? Maybe a little bit. Just a little bit. You can get away with shit. Yes, okay, so here's a good example. I would have never told you this before, right? But I'm gonna tell you this now, because I've decided, what the fuck am I worried about? Also, I just realized I didn't set up my ball cam. Give me a second. Oh yeah, there we go. I didn't test if that works. Hold on. Ball cam is active. Oh, that's a little bit too much frog eye. Hold on. That was a little bit too close for comfort. Right? There we go. That's better. Right. So, I'll give you a story, a good example. So I put this in the title after thinking about this for a bit. Right. Now, previously, I'd made the statement that I don't say the N-word because it's boring. It's dull. It's not a very good insult. And I still think that. But I am proud to announce... Shit, that doesn't work. I am proud to announce I finally found a valid use for the N-word. So I was sitting around the Christmas table with my family this year. I cooked a meal. You know, we all bring something, we all sit around a table. Everyone gets wound up over politics. Trump this, Biden that. We live in South Africa, what the fuck do you care about that? Weed is good, weed is bad. What else did we talk about? AI is gonna take over the world, AI is nothing. You know, a bunch of shit flinging. Now, there's a person in my family, I'm not going to say who. There's a person who is not a part of my family, but they have parasited themselves onto one of my family members, right? And the problem is, they are what I consider to be the worst kind of white person imaginable. They are the kind of white person that makes blacks hate whites, right? And it's gonna make sense in a second. Have you ever met someone who they will never interact with someone of another race? They will cross the street to avoid that kind of person. But whenever you have a conversation with them, they speak about people of a different race as if they're some golden calf, and every white person on the planet is fucking Satan. Right? That's the kind of person I'm talking about. They're like they're like the theoretical good guy, but when it comes to doing the right thing or treating other races as an equal, they won't do it because they believe that their race, in this case a white person, they believe that them as a white person is superior to whatever other race is out there, and therefore they must be those other races' voice, because obviously in that person's world every other race except white people is too fucking stupid to speak for themselves, so they get to be the savior, right? And I had, yes, the I speak for you. Okay, I'll make it even more simple. Have any of you watched Frozen 2? This is really important. Have any of you watched Frozen 2? Here, I'll give you an example, right? We'll watch the trailer of Frozen 2. Hold on, I just gotta move that. So. God damn it. Give me a second. It's not broken. Is that broken? No, it's not broken, thank God. Okay. So, yeah, everything's in a little bit of a shamble right now. Because, yeah. Like I said, I've had to repair everything. Good example, if you go to my Twitter, you'll see I've taken 2 planks and put them underneath my desk, because my desk also, like, split in half. But okay, we're gonna watch the trailer of Frozen 2, right? I watched this movie. Yeah, you know, I've got a woman in my life, and women like magic bitches with ice, so that's how it works, right? So we're gonna watch Frozen 2's trailer, and I want you to tell me the story that you get out of Frozen 2. Right? Right? I want you to tell me, what story do you extract from this? Right? Okay. That's a weird aspect ratio. Thanks for that, YouTube. I appreciate it. Okay, I'll give you a synopsis of this movie afterwards, right? Right, pretty epic scene, perfectly fine, nothing wrong with that. Elsa's the witch bitch with all the powers. Right? I don't actually see anything wrong with this. At least she doesn't look like a dumpy lesbian. Seems like an intro for a new MMO. It kind of does, actually. MMOs aren't this well put together, Nick. So,
Elsa, the past is not what it seems.
Listen to this.
You must find the truth. Go north, across the enchanted lands.
This
and
is
into the
important.
Unknown. But be careful. We have always feared Elsa's powers were too much for this world.
Right?
Now we must hope.
That's all fine. Whatever. You know, oh, the movie's about Elsa fixing her powers. Right? Oh, it's gonna be so magical.
I won't let anything happen to her.
Little bit of incest there, nothing major. Right? Now, what do you take away from that trailer? You take away from that trailer that this entire story is about Elsa fixing her powers and shit, right? What happens when you watch the movie? I'll give you a brief synopsis. They go into some magical land that's been locked away in time. The land is full of brown people. None of the brown people have been able to solve a single one of their fucking problems for hundreds of years while they're locked away because Grandfather Arundel, her granddad, the shitskin slayer, came there and started just chopping down brown people as he went through the fucking place. And now, with the white guilt attached to her, she goes there, and as a white woman from Starbucks, Elsa is able to solve all the brown people's problems. Right? Now, does that sound like a storyline that would be written by someone who is a white person trying to seem virtuous? Or someone of a non-white race trying to tell a good story? Right? It's obviously the case of, I need to speak for the other race. I need to be the person who steps in. Now that's the kind of fucking person that has attached itself to my family this Christmas. And I found the perfect way to deal with them. The ideal way to deal with them. You use the N-word. I walked in to a house full of white people, and the first thing I said was, "Sup my N-words." Everyone at that table from my family turns around, looks at me, and knows exactly what the fuck I'm doing. Because they saw her at that table just go, "Ah!" And the second I saw that, for the rest of that day, my N-word, like the N-word was the word of the day. At every opportunity. And every single time, without fail, this person went, "Ah!" As if I was like punching them, as if I was physically harming them. And it felt glorious. I finally found a good use for the N-word. Now, I would have never told you that story before. I would have never said that on stream, but I don't give a fuck anymore. Also, I don't know if those work. I don't know if those redeems work. Chaz, actually, let me actually just double check that that's working, because I don't know if that system is alive or not. So you may have just gotten scammed. No, it works. It works. It just wasn't active. Sorry. Got fucking mosquitoes everywhere here. So yeah, every single opportunity I had, I slipped an N-word in wherever I could. And you know what the funniest part was? There was a black guy working there on Christmas, right? You know, unfortunately, some people are not lucky enough to take Christmas. I'll tell you a little bit more. Just let me turn off this light. So, my family was having this wonderful time in what was essentially a gated off community. Right now, I live in like the fucking ghetto. Right, I came home. You know what? I'll tell you afterwards. But I live in like the fucking ghetto. I live in the real world here. I walk down the street. I got an Indian neighbor, I got a black neighbor, I got an Asian guy living like two roads down. Like, I live in a place where people are walking across the road every fucking day of my life, right? So if you see someone and you're walking on the road, you just say, "What's up?" Right? Hi. They'll wave back. Everyone carries on with their day. No one fucks with anyone because everyone's packing weapons. Also, what's up, Invictus Echo? Thanks for the resub. I appreciate it, man. That sounds like the average interaction with a Dunmer from Elder Scroll. You know what? You're not wrong. Okay, you know what? Now I'm gonna call everyone an Enwa, right? Cyro, that's perfect. That's the perfect equivalent. So, there was a gardener in this gated community, black dude, working on Christmas Day. And the white savior person who was there with my family was like speaking to this poor fucking black guy working on Christmas because he wants to make like double his salary because, you know, you can make a bank if you work on Christmas. And, you know, shitty job as a gardener, you got to do what you can. I walk up to him knowing that she's right next to me, and the first thing I say is, "What's up, my Enwa? How you doing?" And you know what he did? He fucking dapped me up. He fucking clapped hands, and it was perfect. And as I said that word... Now, I know he was working on Christmas because I had a conversation with him. I wasn't talking at this poor fucking guy. I found out he's got 3 kids to feed. I found out that he's like from fucking Transkei. He's got a fucking long ass taxi ride to get back to his family, so he wasn't gonna leave for that year because he couldn't get a ride. And he was just sending money back home to his family. Do you know what Mrs. White Savior at the Christmas family party learned about the guy? Fucking nothing. Because she just sat there speaking, talking at the guy, being like, "Look how good of a white person I am." And I could see this guy had a shovel in his hands, and I could tell by the look on his face, he was like, "I'm considering swinging this into this bitch's head." I could tell. So theoretically, in my fucked up worldview, I like to think I saved her life without her knowing about it. Because goddamn, if I was black and someone was talking to me like that, I'd be like, "I'm robbing you. I'm coming for you tonight." I'm not even gonna rape you. I'm just gonna rob you. Where's your bicycle? So like I said, I'm gonna stop being so PG in this next year. What am I fucking concerned about? I'm a literal nobody. Now for the other Christmas stories. To explain, now this gated community is very weird to me, right? It's actually a really, really uncomfortable place. And I'll tell you why. I've lived in South Africa my entire life, right? I've lived here my entire fucking life. Which means, if I go anywhere, 99% of the people that I interact with on a daily basis are gonna be non-white. The people getting your food, the guy behind the counter, the manager of the store, the fucking guy on the bus, the dude you walk past on the road. So seeing this little like this little like white conclave, this like enclave's the right word, was the strangest fucking thing in the world to me. Because here, let me explain why. Right? Okay, I understand that racial tension in my country is fucking high, and whites and blacks will fucking kill each other, right? It's just a thing, right? And this is not a judgment, this is just a statement of fact, right? Were you at your dad's? No. That's the best part. But so I've described this before. I've described how Cape Town's fucked if there is a black uprising, you know, another wonder that happens, because if you look at Cape Town, there's Cape Town, and then there's a shack town here, shack town here, shack town here, shack town here. Now you got all these rich whites sitting here, and you've got a bunch of poor blacks living around this area. Where the fuck do you think they're going if there's going to be like a revolution or an uprising? It's straight to Cape Town. Now, hilariously enough, this white enclave, this little gated community, this is the gated community. There's a road that goes south. There is an entire shack town here, right? So this is the gated community with nice big fences and fancy walls and a golf course and shit. There's a road that goes up here, there's one that goes east, and there's one that goes west. Shack town over there. Shack town over here. Black, black, black. Bunch of whites who think they're safe. Well, like, what the fuck do they think's gonna happen? If black people get mad enough at these people, do they fucking think they're safe? It's the funniest shit to see these people being like, oh, we're so safe because we're in a gated community. Man, and you know what the best part is? The people who work here, the gardeners, the cleaners, the people mowing the lawns and maintaining the place, are all from these places over here. So all of these motherfuckers have access keys to get in. And these guys are like, but it keeps the blacks out. It's the best shit ever. I'm a mixed kid with a stereotypical dad who was dipped. So I get the milk side of the family, and I feel like the shiny Pokemon in the middle of them. Man, you gotta have some rough fucking Christmases. Especially if you got people who, like, are just not gonna, like, speak to you like you're a human being. Or like, make jokes about it. Lazel, if you've got people who do that thing where it's like, what do you think as a black person? Or it, like, always devolves into, like, a racial target kind of thing. Damn, that's gotta be a fucking bad place to be on Christmas. Does the gated community have armed guards? Yes. Guess where the armed guards come from? Guess what color all the armed guards are? Guess what communities? The people with guns standing at the fence. Guess where they're from? It's the funniest shit ever. I loved it. It was amazing. I walked around, like, every opportunity I said. I was like, look at this N-Wa. And I was pointing at my cousin. But like, what up my N-Was? And this person, without fail, every time. I loved it. It was wonderful. It was like that was the only Christmas present I needed. Like the village of Asterix and Obelix. I'm not sure what you mean by that. They have access. Wait, is less about being safe and more about interacting less with poor people. Exactly, gambling dedication. You are 100% correct. Because if these people were white, like if the people in the shack town were white and the people in the gated community were black, the behavior would be exactly the same. It would be, get these filthy fucking poor people away from me. I've seen that behavior everywhere, but it's like it devolves into a race thing because they want to identify on certain levels, and it's like they're trying to find some kind of group categorization that they can use to make themselves feel superior. It's really fucking funny. Now I got the good end of the stick. They're scared of me. Oh, well done. Well played. Keep it that way. Keep it that way. And you know what you do, right? I don't know what country you're from, but like if you're from America, if they ever upset you, just start speaking more ebonically than you would usually. Like let me ask you a question. Shit like that. And just like start like getting a little bit louder. And watch them shrink. You can win every argument like that. Man, what a Christmas. What a fucking Christmas I had. Then, to double down on this. To double down on this entire wonderful Christmas I had. I come home. It's New Year's Eve. I make a gammon for my family. You know, you get a little shitty gammon from boxes. When you pour, what you have to do is you have to cook for yourself instead of just ordering the thing, because it's cheaper that way. So you're exchanging time instead of money. So I cooked a gammon for my family, and it tasted fucking flawless. Hold on, actually, I'm gonna show you a picture. I was so fucking proud of this gammon that I made. It's the first time I got my mom's recipe right. And my mom was like a fucking pro chef. How do I send this to myself? Did I already send this to myself? I may have already sent this to myself. I'll send it again. Right? I made a honey mustard glazed gammon. right? And while I'm in my kitchen, I can look out the window and see onto the road outside my house. So while I was making this gammon, I got a show, right? What's a gammon? Yeah, let me show you. I think Americans call it a Christmas ham. It's a cut of pork. It's this, right? It's this thing right here. That thing right there, that's a gammon, right? I think we probably get the pronunciation from the British. That's probably why we call it that. It's fucking delicious if you get it right. And I got it right. I finally got the fucking recipe right. And I'm so proud of it. I've been trying for years to get my mom's recipe right. This shit right here was cooked to perfection. It was delicious. And you know what I did? There were 3 homeless people that came to my house. I was like, yo, I got no money for you, but I'll just give you a slice. Here you go, on your way. And I just like handed them a slice, right? Get the fuck out of here. Right? It was perfect. Perfect. It's taken me, oh God, when did my mom die? 2016. It's taken me 8 fucking years to get this right. 8 years of trying, and I finally got it right. Honey mustard glaze, pineapples on the side, roasted flawlessly. You just have hobos walk through your house. They're not walking through my house. They're walking past my house. I'm not rich enough to have a wall because I live in like what used to be a cracked in, right? So you can actually just look through the fence and see into my property, which I don't actually mind, because if someone's gonna hop the wall or the fence, I know they're coming, and I'm gonna blow a big fucking hole through them, right? They won't even know what hit them. I've also kind of set up my house so it's like a game show. Trying to get through the fence is like the weirdest, wackiest shit imaginable. It's like the funniest thing imaginable, and I'm gonna make it worse over time because I know how to. I just need time to invest into building it out. Looks delicious. Well, thank you. It was so goddamn good. So, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve. I'm sitting there, I make the gammon. I'm in the kitchen, doing my shit. Wife's playing with the kid. I look out the window. 2 really shitty cars have collided with each other on the street, right? Outside my house. And I've said this before, and I'm gonna say it again, right? I'm gonna say this again, just so you understand. If you are an untrained white guy, and there is an untrained black guy approaching you, and you are both about to have a fist fight, 8 times out of 10, you're gonna fucking lose. They got rhythm, they got the moves. Your best hope is go for the grapple. Don't sit there and swing fists. You're not gonna get lucky, and you're not gonna get that jaw knockout unless you've had some training. Just go for the grapple, take it to the ground. And I say this out of a state of pure empathy, right? I say this out of a state of pure empathy because one of the drivers was like a poor white guy and the other driver was a poor black guy, and so now they're yelling at each other. And I don't know who swung first, but I know who swung last. They were both swinging like wild animals, but the white guy swung, the black guy steps backwards, arm from fucking Cape Town, and swings down on this dude's head, bonks him on the top of the head. Dude hits the ground, and then out of nowhere, 4 black people just appear and start stomping on the dude outside my fucking property. They beat the shit out of that dude. And the same old man who lives down the road, who like shot a bunch of people who came after him with a machete. I've told that story before. It happened earlier this year. Walked up, pulled out his gun, He pointed it at all of them and he said, "Get the fuck off my road." And they all just got up and left. And then they like started yelling down the road. So dinner and a show, it was wonderful. Then, day's over, we've had our gammon, we're all full, kids asleep, wife and I are up, waiting for the fireworks. And there's an Afrikaans guy down the road who we can fucking hear screaming his head off. And it turns out that New Year's Eve is the day he decided to surprise his wife. And he found her getting taken to Pound Town by another fucking dude. And all we can hear is him screaming for like 30 minutes how he's gonna fucking shoot and kill them both. South Africa fireworks, cars bumping into one another. Now, we do actually have fireworks down here. Usually it comes from firearms, Ravenstein. But like, basically I live in an area where I can look towards the city so you can see like the rich people with their fireworks in the distance. Right? But damn, I saw that. I'm like, you know what? Life's not too bad. I'm doing okay. I'm doing alright. I work from home, so my wife doesn't have the opportunity to cheat on me. But this dude fucking came home to his wife getting pipe laid through her. God damn, he was mad. You could tell by his rage that the dude who must have been plowing his wife must have had a fatter dick than him. Because he was so filled with rage. Is that all from the new Guild Wars 2 expansion? What? No, this is from the MMORPG known as In Real Life. This is called this is what happens when you live in a PvP always on server like South Africa. That was my entire Christmas, and I just saw all this chaos around me. I'm like, damn, I'm doing good. What about the Chinese? They give good fireworks. They actually do, Super God. The Chinese have like the top tier fucking fireworks, but they don't use them on New Year's. They use them on the Chinese New Year, which is like coming up next. So I'll go to the festival that they have in Chinatown down here, because it's going to be fun and there's going to be fireworks everywhere. No, ArenaNet wishes they could write something as funny as this. ArenaNet, based on the base game story, I hope they get better. I hope they fired whatever fucking cracked out toddler they had write the base game story, and they made it better. I'm looking forward to that. Right? Which is, I'm gonna explain how my streaming's gonna work in the next year, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. But we'll do that like towards the end of the stream. I think moving on from how fucking wild I've got to observe this Christmas be from a distance. Aside from like slamming out N-words at the white savior lady in my family, who's like attached herself to my family. Aside from slamming out the N-word just to see her jump and panic every time I say it. I haven't been involved in any shit, and I'm kind of happy about that. What's up, son? How you doing? Happy New Year. I would have been live last week if my roof didn't collapse on me. I'm currently going through the secrets of the Obscure expansion, and it's so bad that I missed the base game story. Oh no. I'm dead serious how things fell off after Living World Season 4. I keep being told that Living World Season 4 is peak, that Heart of Thorns is amazing. Heart of Thorns and Living World Season 4 I keep being told are the best. Right? I've heard a little bit about Icebrood Saga, but not as much as Heart of Thorns and Living World Season 4. Path of Fire, and yes, Path of Fire is the other one. That's the other one. EOD, mixed reviews. EODs, I've heard some people love it. I've heard some people just hate it. But we'll get to that, right? Because I'm going to be streaming and playing Guild Wars 2 at least once a week from now on, every single week, barring my roof not collapsing on me and killing me. When will you continue the YouTube meta train? Sin, do you know when that's happening? That's happening right now. Because
congrats on the latest video. When will you continue the YouTube meta train?
Now my TTS goes off.
React.
Now the fucking TTS goes off. Oh, thank you so much. God damn it, everything's broken. Fucking everything's broken. Okay, we're gonna look at that video right the fuck now. And we're gonna see how much Noxy actually blurred out. Now, fun fact about this video that I made. Also, yes, my recommendations are completely fucked. Whenever I'm pulling videos off of YouTube, it ruins my recommendations, so I have to search for anything at all if I'm looking for stuff. There it is. Right there. Look at that. Hey, it's only 3 days old. Noxy works fast. I hope they got paid extra for working through the holidays. So, fun fact about this video before we get started. There's some things that I have to reveal, right? You may notice that there was less race jokes and things that I put into this video in particular in comparison to the ones that I did previously. This was not by choice. While making this video, I was uploading segments and different clips to my main YouTube channel and testing them against what YouTube would allow and wouldn't allow. And unfortunately, there are 50 separate clips that I had to remove entirely from the video purely because YouTube had decided that the things I had said upset the AI enough that it wouldn't allow my video to be viewed by others. So I think my main channel may have been flagged. Yeah, the YouTube tells you nothing, so I can only guess that I think my primary channel has been flagged, and I've stopped giving a fuck. So if it happens in the future, the only thing I care about is it blocking content. If the video stays demonetized, then fuck it. It stays demonetized. But I'm not going through the rigmarole of spending like an entire goddamn week cutting out 50 clips that I think were personally very funny just to appease the YouTube algorithm. I hate it so much. I hate this thing that YouTube does where they bend you over a fucking table, fuck you in the ass, and then they say, no, we're not a publisher. No, we're just changing the English language and the way everyone speaks. Oh, you said the word rape? No, you're supposed to say struggle snuggle. You say rape, we ban you. We block you. We do like, so I fucking hate that. I hate that shit. So the next time I'm editing a video, fuck it. If it gets demonetized, I'm just gonna leave it in a demonetized state. YouTube used to be cool. It keeps getting worse now with censorship. It does. It actually does. It's legitimately terrifying how bad it is. Every year had ups and downs. Unfortunately, a lot of the downs make the ups forgettable. I mean, that's one way to talk about banging Down syndrome chicks, Chielde. I hope at least when you were all the way in, you were like, let me put some more DNA into you. You don't have enough chromosomes yet. I mean, you know the quote, right? Hey, if she's down, I'm down. But yeah, so I'm not going to do this again. If my videos get demonetized, fuck it. They stay demonetized, but they will stay up. The only time I will ever bother altering things ever again is if YouTube blocks my content from being seen by people. That's the only time I will bother. Can't even say kill, you have to say unalive. Yes, exactly, gambling dedication. You'll notice something, right? Something that might be a little bit different. I'm pretty sure everyone in here already has ad blocker, but I have demonetized my streams whenever they are live, right? Which means I can say whatever the fuck I want when the stream is live. And if I try and monetize it afterwards, it's going to get fucking flagged anyway, right? So you will not see ads if you're on YouTube because there's no monetization on live streams at all. I attempt to monetize them sometimes so that Ilgi can get a bit more of a payout. I see none of the revenue whatsoever off of this channel at all. It all goes straight to Ilgi, who edits together some of the videos, right? And he don't get paid much off of this channel because I keep on fucking that up for him. Because he keeps getting demonetized. So, let me not procrastinate any longer. Let's continue the filthy, fucking disgusting React content centipede of Mukluk has his mouth attached to my ass, and I have my mouth attached to his ass. And we're just going in a circle. It's not even really a content centipede at this point, it's a content donut. And each time we go around the circle, it gets longer and worse. I'm very interested to see what he thought of this one. I wonder what he's going to pick up on. There's a very particular joke I put in here, in this video, specifically for him. And I want to see if he saw it. He might miss it entirely. Because it's really fast. It's not the internet as a whole. It's the big platforms, but yeah, it's got... Yeah, any big platform that has an advertiser attached to it, they will do everything in their power to be a gigantic pile of shit and try and limit your speech. Honestly, there needs to be just a flat-out law that the US makes where they say you are not allowed to alter the speech on a platform outside of the US Constitution. That should be a flat-out law. Because the way that... What's up? What's up, Harrison? How you doing? So... that should be like just a flat out goddamn fucking law that they cannot touch or alter, because in any other sense they're acting as a publisher, in my opinion. And YouTube does that shit all the time. The First Amendment, the freedom of speech amendment in the US covers all of what should be and shouldn't be allowed. It's that simple. Advertisers are the scum of the earth. And I put them as on my tier list of subhumans. It's politicians, gaming journalists, and then just below gaming journalists, like just below that, is advertisers. Biggest pieces of shit imaginable. If the company is based in the US, laws should follow the Constitution, policy be damned. Exactly. They should have a non-enforceable policy, and it should just follow the Constitution. That simple. Also, they hide downvotes. You're 100% right, Relantis. So you got to install an add-on to see them again, which is really fucking annoying. So, let's see what Mukluk had to say about my last video of 2024. Let's see if he picked up on some of the jokes I put in here.
All right.
Also, this is probably going to be a lot of blurred out shit by Noxy.
For those who don't know, there is another streamer, another content creator, YouTuber named Rose MMO. And Rose has...
God damn. Look at that content centipede. I'm proud of that trash. Look at that. This is impressive. You know how when, like, you look at garbage and it goes from disgusting to, like, I'm not even mad anymore. How did you let this happen? Look at that shit. It just carries on forever. You can't even see the first video. Jesus Christ.
Reacted to a few of my videos, and I've reacted to a few of his videos. We go way back, as you can see here. Now, Rose recently made a video on Guild Wars 2, and I have watched his recent one.
Man, fuck, that's so bad. Just look at this. Look, you can see my hairline recede. Over here, I'm wearing a beanie, but I promise you I had more hair here than I did here. Look what Guild Wars 2 did to me. Look what this fucking game did to me.
Video on Guild Wars 2. And I have watched his recent ones. Minus one that went a bit, the PvP one. I loved it. I
got him with the PvP one. The PvP... Oh, god damn it, that fucking camera's broken. The PvP one was so bad, he refused to watch it on stream. I won.
Watched it. I don't think I could do that one on stream. So this one, I'll let you guys know right now for my community. This is not PG. It's not that bad, but it toes the line a little bit.
This one
have been warned.
This one in particular is not that bad, not because I wanted to make it less bad, but purely because the YouTube algorithm kept on flagging me for everything. Fuck, that triggered my autism hard. Love the vid, still run around with a non-NG healer and a flamethrower. Good. That's the way God intended you to play this game. It should be the canon couple for Guild Wars 2 content, yeah. Animawim, if you're gonna do fan art, do me the favor of putting me on top. And if you're gonna put someone in the cuck chair watching, it has to be Noxie crying.
This is his latest video, which is why everyone loves Guild Wars 2. 1 to 80, the end. Again, might want to put the kids to bed for this one. All right. Yes, this is the
No, make the kids watch this. These little shits need to toughen up. I watched Simba get thrown off a goddamn cliff. Oh, no, it wasn't Simba. It was Simba's dad. Mufasa. I watched that motherfucking lion die. So can you. These kids need inoculation.
first frame. Here we go. Oh, as always, I encourage you guys, if you want to see the full thing unfiltered, if there's anything really bad, I'm gonna filter it out. So,
what's up, Joe? How you doing?
The original video link is down below if you want to watch that one first. Okay, here we go.
I'll be your doggy if you stay with me tonight. What do you say?
Today's subject, unconventional warfare tactics.
We no longer live in an age where a man has to look into the eyes of his enemy to run his target's uninstallation program. Long gone are the days.
Okay, I'm immediately... Okay, I don't understand the first bit with the Asura. I don't know what that was about. I know when...
The part with the Asura is that they're all a bunch of fucking degenerates. And I'm trying to prove a point here. That they're all just a bunch of sick fucking degenerates. All the points after this are just gun memes and shit because I was playing an engineer.
His other videos, he was playing an engineer. I'm assuming that the guns is going to somehow connect to the fact that he was playing an engineer before.
Absolutely not. All of these beginning clips are just to try and indicate how fucking schizophrenic this entire part is. Because I lost my goddamn mind with how many clips YouTube made me erase. Honor, dignity, and the time-honored tradition of tax evasion through
the Killdozer.
That man was a hero. Keep him in your hearts. Never let his memory die. We should have a national holiday for that guy. Lead implantation. Anyone stuck in the past is a fool. Anyone stuck in the present is a coward. But most importantly, this video is not going to make much sense because the voices in my head continue to be too loud, and it turns out I have no idea how to finish this Guild Wars 2 series. So if you stick around to hear the schizophrenic ramblings of a man that's been unhinged by the Guild Wars 2 story, then that's a you problem. This is the end of my core.
You heard him, chat. It's a you problem.
Playthrough of Guild Wars 2. It definitely had its ups and its downies. So come with me one last time as the Guild Wars 2. It's not my fault that they've got a few extra chromosomes. Don't oi me. Look at that fucking... Look at this thing. Look at this disgusting creature here. You're telling me this thing isn't a crossbreed between a midget and a potato? Come on. Come on. Two devs wage an entirely new form of psychological warfare on my fragile mental state that now makes me understand how they
Is that Laura?
Managed to get. That is Loranity. Props to her for doing this in socks and not baiting the feet crowd. She knew exactly what she was doing. Well played to her. She knew she was saving her career from some severe harassment by wearing socks while doing this shit. Is that Noxie next to him? I don't think that's Noxie. I think that's one of his characters. It's like, you know when like you have like a Down syndrome animal? Or like you have like a really fuck ugly pet, but you still love them. I'm assuming that's what this thing is down here. You're the karma of Muck making fun of Norns for years. Yeah, pretty much. Gaslight their player base into enjoying jumping puzzles while also getting
definitely Laura
45-year-old men with a few hours to spare each night who enjoy.
What is this?
There is no depth I will not plunge to make a joke. This took me days to find the clips to do this. Days.
Okay, first of all, I'm a little impressed. Because this means he took old footage of me, and he cut it out to green screen it onto something else. I'm a little impressed by the effort he...
I didn't cut him out. That's not what I did. There's a clip that Muckluck fucked up on a very, very long time ago. So what's up, Gilberto? Thanks. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So this is actually one of the cases where I didn't actually use rotoscoping. Muckluck fucked up in a really, really old video of his where he's got himself talking and the green screen is like not, gone. It's just there. And I'm like, damn, I gotta use this clip somewhere.
He went through for this one joke. What was the original footage? That's
with a few hours to stay.
Okay, I was looking at some horrifying Asura here in the background.
Each night who enjoy playing. He was looking at his porn stash and he just left it live. What was I supposed to do? Online Barbie instead of finishing the main story quest line. This is the one where I hit level 80 and actually get to play the. Also, I just gotta say, quick note, right? Fuck, I don't know how to do that. That main story quest line. This is the one where. A quick side note. As a baseline character that hasn't done anything more than just a base game, the fact that you hit level 80 and your character looks like that looks so fucking cool. I am using the arrow keys. I'm using the left and right. That jumps by 5 seconds. It doesn't do it frame by frame. I'm not sure which keys do frame by frame. But I really like the fact that by the time you hit level 80, your character actually looks fucking cool, but doesn't look like a goddamn highlighter. Frame scrolling is comma and dot. Hey, look at that. Thank you. That's going to make things a lot easier. I hit level 80 and actually get to play the game from here on out. It's all been leading up to this moment. He missed that one. God damn it, he missed it. He missed it. Fucking hell. Okay, that's taking too long. He completely missed this. He didn't even notice. I was worried that he wasn't going to see this. I needed to put this like front and center. Play the game from here on out. It's all been leading up to this moment. Every painstaking.
I hate that phrase. Actually play the game. That's such a World of Warcraft phrase. Like it's like, oh, you get to max level. Now you can start playing the game with your.
Actually, that's a complete misnomer. That is not a World of Warcraft phrase, because when you play World of Warcraft, the leveling takes so fucking long that it's part of the experience. Here's the problem, and here is exactly why I say that. When you go through the Guild Wars 2 experience, you are limited in specialization. You go through the whole world, right? And only then, when you get to level 80, do you unlock extra specializations. Do you unlock how to play the game? Do you unlock all the abilities and gear? Then you can go everywhere and get all the hero points that you need. Until such a time as you get access to your full character, every moment prior to that is you figuring out how the fuck does this character play. And then when you get to level 80, they give you a bunch more shit to figure out as well.
Your friends. Yeah, and it's like, I'm like, Guild Wars 2 is not like that. You can play the game from the beginning. Like, it does matter from the beginning.
Hard disagree. Personal story doesn't matter, that drops off. Main questline story doesn't matter because you take a little tinkle on Zitan and he falls out the sky. Hard disagree. I can understand why he's saying that. Because he's a Guild Wars 2 show. No, he's saying that because he loves the game and there's a lot of good personal stories that you get out of Guild Wars 2, but the one I got with the Sylvari was lackluster as fuck. That's the problem. Fucking Traherne. Jesus Christ. You know what? I've never thought about suicide as much as I have whenever I'm around Traherne or one of the two plant ladies that speaks like a retard. I can't remember what they are. The one's got a big fucking ugly nose, and the other one speaks like a cartoon character from the 1970s and keeps on saying things like, oh, gadzooks, and shit like that. Not Keith. Keith is just lesbian. Lesbians aren't important, that's why I don't remember them. The more content you unlock, the more ways... Hold on, I missed that comment, I need to see that. The more content you unlock, the more ways you can make gold. Yep. No, not Farlane. Farlane's the other lesbian that she wants to smash papayas with. Traherne is worse. If you don't play a Sylvari, he comes out of nowhere. I know! There are fucking characters where you have this grand battle, right? On the ground with all these undead. And there's like this, I can see there's like this two human characters and one of them dies fighting this fucking undead menace while you're on the ground. And as a Sylvari, you walk into the storyline at the very end and his bitch dies in front of him and you're like, what? What? Did I miss something? Was I asleep for this whole fucking storyline? And it took me until I started playing characters on my alt account to register. I got none of that story because I wasn't playing a human. I was playing a fucking Sylvari. So there's this whole storyline happening in the background, and I don't know why they fucking shoehorn that shit in when you're playing a Sylvari. Right, but I suppose they're trying to tie it all together and it's coming from different angles. It's just like, I'm like, God damn it, why the fuck do I care about this? Corporal Benson. The one with the dog. No, I don't think it was Benson. I think it was Siren. I think Devilis is right. I think it was Siren. But don't trust me on that. I can barely fucking remember the names of any of these characters. Unless there's like some significance behind them that made me remember them. Either pure unbridled hate that I have for someone like Traherne, or enjoyment like you will get out of a character like Fogel, for example. You basically get all the world context if you play all 5 races. Yeah, you get the full context if you play through all of the races, right? And even then, you've got to play through each race multiple times and make different choices each time to get the context, because there are certain storylines and certain characters that, like, they're there 1 second, and if you make a singular choice and go in a different direction, they just fucking evaporate and you never see them again. Bland cutscene. Every well-endowed Norn woman we've come across, every moment of enjoyable gameplay and underwhelming story has led us here. And like a goddamn soldier being chased down by a $5 drone with a grenade strapped. Guess which piece of content that YouTube was fine with? It was this one. Me saying bad words? Nah. Grenade, drone, coming after some dude? Perfectly fine.
Noxy, I don't think you need to edit this out. I'm just shocked right now.
Good. I've held my composure under pressure. I have ascended! No longer will I sit here be— This motherfucker. I want to see if he recognizes that someone did a cosplay of me in this game. I want to see if this registers in his head. Because if this is instantly recognizable, I'm gonna go fucking hang myself. Being abused like the cucumber your mother keeps in the fridge and tells you never to touch. No longer.
Oh my god. Oh. Wow.
We got him coughing. Will I be the shredded lettuce that gets taken out by some bullshit mob with a barely pronounceable name? I am a goddamn machine of steel and leaves, and it's time to fight a motherfucking dragon!
Oh, yeah, Chad, he hasn't fought Zitan yet at this point in the—
I think you accidentally skipped a bit. I don't think I did. If there's bits missing, I'm assuming that's because Noxy, chopped them out. Because, you know, he has to be more family friendly than me to keep up the illusion that he cares about the children and what happens to them.
Recording. Yeah, he's really got something to look forward to, doesn't he? Wait. You better believe I'm gonna pause. Her, do that thing. Me. Veteran toxic worm queen.
No, don't read the
gun.
Don't read the worms. It's flailing around. Come on. God damn it.
Okay.
I didn't make that clear
regret
enough.
pausing.
That's my fault. I actually wonder if I made this exposition but too long where I'm not speaking. Maybe I should have just cut this whole fucking thing out.
The dead ships.
Is there a VOD of your 2-hour rant after the Zitan fight? No, I had to cut, I cut all of that out because I realized it would be boring as fuck to listen to me sit there and just bitch about the Zitan fight for 2 hours. But I am, Cyro, considering taking that content and actually making a video on how to not make a boss fight for, like, as a more general thing in MMORPGs, where I make a video saying how to not design a boss fight if you want people to actually like your fucking game. Because I'm so mad. I'm so butt-fuckingly mad about the fact that every single time I play a new MMORPG, whenever there's big enemy, it sucks. There's always big enemy fight, and you're like rubbing his nuts, or you're like stabbing his butthole with a knife, and like you gotta imagine at that size, like shit. Zitan, if we stabbed his butthole with a legendary sword like Calidbolg, he's sort of like, God damn, do I have tapeworms? Like he's not feeling it. He'll like get a little bit itchy, maybe. Like he's not feeling that shit.
Okay, we saw Zitan in his final throw, so I guess he finishes him in this one. The Guild Wars 2 leveling experience. The definitely has to be good. There's no way they screwed this up. Final battle.
In the business, we call that foreshadowing.
Oh, I guess if you haven't fought Zitan yet, you might not want to watch this.
Oh no, you haven't fought Zitan? Oh fuck. Oh no, you might be spoiled. You might be spoiled, guys, by a fucking 14-year-old game. Damn, that's nearly above the legal age limit for YouTube Minecraft Let's Players to date. Shit, they better go on that.
Who remembers what Zitan was
Before we
part
get
of the
into it,
dungeon?
I think it's time I told you about today's sponsor, Geneva, and their non-existent conventions.
Because in my darkest moment, in the depths of only still being level 51, while the depression of knowing that I will never be a PvP master of Guild Wars.
Oh yeah, in his last video, he did...
Hold on, that was Traherne cleansing the ore puddle. Oh, you mean Traherne's toilet? The big fucking toilet where we walk him to the bathroom so he can take a fucking dump? In the handicapped stall?
PvP for a few weeks and proceeded to get spanked for a few weeks.
Too, because I neither have the attention span nor the time had not yet fully set in, came the bright. Unironically, even if I was getting the shit kicked out of me in PvP, I was having a good time playing it. It absorbed me for way too long. It like put my schedule on everything back because I was wasting way too much time playing it. Oh, no, no. Beautiful. Burning dawn.
You know, it's the weirdest thing.
So he discovered the flamethrower kit? Is that what this is leading to?
Yes.
I've been playing this game for hours now, and I keep forgetting that I have more than 5 abilities. I've just been selecting random stuff. I mean, what the hell does this button even do?
Yeah.
Dude, did he make this? That is...
To answer that question, did I make that? Yes. I don't know if you can see it. It's right there on the wall behind me. I made that. I made the whole fucking thing from scratch. I had to like pull images of the Guild Wars 2 fucking flamethrower because it's impossible to get any STL file or OBJ file out of the actual game and then just convert it and then 3D print it. So I had to rebuild that fucking thing from scratch just to make that flamethrower for a few of these scenes. I went autism mode on this shit. I was overkill. It was really overkill. I shouldn't have done it, but I couldn't help myself. I needed to.
This is a physical replica of the in-game flamethrower.
Yep.
Did he make this at home?
Yes. From scratch.
I mean...
From scratch. 3D files. I CAD'd the whole goddamn thing out myself. I had to do it in different segments, different components, then assemble it, make sure it was the right size, make sure the ratio matches my hand, and there's still fucking mistakes on it. There's still plenty of mistakes on it. That shiny part at the top, what is that?
Russ,
oh, you mean like
the STL files for us?
Will you share the STL file? Sure. if someone really wants it, I'll go throw it in the Discord. So that's not an orange rod. There is a chamber on the flamethrower that sometimes glows a yellowish orange, right? And so what I did was that's a little bit of a video editing trick that I put in there to show the yellowish orange glow. Because my lighting in my room's not good enough to actually show the colors on the flamethrower, so I needed to work on that a little bit. But if you look at the STLs, this is supposed to be circular. I made this rectangular so that it could print without issue. What else? There's certain components of this. Like, I had to paint this shit by myself, but you can kind of see it's like, this is not made to be a cosplay, because this is not good enough to be a cosplay, but it is good enough that I can use it in a video without people noticing too many of the mistakes. Like, you'll see the lines here, and the lines there, and that line there where I've had to, like, combine everything together. But yeah, that over there is a chamber I had to build separately. What's inside there is not actually a 3D print. I had to build a plastic chamber into the inside of it so that I could fill it with a liquid so that it looked like it. This tube here also has a liquid in it.
This guy was willing to tape spray-painted leaves to himself for a previous episode, so I know he puts in the effort, but this...
Those leaves were so fucking itchy. Like, it fucked up my skin for a good week. God, it was so painful.
This is impressive. Doom music. Oh, sir, an orphanage? What?
You know what? I'm gonna show you something special today. After this clip, I'm gonna show you something special because this is not the original. This is not the original clip.
Doom music. Oh, sir, an orphanage? What?
Yeah, they deserve it. It's target practice.
Oh my god.
I was okay. Now that's what I had to change out for YouTube to allow me to publish my video. I'm gonna show you the original, and I want you to tell me: is this bad enough that YouTube should disallow this from being on their platform? Is the original bad enough? Yeah, hold on, just so you can't see my back end. Is the original bad enough that people should not be allowed to see this? This is the original clip, right? YouTube didn't like this
stuff. I mean, what the hell does this button even do?
This is my upload that only Patreons could see, only patrons could see, and people in my Discord. But it's also, I had to upload this like 4 separate ways and change certain things so the AI didn't fuck me up, because it kept on trying to block anyone from seeing it, even if it was uploaded unlisted. This is the original. Is that really that bad? I mean, come on. Come on, that's not that bad. Come on. That's not that bad. That's so much better. And I had to fucking ruin it because YouTube wouldn't let me publish it. Please. God damn it.
Dude, I'm gonna surrogate. I can still laugh at that.
Following orders. Okay, sure. Maybe I should have aimed at the big zombie dragon in the sky, but who's
What did it flag you for? Inappropriate content, and then blocked it in all countries.
to say that those children at the Azuran orphanage aren't in on his plan somehow? Can you really look at one of these hideous, malformed, disgusting faces?
I'm right. I'm right. Don't be mad at me. Don't hate the player, hate the game. And the game put these ugly fucks in Guild Wars 2 and ruined their game. Took it from a 10 out of 10 to a 9 out of 10. It's not my fault.
Don't listen to him.
And think that I, their obvious savior from life, am not doing them a favor
Savior from
by
life.
toasting them like a
Yes.
fucking strudel in an oven.
This is ridiculous. You try to do the world a favor,
and you get sent off to bum nowhere by the vigil.
Also, you'll notice I had to censor the shit out of everything in this, because every time there was a swear word, I kept on getting flagged as inappropriate content and then being blocked in all countries, which pissed me the fuck off. So I'm trying to figure out a way around that.
To recruit a bunch of tribal frogs to the cause for some reason. Granted, by white people standards, their ability to jump is impressive, but I just...
Listen, you can't use copyrighted material from Nazis. YouTube has to protect marginalized groups. I mean, that's fair. I mean, it's pretty discriminatory of me to mock Nazi culture and use it in such a disrespectful way. I mean, obviously, under YouTube standards, we should definitely respect all Nazis, right? Obviously, it would be grossly offensive to make jokes about Nazis. Man, I feel bad now. I shouldn't have done that.
Oh my god.
Don't think that means they really stand a chance against something that can, you know, fly. At least it's not all bad. At least our buddy Forza Racing stuck by our side this entire time. It's a good thing nothing bad's ever going to happen to him, and that not even the Guild Wars 2 devs are dumb enough to take that away from us.
Foreshadowing.
Stupid French assholes. I bet I could jump that high if I tried.
Also, turns out assholes is fine to say.
Why are the frogs French?
Muckluck just proved how Americanese he is. Calling the French frogs is a time-honored tradition. It goes all the way back to when we found out they ate frogs' legs. Way back before I was born. Way back before I was even a sperm cell in my dad's nutsack. It is a time-honored tradition to call all French people frogs. That's just how it is. That's how it works. It's just a thing, right? You call the French frogs because of their obsession with eating frogs' legs and weird shit like that. And the funny part is, the ironic part is, the Americans were the ones who did it first. They called them frogs.
My legs.
What's important to acknowledge at this stage is that is no longer the mystery meat that no
Was this when Asmund tried cooking a steak?
one knows the origin of anymore. He's a You know what's real fucked up about Asmongold's cooking a steak? Maybe I'm too far gone, but I don't think his steak actually looked that bad. Well-defined and well-understood threat to the rest of Tyria. And if we would like even the slightest chance of beating him, we're going to need bodies to feed into that undead meat grinder. While I, the obvious main character, do something important while everyone else dies a miserable but forgettable death off-screen somewhere else. So the only true solution I see to getting pegged down by the undead is to strap on my Elon Musk approved not a flamethrower and run at my problems like he runs away from the woman he keeps getting pregnant. And oh, don't look at it. Did I lie? You know it, I'm destroying the entire religion of a bunch of sun worship. How many cum sprites does Elon have right now? How many women has that guy blown a fucking load in and then just left? Motherfucker's a true African. He doesn't even know what a condom is. He's a billionaire and he still won't buy fucking condoms. The truest of Africans. God, I love you for that. Thanks for the follow, Sandukan. Fuck me. Dude, imagine being an African American. You go over to America, you find a bunch of white bitches, and you're just blowing loads in them left and right, and what is a condom? I have never heard of this. Damn, he truly proved it. He was from this country. Billions of dollars, still won't buy a fucking bag for his dick. I recently finished your hour-long video about upcoming MMOs. Now Mudlock made a video about your video. And now I'll have to rewatch this live tomorrow. I don't even know who Mudlock is, Eddie Goes Pro. The watch later Centipede donor is real. Yeah, no, this is going around in a circle. We're circling the drain. This is what YouTube wants from me. This is my prison time, is me going round and round, because don't you know the meta is just reacting to reactions of reactions? We could go back to the beginning clip where Mukluk showed that this goes so far off into the distance you can't even see the original video. Tripping super soldiers. But at least by winning their version of the UFC, I now get to take them on their white boy summer arc. And that means we have an army. Now we just need to teach them to wield more than sticks and rocks, and how to fight back against the Australians. Now, as much as I would... Oh, you mean Mukluk? Wait, hold on. Now Mukluk made a video about your video. Yeah, he made a video about my video. We've been doing this for a while. We've been doing this for a year, Eddie goes pro. We've been going back and forth. I heard Mudlock. I thought there was some other guy. I'm like, who the fuck is even this dude? Like to Terry Davis my way.
He's in a wheelchair because of the jump earlier.
Oh. Down this main line. Listen to what I say here, right? Listen to what I say here. This is very important. Davis my way.
He's in a wheelchair because of...
Right? So this got flagged as well in the original clip, and I needed to re-record this. Now, as much as I would like to Terry Davis my way...
He's in a wheelchair because of the jump earlier.
Down this mainline questing thought process. So you see how I said, now as much as I'd like to Terry Davis my way down this mainline questing thought process, do you know why I said it like that? Is because when I said the original of, now as much as I'd like to Terry Davis my way down this train of thought, I got flagged for inappropriate content, for making fun of suicide. When we all know that Terry Davis was taken by the FBI. For making Temple OS. We all know that that was like a Jeffrey Epstein kind of thing. So I put the word Terry Davis and train together, and YouTube didn't like it. This is why I think my channel's been flagged for something. Hello, amigos muchachos. I can't believe I caught it. Well, welcome. Welcome, Denny K. I've probably said that wrong.
Wait, how long is this video? Oh my god.
As a now fully formed vegetable, I've had an idea. This MSQ level locking garbage where I have to wait... He missed it. Mukluk's off his game today. God damn, he missed it. I'm in a wheelchair calling myself a fully formed vegetable. God damn it. Until I hit some multiple of 10 in order to experience any degree of story questline whatsoever is... It's just beyond, and it's really... I said retarded, and YouTube was fine with that. But Terry Davis and train, no. He's starting to chafe on my... Now, obviously, I'm not going to hop.
Noxie, I don't like that sentence. Do something about that.
No, Noxie, leave it alone. Come on, that wasn't that bad. On this too much because I've already done so in every other video I've made. But it is a recurring annoyance. And the more I think about it, it's not alone in being that. So far, Gated World 2 has been this...
Gated World 2. All right, I will agree. The every 10 levels thing, I do agree with that one. It's
so fucking stupid. The whole 10 levels thing is so fucking stupid. There's a point I made later that I think I cut out a portion of my explanation that I shouldn't have. So I'll explain it now, like when we get to that part. But it is so beyond retarded that they cut, like they block you from playing through the levels just in one smooth motion.
I believe when the game first came out, they didn't make you wait till level 10 to do the level 10 stuff, but the result of that was people were just doing the level 10 questline at like level 3.
Scullis, I don't think it's YouTube. What happens is an AI runs through your video, looks at the transcript, decides it doesn't like something or thinks it's offensive, and because it's a new system, it's going to flag things that aren't supposed to be flagged. And I think it saw Terry Davis and Train, thought I was talking about suicide and decided that it didn't like that. It's why you'll see YouTubers do the thing where they won't say suicide anymore, they'll say suicide. They'll do shit like that because they know that YouTube is... They're too... Think about it this way. They're in a gigantic dilemma. They are a Jew at a butcher and pork is 50% off, right? They're at a big fucking disadvantage here. And they're not going to go out of their way to hire a bunch of people to scrub their way through a bunch of videos. Instead, what they're going to do is they are going to get an AI to scrub through the transcript of every single video, find combinations of words that it doesn't like, and then flag those videos. And that's obviously AI's full of shit most of the time. So it's going to flag things that it shouldn't, and then that's going to need readjustment and changes, and they'll get the system right 25 years from now.
YouTube is worried for the kids.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, Filter, and I know you're right. I know you're fucking right, but it is so fucking stupid because they have an app called YouTube Kids. And now, kids should not be on YouTube. They should be on YouTube Kids. But the problem with YouTube Kids is there are probably more pedophiles on YouTube Kids pretending to be kids than actual kids. And so they're like in this dilemma where they're like, shit, do we care about YouTube Kids at all? Probably not. We should just let kids on the main platform, and then we'll just limit speech for everyone.
3 or 4, and getting the black line key and then deleting it. And basically they were doing the black line key farm very, very rapidly every week. And so one of the solutions that ArenaNet had for that was to make it to where, you know, they were gated behind increments of level 10. And
yeah, that's the dumbest shit ever. Then you change the black lion keys to be account bound as opposed to changing the levels of the story. That's dumb as fuck.
And it is kind of odd. It is kind of odd because, like, you might be doing this really cool story from, you know, like 60 to 62, and then you're doing like weird stuff that has nothing to do with it from 62 to 70, and then a really awesome story from 70 to 72, and then filler stuff you don't really care about from 73 to 80, and then really cool story again.
LGLD, NCSoft wanted money, so they changed it. You're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong about that. The keys are account bound. They are for the loot box system. So if it's account bound, then there's even less of a reason for them to ever level gate any of the main questline story. The MSQ should not be main questline gated at all. It should not be gated behind every 10 levels. You should just be able to go from level 1 to level 80 doing nothing but the story, because you can do a bunch of different shit to get to level 80. Why is the story so fucking bad? Why put all these shitty limitations on a system that would be a lot smoother if you just let it play? As bad as the story is, as unengaging as some of the characters are, it would be less frustrating if they just let you play through the game.
So like, I totally get that. I do agree with him, not as aggressively, but I do agree with him.
Amazing showcase of exceptional ideas. But the problem is some of these executions feel like they came straight out of North Korea. Look, I'm not saying...
I don't know enough about that to make any comparisons.
Oh, he knows. He knows. Yeah, that's called covering your ass. In the industry, we call that covering your ass. Some of the executions in Guild Wars 2 are straight up out of North Korea. And it'll make sense what I mean now.
Saying they're all bad. I'm just wondering why you would leave some of these on show if they were just gonna starve to death anyway. I know, variety, everything game. Aya flavored gamer girl sweatbot.
Stagulkin stain.
By the way, that's the real ArenaNet headquarters lobby. I heard that they moved this somewhere else because it kept on getting emptied out and like people kept on breaking the front glass to get what's inside. I actually have a picture showcasing nonsense AI censoring. Yeah, there's a bunch of stupid shit with AI and its censorship mechanisms, because it's not the problem with the AI, it's the way it's been instructed to behave, and people are fucking retarded whenever they're programming something. They don't give clear instructions. I know, because I was looking into a lot of prompt engineering a long time ago. And people give bad instructions on shit. Miserable instructions.
We know he had a big thing for Erstagulkin from his previous videos.
You mean I was correct about Erstagulkin? That's what you mean. is I had the correct opinions.
Reasonable price in the ArenaNet main headquarters lobby. But guess what? Why bother implementing a good idea and then not making it good like they've proven they can do in other cases?
Oh, it's me. Wait, what?
Yes.
What is it? This is me fighting Ura.
Yes.
Which I've done exactly one time.
Yes, but I watched a bunch of other people play Ura. I saw the mechanics of it. I saw the way it's got its good indications on the ground. It's a fun, engaging fight. And I know there are a bunch of other fights that are enjoyable and entertaining that when you look at them, you're like, damn, that was fucking fun. I can't remember the name of the one. There's like a water boss that you fight on a platform, and the platform keeps on changing. And it's not just a same repetitious pattern. And it looked fucking cool. Twin Loggers, that's it. I think that's it. Right? It was fucking cool. It didn't just look enjoyable to play through. Watching it was fucking fun. So they've proven, this is what's so upsetting about Guild Wars 2, is the devs have proven that they are capable of doing this. It's like hold on. This is the only way I can think to correctly describe the guild, like the fact that the Guild Wars 2 devs went from the base game to like actually fun, good, challenging raids is this clip right here. Let me just find it. This is the only way I can think to describe the devs of Guild Wars 2, right? Especially when you look at the base game versus what they are capable of now. This is the only way that makes sense.
In order to prevent that bitch from assassinating me, I've pretended to be mentally retarded for 7 years.
That's it. That describes the fucking Guild Wars 2 devs and their relationship with NCSoft. It's like they made a game and they were like, I'm gonna be fucking retarded. That way they won't want to monetize. And then when they don't want to monetize the shit out of this game, then I'll do something cool. I almost feel like that's what happened.
Weird of him to use that footage here. Hang on.
Idea and then not making it
It's a
good,
good fight.
like they've
Ura's a good
proven they
fight.
can do in other cases. Sometimes
Okay,
I
so he's using Ura as an example of good gameplay.
just don't know what to make of the Guild Wars 2 base game systems because they're less consistent than having an alcoholic father in an Irish neighborhood. Okay,
Also, Devilus, I have no idea where that clip is from. I've seen that meme multiple times over the years. I have no idea what anime that's from.
case in point.
Dungeon lore and its tie into the rest of the world.
Amazing.
The fact that those same dungeons get touched less. Oh,
Not
come
very
on.
good.
Noxane!
Oh, come on. That wasn't that bad. Waypoints and exploration.
Wunderbar.
Memorability and significance of any of the main characters that you... Why do you have WoW's login screen in the background? Okay, Rompetop, I have it there in the background because, number one, I want to, like, eventually I want to rework my stream to look a lot better than what it currently is, and I'm using that as a placeholder, right? I would like my stream to look very interesting and fun, but I am too poor to go out and pay any kind of graphical artist to know what the fuck to do, so I have to build everything myself, and it takes me for fucking ever to do that because I have a job and a family and all these other burdensome attachments that I shouldn't have, and you know, if I just did a Chris Benoit, maybe a few Luigi specials on the people getting in my way, then I'd have the time to redo it. But it's going to take me time. Eventually, I'm going to, like, customize this to be something that, like, is on no other stream and something I've done myself that no one else can touch. Right? But I'm not going to go pay an artist for it because I don't have the fucking money to do that. Interact with.
Please, enlighten me. Who the f*** are ya?
Your character's visual progression as you gain gear and level up, not bad. But did you notice how the character got whiter as the credit score increased? I bet money he saw that and he's going to say nothing about that. If you did a Chris Benoit, what would your signature move be? It would be the blow the fuck out of my wife and child's brains and then get sad about it. After the roid rage ends, and then be like, what the fuck did I do? And then blow my own brains out.
gear itself and any of the stat choices that are tied to them.
It's like kissing your sister. Sure.
He missed that. There it is. We broke him. We broke him.
Nope,
13 minutes in.
I cannot conceive a way that those two can be connected via a metaphor.
Everyone else in the village is already doing it, but when it's your turn, something just doesn't quite feel right.
And I'm saying none of this for...
What I'm saying there, maybe that needs more explanation. What I'm saying there is that the gear progression, the way it looks in Guild Wars 2 is good, but the stat progression behind that feels meaningless. It feels so superfluous. Like, the stats system and mechanisms of stats in Guild Wars 2 feel so strange and so, I don't know how to put it, like, so unimportant. I've never played an MMO where stats feel so unimportant as I have inside of Guild Wars 2. Your stats don't matter unless you are at the top end and care about meta. That's exactly what I mean, Shielder. It's like, it almost makes me think I don't know why the game is giving me stats to play with if it means so little. And that then ties back into the whole idea of when I say some of the execution feels like they came straight out of North Korea. Why give me a system to play around with that is non-significant and completely like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I'm going to gain one level and replace all that gear anyway. It's completely pointless. The hero points feel significant, right? Progressing your abilities, getting more things to play around with, that feels good. The stats themselves, I like sit there and shrug my shoulders, like, did anything really change? I imagine those stats meant more in base game at launch. Probably. They probably did, Cyro, but I think they've fallen off over time. And keep in mind, when I'm reviewing this game, I'm reviewing this as the experience is currently. Because if a new player starts playing this game today, they're not getting the experience from 2012. They're getting the experience today. Stats are important, but because of the way your gear upgrades, it's not noticeable. It's really not noticeable. Like, I like swapped out gear and I saw like maybe one number change. Like the last significant figure on any damage I was doing change. And it felt so like beyond meaningless. The biggest change I saw was when I was re-leveling a character and I had a weapon, a gun, that was like level 30 and I was level 60 and then I changed out the gun. Then all of a sudden it felt like it mattered a little bit. But like, that's 30 fucking levels of not mattering. That's insane.
For any of the players who've already decided that they don't care how closely related Guild Wars 2 is to their original parent MMO. I'm saying this for the 3 new players who haven't...
Did he catch it? I don't think he caught it. Is he gonna go back? I want to see if you catch it.
2 is to their original parent MMO. I'm saying this for the 3 new players.
Yes, the arrow. That was just for him. Look how fucking flawless that is. Look at that shit right there. Flawlessly aimed directly at his face. I think he missed it. I think he didn't even get it. I think this flew past him.
Who haven't yet decided whether this is the MMO for them or not. Those players who have yet to feel the
yeah, he missed it. He missed it.
Cold, uncaring fingers of Uncle.
Oh god, am I gonna regret this?
This is how the Koreans feel about NCSoft. This little message here is translated. They did a little haiku about how much they fucking hate NCSoft, and I don't blame them. NCSoft is like the ruiner of video games. Just look at how over-monetized Throne and Liberty is.
Signs like foreigners, only old boomers into it. Korean youth want to consider trying after years to start something new, but no guesses their guns, trying to attract foreigners the young with weird new dishes like mint chocolate dog. Touted as innovative. What?
Of Uncle NCSoft.
Guild Wars,
That's from his, by the way, that's from his thumbnail. That one over there. I watched that video.
3, wait a minute!
Oh,
is that the artwork that we made? Hold on.
God damn, Muckluck's slow today. Muckluck's had a hard day, you can tell.
You can tell he's had to prep himself for this video. He's taken a little bit of Valium. He's on some SSRIs and it's slowing him down. Took him a moment to register that one.
Hold on. Back when there was a bunch of rumors about Guild Wars 3, I got Erolozen I paid him to make me a fake Guild Wars 3 logo.
Yep, there we go.
And this is it right here. And used it as a thumbnail for when we were talking about it. And that's it. He cut it out of that thumbnail.
Oft running their way up the inside of their leg. Sometimes it's just impossible to tell whether the next thing you're going to experience while leveling is going to be joyful or janky. And what makes this hurt is not that the abandoned ideas still stuck in Guild Wars 2 are bad, it's just that they could be so much better than what they—
I will say, I do agree
Yes.
that it's a shame that dungeons are basically barren. Because I don't think it would be that hard to...
Is it fractals that everyone does instead of dungeons? I can't remember the name. But I think everyone does fractals, and dungeons are abandoned content. But the problem with the fractals versus the dungeons is that the dungeons, as you're leveling, are kind of significant because they give you little pieces of the story that actually make you give a shit about more of the characters than the main questline story does. The main questline story should take you through the fucking dungeons, like force you to do them, even if it's a solo experience and there's like no loot at the end. It should take you through it. I gave so little of a shit about Ritlock until I took a Char character and went through the goddamn, I think it's the Ascalonian catacombs. I gave so little of a fuck about other characters in the game until I saw the story in the dungeons on my alt account. And I'm like, oh, okay, damn, there's actually some personality to these people. And the best part is, the base game of Guild Wars 2 tries to get you to skip all the dungeons and just get to level 80 as quickly as possible. That's the worst part. And you play with anyone, right? I've had mixed results on my alt account where I'm like, hey, I'm a new player. I just want to watch the cinematics. Is it okay? I've had all responses from people, right? I've been called a fag in Guild Wars 2 for wanting to watch the cinematics. I've had groups that were like, oh yeah, no, that's cool. We don't mind. We'll wait. I understand, new player. I've had... my favorite comment was a guy who got really, really mad at me for wanting to watch the cinematics, and then he spent the rest of the dungeon typing out how Guild Wars 2 needs to put a speed up button on the cinematics, right? Where you can watch all the cinematics at 3 times the speed so that I, a new player, don't waste his fucking time anymore. It was great.
To bring life to them again. The problem is dungeons are 5-man content, and
you get mail every time you unlock a dungeon, which you instantly delete. You get mail. Yes, you're right. You do get mail. But the mail, the problem with the mail system is it's not like this is a part of the story. This is the part of the main questline story. You have to do this. You have to learn about these characters. It's more like oh, by the way, this dungeon exists. Anyway, have you heard about this one guy's fucking birthday? Like, it doesn't like make you do the dungeons. It's like an afterthought. It's like the Guild Wars 2 devs wiped their ass with the dungeons and they just left the toilet paper on the bottom of their shoe and never considered it again.
Fractals are 5.
And the worst part is you get better story in the dungeons than anywhere else about the main characters in Destiny's Edge.
5-man content. Fractals take less time and they pay way more money.
Yep.
So if a fractal takes 15 minutes and a dungeon takes 30, just make the dungeon give you twice as much money as the fractal, and then people will do whichever one that they enjoy the most. But right now, dungeons take more time.
They'll still do the fractal because it's shorter content and people are going to play at a pace of time value for money. Even if a dungeon is double the rewards, you'd need to make the dungeon a 30-minute experience that is triple the reward, so that they have even more of a reason to go for an even longer time than they would in a fractal that's 15 minutes. It would need to be triple or higher. And I'm not saying this from an uneducated perspective. I'm saying this from the perspective of someone who's looked at reward-based systems as a project manager and systems engineer, right? Reward-based systems need to outscale dependent on time, because time works on a log graph, not a linear graph, and it's exponential.
And pay you way less. So, like, they don't even need to, like, tweak the fights or anything in there. They could do that and improve things, but I'm just saying, to make them relevant, I don't think would be that hard.
They currently are. Luckily, dungeons are insane gold per hour if speed ran. They had to add diminishing returns to dungeon rewards. Yeah, D-Hog, you're not wrong, but the problem isn't that you can't generate a bunch of gold out of the dungeons. The problem is that there are just way better ways to get gold than to do dungeons, right? And the limitation factor that they have where there's a diminishing return just makes dungeons even less appealing. Because it's like, why would I bother running this once when I can do the same repetitious task at some other point and just outperform that shit in time value for money, or time value for gold in this case. For me, though, a little bit of digital CBT isn't going to do anything to me.
Noxie, come on!
Because I played...
Just blur the whole thing. Just all of it.
World of... I can imagine poor Noxie had to have a fucking stroke going through all my videos. I hope they're getting paid extra money. I really hope they're getting paid extra by Mug Luck, because generally they're just cutting together video. I'm making this person edit. I'm making them dance for their dinner. Warcraft non-stop for 15 years of my life, which means there's nothing this game can do to me that I haven't done to myself already at 10 times the intent. Look at all those beautiful definitely players. Look at all those definitely players. Hey, remember my original idea for my stream when, you know, last week before my roof collapsed, was I wanted to look into the Guild Wars 2 botting problem? This is kind of why. This right here. Because I've leveled multiple characters, and I always see these bot clusters scrambling around the open world, doing weird shit and getting caught on surfaces. I see this all the time. And it's real fucking strange. I've tried to communicate with these people and you get nothing back. Density. But if they're gonna be so blatant about kicking me in the nuts every now and then, I would prefer a continuum of force, please, instead of living under the hopeful illusion that it might just not happen again.
But back to my current MSQ.
You know what the weird part about that bug was? I didn't fall through the world because I was at the bottom layer interacting with it. I fell through the world by being on the surface of the water and dying while swimming on the surface of a water. So there's an entire surface below me, and somehow that clips you through the bottom of the earth. And then it teleports you into the sky. I love how the Guild Wars 2 spaghetti code solution back in the day wasn't the guy clipped through the bottom of the map, let's fix the map so that doesn't happen again. Their solution was, no, we'll just teleport the motherfucker into the sky.
The botting is interesting, because it actually helps regulate economy. Funny enough.
I think it makes economies worse. I think it will make a dead game seem more alive than it should be, and it'll ruin a live game, and it fucks up your experience as a player who's trying to earn any kind of economic advantage over others. When you should have a much higher, much more significant economic advantage if you do the work. But botting makes you, it turns you from the guy designing Nike shoes in a high office making bank, all the way to the child in the factory sewing them together, getting their teeny tiny little fingers to bleed. Right? It fucks up your personal economic advantage if you do the work. Bots royally fuck that up.
Problem. I do think I have a solution. Instead of focusing on bridging these content chasms with meaningless hard quests and pretty decent dynamic world grinding, how's about instead I grind my way up in levels now and then...
They recently did a big anti-AFK update, and it was so much worse before that update. Well, I'm glad they did that. A lot of those accounts aren't bots, but players multi-boxing. You see, that's same shit, different smell, right? That's them just doing the same thing where they're trying to get around things and use an advantage using different mechanisms. Multi-boxing also needs to go. It's not a unique problem to Guild Wars 2. I've seen it in WoW. I've seen it in Hell, I've seen it in RuneScape. I've seen it in... Fuck, I think I've seen it in every single MMO that I've played. Multi-boxing is also a plague on the game. It's not as bad as botting because it's not as common, but it is still a problem and it needs to get the fuck out.
Experience the entire story later.
But yeah, Denny, you're probably right. The incentive to fix multi-boxing is probably less than 0 for the devs because the person multi-boxing is buying multiple accounts and feeding the game. And why would you chop the hands off the guy who keeps handing you his wallet? You wouldn't do that. He's paying you money, so they've got even less incentive to actually do something about it. So that's exactly what I did.
You can do that. You can do that. So like if you are level 20 and you haven't done the level 10 quest or the level 20 quest, you could do all of them back to back.
Yep.
So you can absolutely do that.
And I would personally recommend playing the game until like level 60 and then starting the story. Because it's a much better experience when you just get to do one after the other after the other. And it makes you not like finish the story and you're level 32 and then for 8 levels you're going around bumbling your way through the world like a fucking idiot. And then you get to level 40 and you get to the quest that's attached to the MSQ and you're like, what the fuck was this about again? Why am I doing this? It like gives you this almost sense of meaninglessness to the MSQ when you have these big breaks between it. While doing so, a strange feeling of nostalgia began to creep over me.
You know, liked it. The more I think about it, the more this really feels like a throwback to my early WoW days. No direct goal or greater purpose in mind, just make...
During that leveling time is when you do dungeons. Yes, so why doesn't the game make me do it as the main story quest line? Make me fucking do it as the MSQ. Get me to get more invested in these characters that I know fuck all about. God, give me a dungeon where you know, we get to go back in time and murder Snaff. Jesus, give me something. Don't just be like, oh, by the way, this dungeon exists. Bye. Have you heard about Nash Blade's birthday, though?
Arbitrary number, bigger than it was previously. Now, this ancient and simple formula might not seem like much to any of the newer generation of Cums sprites who all have the attention span of...
Just do the adventure guide stuff. It shits XP out the wazoo.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to say something controversial now about the adventure guide. I'm going to say something very, very fucking controversial. And if you disagree with me, just know I understand. I completely understand. The adventure guide is cope. The adventure guide is a fucking strap-on system to try and fix the lack of XP that you get while leveling. Now, the adventure guide is exceptional after you get to level 80 and you're still continuing progression and you're looking for achievements and a bunch of things to do. But while you're leveling, the adventure guide is cope. It is fucking cope to try and shove you through levels even faster. It's putting rockets on a skateboard, right? You're going to fall on your ass and get to a point where you have no idea what the fuck you did wrong. I think, personally, the adventure guide should only be available to characters once they've hit level 80. If they were willing to do that with like half of the specializations of each class, why not do that with the adventure guide? And be like, oh, hey, you've got all these achievements that actually impact your character. Why don't you bother doing them? That would be much fucking better. But the adventure guide is a strap-on, duct tape over the leaking roof problem. If you want the adventure guide to be more significant, leveling, it needs a redesign where the adventure guide is not just some fucking page that you open on a menu. It needs to be a character you go to who will commission you to do very specific tasks while you're leveling up and gives you some extra story going through it. But that's a full redesign, and that's not happening because Guild Wars 2 is too old for that.
Of a squirrel on...
I'm sorry. Guild Wars 2
Its age is off the clock, and so no more time for cock. They're not going to update that shit. They're just going to leave it there.
And have yet to experience the joy of the release of a video.
Is that a goose? I have no idea what this game is in the background.
This is the cash shop store that's strapped to the back of Throne and Liberty. That's what that is.
Game in their lifetime that's just not infested by microtransactions. But this right here is your...
Also, I misspoke about microtransactions in Throne and Liberty. They're not microtransactions. They're macrotransactions.
Average, balding 30-something-year-old MMO gamer's Xanax. His Zen garden. His tiny fraction of a registration of peace and quiet and escapism in his life, neatly slotted between two goon sessions.
You can hate me all you want, you know I'm right. Wait, you're telling me Throne of Liberty has a game attached to it? I thought it was just a... Ah, shit, damn it. But honest, you're right. You're right, actually. Sorry, I must be thinking of another game. God damn it, thank you for correcting me. I got that completely wrong. It's a payment system. That was my bad. It's just the buttons sparkle sometimes, so you can confuse it for a game.
Oh my god.
Moment of wondering why there's a...
I fucked up here. And I'll explain how I fucked up. Because I genuinely thought this was the first worm I encountered, and this is not the worm boss I encountered. It wasn't this one. But I left this in because, like, I only realized after I actually published the video. I'm like, wait, hold on. Now that I think about it, this wasn't the worm boss that fucked me up the first time I saw it.
Giant green dick roaming around this area.
It looks like Green Wiener 2 has been hiding another trick up its skirt. World bosses. Another fantastic addition to break up the monotony of the game, distracting me away from doing whatever I was doing 2 minutes ago. But I would be lying to you if I said that there wasn't something here that just didn't feel quite right. I mean, sure, I haven't had enough practice with the grapefruit technique yet to take this world boss on alone. And this fight does look like something that would require an entire team of Korean MMO game enjoyers to suck and swallow their way through to complete.
Holy crap, the Destiny jab. Oh.
I went on Twitter one day. And there were just like 25 videos posted by dudes showing this motherfucker sucking a cock. And I logged off of Twitter and I was like, okay, that's enough internet for today. I did not want to see that. But I know it had to be a part of a video. Damn, this guy's crashing out right now. I know he's like a political YouTuber and whatever. He's fucking crashing out. He's gone mask off. He's like, yeah, shoot the Trump supporters and stuff. Man, this guy's fucking lost it. Ever since his wife fucked a dude with a gigantic cock and then left him, man, Destiny's been crashing out hard. He like, the mask slipped and he can't find it. He's scrambling around on the floor looking for it. And he's like, yeah, fucking shoot the Trump supporters and kill all these people. I think after he lost his wife, he stopped giving a fuck and he was like, mask off. He hates everyone. Funny thing, you complained about no one dying on Shadow Behemoth. The Jungle Worm is actually a boss with a bunch of deaths. I'm surprised by that.
I am rent-free in so many heads.
True. Trump lives rent-free in very many people's heads, including my family, especially the ones who are like, but he's so racist. I'm like, you understand that he was like the only one to stand up for Mike Tyson in the 80s with that rape accusation, right? If he's so racist, why would he stand up for a black guy being accused of rape? And then they're like, no, but misogyny. They throw out every fucking word imaginable, and it makes me so happy. It makes me so happy to watch people like that short circuit. I remember when he called Idris shit. Damn, times have changed. Yeah, it's been a long journey for Destiny.
Oh my god. Legally, I'm not supposed to laugh at that.
So, Muck's laughing because he knows about the dick sucking thing, right? He probably logged into Twitter and had the same experience as me, and he was like, okay, not today.
I know who that guy is.
Yep.
And there was recently some leaks about him. And we're going to continue.
Can you please explain why Trump isn't a rapist / sexual abuser? Well, okay. From the left-leaning perspective, they keep on saying he's got a teeny tiny little flea dick. And if that's the case, it's not really rape or sexual abuse, it's just kind of floundering. From the other perspective, if he is a rapist or a sexual abuser, why isn't he in prison? Why hasn't he been charged? Where's the conviction case where, with like a knockout conviction case with evidence, 100% evidence proving that? And don't give me this fucking shit about a rapist like the rape victim coming out 25 years later. Back in my day, 25 years ago, when the dinosaurs were still coming off the fucking ark that Noah built, I got raped by Trump. Okay, well, why didn't you tell anyone back in the fucking day? Huh? It's all just, all of this shit is just political posturing. Like, I'll sit here and I'll be like, I don't give a fuck about the left or the right. It's all political sports teams to me. But all of this is just shit flinging. All of it's shit flinging. Until I see a video of Trump slamming cock down on someone who's begging him not to. The way I saw videos of Hunter Biden slamming that crack pipe and driving fucking naked above the speed limit. Until I see that evidence, then don't fucking talk to me about that shit.
But that's not it. It might be because I'm not playing Giant Wars 2. I'm playing fucking Spore.
Isn't Judge convicting him before his inauguration? I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen. If he was going to be convicted, he was going to be convicted already. It's all political posturing. I don't care one way or another. I think Trump is just going to behave like any other politician. He made a bunch of promises. He's not going to keep them. I'll be fucking shocked if any politician ever keeps their promises. Because promises are for campaigning, not for after you've won. Right? So I'll be fucking shocked if he follows any of those. There's people out there who refuse to do even a little bit of research, so they call them, so they can find all this themselves. They'd rather just believe what the MSM programs say. Yeah, of course they do. It's easier. Think about it this way, two cats yelling. You can't be mad at people for being deceived by news organizations and shit, because most people are not spending hours of their life researching this shit. What happens is they go to work, they do their job, they come home, they're tired, they sit down, they have a beer or a coffee or whatever, they turn on the TV, what? Trump's a rapist? Okay, whatever, and then they go to bed. And that's all they hear about it, because they're not spending hours of their life researching this shit. Right? But honestly, who gives a fuck? He's gonna be the president. End of story. Who gives a fuck? After 4 years, there's gonna be some other fucking guy. In those 4 years, no one's gonna give a shit. And we're gonna be complaining about someone else being a rapist. Or whatever the fuck. Who cares? It's the same thing. You vote blue or red, it doesn't fucking matter. It's the same system. Nothing's changing. You're telling me that the freest country in the world, with all the choices, where you can get 25 different kinds of donuts, gives you 2 voting options? Damn. Damn, bro, your system's perfect. It's the same shit, just a different smell every single time.
Me, unfortunately,
Let's
it's
continue.
just not anything special. It's just the supersize me version of a regular mob that also hasn't left the cell stage of the game yet. Part of the reason that this game ends up in this dementia patient riddled space, where some things feel repetitive as all hell and others feel novel and interesting.
Wait, is he going into a complaint about different mobs using the same model? That's what it sounds like.
Yes.
Is because of the design?
No, actually. Not the same model. The same rigging. Right? Let me put it to you this way.
I've done this. I've personally done this. I did this for a video game called The Sandbox, way back in the day, which is a blockchain game that I thought had some potential, and I worked for them, and I did some contractual work building and animating characters. And, like, building a character, building a 3D model, is not nearly as taxing or difficult as rigging together an animation and a cycle and all these different movements that a character or creation needs to make. That's why it's really, really easy to take the same rigging and reskin it. So my issue is that each and every single rigging is the baseline model, and then they've just changed the shiny paint of coat on the outside, right? What I'm trying to explain to you in very many words, riggers are fucking expensive, man. They will destroy your wallet if you're making an MMO. I'm just saying, they'll steal from you. Riggers will take you out and you won't even know it. That's why, generally speaking, in any video game out there, there's like one rigger and a bunch of people doing 3D models that are then attached to the one rigger who's the king rigger who controls everyone else. Decisions that are being made here. I've said this before, but in 2012 they did this.
Yeah, that's a veteran. Like this is like a 1 to 5 man thing. Yeah, there is a jungle worm boss in the game.
There's a jungle worm boss. I show it later. This was not the jungle worm boss that I originally encountered, and I fucked up because I thought it was, and it wasn't this one. There's a much bigger, scarier one that looks exactly like this. It's just larger.
Which is a massive version of that, which means his argument can still be relevant. But
I'm glad he got that.
Amazing job.
Yeah, I'm glad he got that, because I did actually fuck up. I was meant to get clips of the other one, but I couldn't find it.
With all the variety of the biomes, the landscapes, and the world building, and then they just fell flat on their face, reskinning and rescaling the exact same mob over and over again. And I can already hear some of the Guild Worms 2 veterans screeching at me from their chairs right now. Let me cook. A common complaint you might hear from some of the people running through the base game of Guild Wars 2.
There's also the Triple Trouble event, yeah.
Is that most of the mobs are just a flat-out repetition that have just been shifted from one biome to another and used ad nauseum. And that
personally, the only expansion where I had much of a complaint about that was Secrets of the Obscure. In Soto, a lot of the mobs were based...
Counterpoint, base game, mowers. Mowers are the exact same model everywhere you go with a different color scheme on it. You're telling me that fucking ostriches, fantasy ostriches, exist in the goddamn snow? They exist up trees, they exist in caves. Mowers are goddamn everywhere in this fucking game. I can't think of a biome that I went to that I didn't encounter mowers. It was devastating.
Basically reusing the wireframes. Now, I say the frames. Like, there was a demon, and you could really tell that was a frog before. And
Are you a good cook? No, but I can do a goddamn good gammon. That's what I learned. It took me 8 years to get it right.
It's a demon now, and it's like, this is the frog from Heart of Thorns. There was a lot of those. But honestly, like, it doesn't really bother me that there is an ice worm and a jungle worm. Like,
that's not what bothers me. It doesn't bother me that there's an ice worm and a jungle worm. It bothers me that they overused the shit out of the ice worm and the jungle worm when they could have had a sparser mob density but a higher mob variety. If that makes sense.
It's not unheard of to have the same type of monster in multiple places, and then they evolve slightly differently, stuff like that.
Yeah, but they didn't evolve slightly differently. The mowers are the fucking same. Even those little scorpion things that the goddamn Char keep as pets. The double-tailed scorpions, I can't remember what they're called. They are the fucking same. They didn't evolve differently. They are the same fucking model. Everywhere. The Devourers, yeah. Mowers are just dodos. No, they're ostriches. They're literally ostriches. With toes. Wait, no, ostriches have toes. I don't know why I thought they didn't. But they are the same model that hasn't evolved differently. right? But the primary issue I have is the overuse of the rigging behind the model and not the model itself.
So that doesn't, I don't think that bothers me much in the early game.
This was done because the devs just had a limited set of character assets and mobs to work with. But
this is important. This, what I'm saying here, is important.
Not strictly true. You can't look at something like this that's been used so sparingly and say it's the same as this, which has been used wherever possible. What makes this specific issue about the base game so confusing is that it's not like they haven't actually designed a wide variety of mobs for them to use and sprinkle throughout the world wherever they feel like. It's just that they didn't bother using any of the really good ones most of the time in any significant way at all.
And it's not even like different biomes. So you see, that's what I mean, right? They actually have a massive variety of mobs in the base game. I actually went through the list of all of them, and I was like, holy fucking shit. How did I not see half of these? And I uncovered the whole map. I took a character on my alt account, and I just went through the whole map, and I didn't recognize like maybe 30% of what I was seeing on that list, because there are very unique and special mobs, like the Etten, for example, that are just not used that much. And the problem is that they could use the Etten more and still keep it as a special encounter, as opposed to something like, here's your 2500th mower. And Shielder, it doesn't matter that they have this different abilities, they all have the same animations. And for the rigging, right? For each different species, Fern, they have to have a different rigging, which means they did have the variety in the rigging. It's just they kept fucking using mowers everywhere. They kept using worms everywhere. They kept using these fucking grubs everywhere. It's the same rigging.
Level 2, dude, I've seen this meme before, yeah. In some zones, you're
yes, they do. Ettins share the rigging with undead brutes, and it works. Like you'll see later, I actually show an undead brute, and that's the point I'm making, is that they exist, they can share that rigging, and still be awesome. But they just don't do that.
Fighting the same thing all the way to max level.
Contain different mobs. And to make my point,
that jungle is green, but this snow is white. And
oh my god. Yeah, I did say the thing about the ice cream.
As for this one...
Okay, wait. This is a different... Okay, this...
Different skins, same rigging. Same model. Exact same model. It's just the rigging is different. I mean, it's just the skin that's different. But this is technically the same worm you've been fighting the whole time. Hence why I made that meme earlier.
Ghost worm, I guess, uses the same frame, but the model is different.
Same
like,
rigging.
Look, it has like
3D modeling on the outside is really easy. Rigging is expensive. But the problem is if you use the same rig and it's the same thing. It's the same worm. Sure, it looks a little bit different, but it's the same worm on the inside. It's like I say this when it comes to, like, you know, when young men ask me dating advice, right? About girls, right? They generally like, how do I get this girl to like me, blah, 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 all of that. And the only real thing I can say to them is, well, does she have 2 tits? Then she says the same as all the others, so you might as well have at it. It's the same rig.
Exposed, like that's an undead one. So like this one has scales. This one and the green one are the same. They're just recolors. But this one is a different model. But it's a worm also, so it has similarity to other worms.
And as for this one,
just credit where it's due.
And it probably needs a course of antibiotics.
You could theoretically make the argument about rarities of certain mobs and why they exist in the manner that they do, but that very willfully neglects the concept of over and underuse. There's a difference between being that is underuse. This is the case of underuse. This rigging right here is underused. They could have had like 4 different skins for the same rigging here, but they didn't. You have the Etten, you have the Brute. They could have done a lot more with this rigging that was probably a fucking nightmare to put together, and they just dropped it. They just dropped the concept of this. Airing and being repetitious. But I digress. Clunking my...
I mean, like, he says that, And he's at the same time, he's showing this giant abomination thing.
That's the
and
point.
I can only think of a couple of spaces in the game where you see this thing.
Exactly. Exactly. You are woefully neglecting the cases of over and underuse. Mowers, overused. Brutes and Ettins, underused. Those weird fucking tree things, underused. Worms, way overused.
So, like, you don't see this often.
Exactly. But I don't
know, maybe he's saying you should see it more. I'm not sure.
Digress. Clunking my way through the levels at this stage was taking me longer than I expected, but again, seeing my plight, the players of Guild Wars 2 swooped in to save the day, and ensure that it's not taking me several more weeks of unoptimized, non-boosty gameplay to reach my goal. My interest in the world boss had been noted, and so I'm dragged off to fight a much better looking one. This one looks like an actual
Shadow Behemoth.
This is one of the few models that pissed me the fuck off. Do you know why? Because they could have made every other model that good. If they can do that, it proves to me that they have the capability of doing it. You know how, like, you don't expect the kid in a wheelchair to be able to do hurdles. But if he does, you're like, holy fucking shit, dude. You need to be in Cirque du Soleil now. Right? But then he goes and wastes his potential and is like, I want to be a, I don't know, I want to be a Transformer. Autobots roll out. You know, he's wasting his potential if he's in a wheelchair and he can do hurdles.
Okay, real quick, before we even watch this, Shadow Behemoth was actually my first world boss. It is in the human newbie zone, and every hour or two,
every 2 hours,
this thing appears.
And is far more unique than some of the others I spotted.
Gigantic monster. And it was a very memorable experience, because when I first saw this, it was like there was level 8 people and level 80 people side by side fighting for their life. Honestly, though, it's a simple fight, because you're going to have brand new people fighting this at low levels. It's a simple fight. The most dangerous thing is you're fighting him in shallow water. So occasionally these like void puddles appear, and they are the most painful thing in the fight, and they can be hard to see under the surface of the shallow.
I don't know, my eyesight's dog shit, and even I could see that. I feel like that's a little bit of cope. I feel like, man, if I can see that with my shitty eyeballs, I feel like anyone can see that those puddles on the ground. I mean, honestly, I think the Guild Wars 2 team disappoints me more because they show me they have such high potential and then they never live up to it. The key indicators, like the ground indicators of what's going to happen underneath you, are so goddamn good. I don't know how anyone could miss them.
Shallow water, and some people will stand in them until they die. That's honestly the most dangerous thing here.
Exploring. And it's one of those bosses that's so big, it's got multiple target points for one health bar.
Yeah, you can hit it in the face or in the left hand or the right hand and damage the same health bar.
Finally, some tasty f***ing leveling content. This is what I'm talking about. This is what makes the base game.
I suppose if you're like, you're playing Guild Wars 2 on your second monitor and then jacking off on your primary monitor to like whatever fucked up thing you found on Twitter, it kind of makes sense that you might miss some of the indicators, so maybe I do need to take that back. This is MMO players we're talking about here. I've seen, like, I raided Ulduar, I raided in Wrath, I raided Molten Core. I saw some of the dumbest shit known to mankind, so yeah, okay, maybe I'm just being like, maybe I'm being a little bit elitist here.
Game worth it. It's moments like these that you just can't get anything better.
You know what's a good comparison is a normal human being can probably do the jumping puzzles in Guild Wars 2, and I'm just mentally retarded. Like, my IQ becomes single digits when I see a jumping puzzle in this game. So maybe it's like that for them.
And it's a giant loot pinata.
Turns out the player base of Gender Whipping 2 beat the shit out of this. You know my problem is with this video? Is I need to speak faster. I'm speaking way too slow. Mob on such a regular basis that we probably need a petition to change its name to 1950s
Oh my god.
Housewife. Once again, I love how he paused on it. It's amazing that he paused on it. And I've been hit by the Guild Wars 2 patented cognitive dissonance.
Okay. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, people have been fighting this world boss in a level 1 zone for 10 years. Yes, that one does get spanked pretty quickly. It's not gonna fail.
Big scary shadow monster isn't actually a threat. He's handing out participation trophies while fighting the...
Honestly, straight up, the first time I did this boss, it didn't feel like a fight. It's like... Man, it's like you're an American police officer and your buddies dragged you off to find the biggest, blackest one out there that you can find that's getting a little bit uppity, and you're all gonna have a great time beating the shit out of him. And you're not gonna tell the staff sergeant you did it. That's what it feels like. And every time he says, I'm not resisting, you just say, stop resisting and keep going. Like, I mean, first time I played this boss, it was not a battle.
The shot behemoth, I didn't even see a single person come close to death. It's quite literally a thing that
I have. People will stand in those dumb circles a lot, but anyone paying attention doesn't die.
Exists in-game for people to use and abuse for loot at a quite regular frequency.
Yep, like I said, every 2 hours.
But hey, who am I to complain at this point? It did bump me an entire 6 levels, and now I can get back to the main story.
Hold on, his character's a salad. Who is this guy that looks just like him? Did one of his views...
Fuck! God damn it! No, he recognized that too fast. I thought I got away with it because he didn't recognize it in the first clip. Fuck me. Oh god. Yet the worst part is I think this character might actually have a better hairline than me. God damn it. Fuck. Oh, that hurts. That stings. That stings.
Viewers make a human balding engineer that looks like Rose and follow him around.
At this point, it did bump me an entire 6 levels, and now I can get back.
Wait, 6 levels?
Yes. And I only realized this later when I was doing this boss again with other characters. It bumped me 6 levels because of the adventure guide. That's the sticky tape, the flex seal that they slapped on the leaking leveling system. I only realized that later. That's why when I did this again later with other characters and I'd already completed the adventure guide, I think this is why it works like this. I only got 2 levels, not 6.
Huh?
Hey, who am I to complain at this point? It did bump me.
No, don't go back to...
How did you... Hold on. All right, I'm looking at the bottom left. He's level 68 right now. Can I see what level he was during the fight?
On a regular basis, that we probably need a petition to change it. What
do you mean
bump
6
me an
levels?
entire 6 levels, and now I can get back to the main...
I think I got to like level 68, and I was level 62 when I started this fight. I can't remember.
In story quest line, all without break.
He probably completed a tier 1 event. It's from the adventure guide. That is crazy. I had no idea you could get 6 levels from this. He does have a bunch of adventure guide stuff popping up at the bottom right side, yeah.
Yep.
Breaking my rules of level boosting. My self-imposed exile has come to an end. The Vigil is calling upon us once more, and in the spirit of cooperation against Tyria's greatest threat, all the equal race representatives of the world and Wanasura are gathered.
Don't look at me like that. I'm right. It's not my fault, okay? It's not my fault. I'm correct all the time, okay? It just happens.
Gathered under one banner to figure out what needs to happen next. I left a misunderstood villain. I return a redeemed hero, ready to dedicate myself to the dragon-slaying cause.
So, the Great Council decided that it's super important that I investigate the sewers. The game is making me dig through literal digital shit for my...
I can't actually believe the game makes you dig through digital shit for your next story. Like, I fucking saw that and I'm like, holy fucking shit. This is like Rathian being defeated by a rock in WoW. I can't believe they make you dig through shit for your main questline story. And every character who goes through the Vigil questline has to dig through the shit. There's no way around this one.
Next piece of story questing lore. How incredibly self-aware.
What's different now, though, is that unlike the early game quests, this is directly relevant to the larger world and story that's happening around us. What we've lost in substandard personal story.
Rose, since you mentioned recently in this video that you never pay attention to your 6 through 0 buttons, and you recently discovered the flamethrower kit, I know you tried the grenade kit out in PvP, and you hated it because you constantly would throw and miss. I'm not great with it against...
Grenades suck. Worst ability ever. Especially if you're playing on a ping above 5. Fuck grenades. I will never... Like, I have not hit a single grenade in like, PvP. I must have played, like, 50 matches. Throwing grenades and not hitting a single goddamn one. Jesus Christ. The wind-up is so bad. I'm so fucking bad with grenades. It's so fucking bad. I need an ability that lets me Harvey Weinstein my target. Oh, no, sorry. He begged for sex. I mean, I need a Bill Cosby ability that holds my target down for like a good 30 seconds for me to hit a grenade on them.
Human targets either, because they're slippery. Underwater, though, grenade kit is amazing. If you haven't tried it, grenade kit locks for some reason underwater. The grenades lock.
Now you fucking tell me. Now you tell me. God damn it. Ah, fuck. Now I find out. Yeah, you know what? I figured out like later that you can't use the flamethrower underwater, and that there are certain abilities that change when you're underwater, especially like if you're playing like an elementalist and you're shooting fire. They changed the animation entirely, which I think is fucking awesome. I think Guild Wars 2 has the highest potential underwater combat system that has the least output. So the highest potential, but the worst outcome because they just abandoned the system. But god damn it, I wish I tried grenades underwater. Maybe I'll do that at some point.
On target. So they like you could just hit one and they'll auto and they'll go on their own underwater. It's amazing.
Why would a flamethrower work underwater? Because I wanted to. God damn it, that's why, Philip. But yeah, no, it's I think the logical path of them following it and saying, no, we're not going to let you use the flamethrower underwater makes perfect sense. Right? But then let me change it out for fucking electricity or something. I don't know. God damn it. You did it with a bunch of other weapons and then you made them awesome. And then you fuck up my favorite one. What the fuck?
Amazing weapon underwater if you haven't tried it.
Storytelling is hopefully being made up for in larger overarching world story. And there's no having a...
And you don't have to go tap on the one button underwater like you do on land with grenades.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck me. You're telling me that grenades are actually based underwater? Oh, fuck me. They fixed grenades for underwater, but when you're above ground, fuck you, dude. Oh, god damn. God damn. I kind of like that. I kind of like that grenades are shitty above ground, but I've never tried them underwater. I'll have to see how good they are one day.
Story in Guild Wars 2 without roping in Lion's Arch again. Look, I know I said before that this city only exists to play Fashion Wars 2 and for a convenient trading post, but story...
Yeah, it's this... this guy's cosplaying the dude from the World of Warcraft episode of South Park.
No, he's not. He's not cosplaying it. That guy just shit himself in his chair in that scene. This guy took a fat shit while playing WoW, and he just left himself there.
Yeah, Lion's Arch is the capital of capitals. Like, there's a capital for each, like, there's races area. Like Divinity's Reach is the humans, and Radasum for the Asura, and etc. And then Lion's Arch was the original capital of the capitals. Like, it's a neutral town for all 5 races to meet up.
Story-wise, at least, this is more than just a place for hairy, underdressed men to show off the skin-tight pants on their female characters. This city is basically the only neutral ground we've seen in the game. And it's also...
It's pretty racist that they made it Lion's Arch, you know. There's obviously Char supremacy. And you know what? I'm kind of here for it. I'm not a furry, but at least the Char looked cool. At least they didn't call it Midget's Arch. And then there's a bunch of fucking Asura running around like they own the place. Anything that's not named after the Asura, fine. Great. I'm okay with that. I mean, if you think about Ratasum, the main city of the Asura, it's a fucking Rubik's Cube. They couldn't even solve their own goddamn Rubik's Cube, and then
inserting their problems on the rest of the world. Go home, lock yourselves in your goddamn main city and solve your Rubik's Cube first, and then maybe we can talk once you figure that shit out. A fantastic place to be around other players if you have a time machine and can go back to
Unregistered hypercamp?
Yeah. 2013. And just like the modern player base, we don't care about Lion's Arch. We care about the little attached to it known as
come
Claw
on,
Island.
I said Dingleberry, that's not that bad.
And on Claw
Maybe a little bleep.
Island is a fortress that I definitely didn't forget the name of, which was built in the hopes of preventing enemies from getting close enough to Lion's Arch to reenact Pearl Harbor. Now, being the world's best 5D chess player.
All right, he jokingly said reenact Pearl Harbor. Real quick though, he's not actually far off in terms of the lore of the game.
Yeah. I'm not far off because I actually know the lore of the game. I'm not kidding. I'll tell you why though. Like maybe I'm revealing too much here from a military perspective of my background, but I'm not breaking any NDAs when talking about this. Placing all your highest artillery in one singular spot is the dumbest fucking idea that any military can ever do. Because if you think about it, if you've got an island, if you've got a coastal area you want to protect, and your solution is let's go build an island ahead of the coastal area, that way anything that comes near the coastal area, we can just attack using the island, right? That's the dumbest shit ever, because all you need to do is either go around the island to never deal with all the heavy artillery, and when you get into the main city, they can't use the heavy artillery on you, because guess what? They'll be bombing their own fucking city. Or you just bomb the shit out of the fucking place that's got all the artillery, and then everyone forever is fucked, always. Genuinely speaking, from a logical perspective, the, hold on. I thought I heard one of my dogs barking. No, from a logical perspective, if the undead army of Zitan beat the fucking brakes off of Claw Island, the place with the best military ever, I'm sorry, but Lion's Arch should be gone. Lion's Arch should be royally fucked. Lion's Arch is the kindergarten, and the pit bull just arrived. If they can get their way through Claw Island with all its defenses and overtake that goddamn place, why the fuck does Lion's Arch? Why is Lion's Arch able to push them away? Makes no sense. Not only that, but the undead in Guild Wars 2 prove that they have some degree of intelligence, which means if they've now overtaken the fucking island with all the best artillery equipment ever, they just turn that shit on Lion's Arch and just, you know, turn it into rubble. Turn it into dust on the top of a table.
For those who don't know,
Makes no
really
sense.
quickly, in the Guild Wars 2 novels, which I highly recommend. Hold on a second. Which one
Oh shit,
was
he's
it?
pulling
Sea
out
of
books.
Sorrows. It was this one. Guild Wars 2 Sea of Sorrows.
Yeah, he's recommending books. Come on, these are MMO players. We can't read.
In this book, there is Lion's Arch 1.0, all right? And it is a lot closer to the shoreline, further out toward the ocean a little bit. And Zitan wakes up. He's a big boy. He gets out of the water, and like a big fella doing a cannonball, it makes a huge tidal wave. And that tidal wave, it wipes Lion's Arch off the map. It just destroys Lion's Arch 1.0.
Yep.
So they rebuilt Lion's Arch 2.0.
Hey, you know what's a really cool idea? The place that faces natural disasters because of giant dragons. Don't move it somewhere else where he can't get it. Just rebuild it exactly where it is. That way he knows exactly where to attack. Really good idea.
2.0, further inland in that cove that it's in, and the people.
By the way, I figured this out. I don't know. This is probably common knowledge because this game's ancient. One of my characters, I was like running along the coastline by the lobster in Lion's Arch, and I went into the water. And if you go under, like if you swim underwater and you just do a little bit of exploring, you can actually see the previously fucked up Lion's Arch. I thought that was pretty cool. I'm glad that they left that in game and it wasn't just sand at the bottom.
People that made it, who were pirates, decided, what are we going to do about these dead ships, which are those skeletal ships? Basically, anytime a ship would go out to sea, if Zitan zombies took it over, it became what they called the dead ships. Anytime, and the dead ships were a problem. So they made a fortress out in front of Lion's Arch 2.0, which was Claw Island, and
that way there's a giant bullseye that they can aim for.
They manned the hell out of it, like, you know, cannons and batteries and all kinds of stuff. And they got a lot of kickback from the other people. They're like, you're wasting our tax-paying money making this super fort out front. This is stupid. Ended up not being...
It is fucking stupid. But because of plot reasons, they're going to be like, actually, it worked out really well. You know what Claw Island is? Claw Island is Rey from Star Wars. That's what it is.
And too stupid later on. However, that was all part of the story. The whole point of Claw Island was to keep Lion's Arch 2.0 safe from the dead ships that were, controlled by Zitan.
Yeah. Has realized something that
Lion's Arch 2.0 was destroyed in Living World Season 1, but that's a different story.
The defenders of Lion's Arch have not. If you can't Pearl Harbor your original target, then why not Pearl Harbor the of
also,
Lion's
really quick,
Arch have
hold
not?
on.
If you can't
if you're new to the game, swim in this water right here and go down to the bottom, and you'll see the ruins of Lion's Arch.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. I was here in this lobster and I fell off. And I was like, oh shit, there's actually stuff in the water. I'm really glad that they didn't just leave like shitty sand here that they thought no one was going to see.
Arch 1.0 from the books. It's pretty cool.
Pearl Harbor your original target, then why not Pearl Harbor the thing that's preventing you from doing that?
Oh my god.
See? Just blow the fucking one dot off the map and everything else is fucked. Checkmate, theologists. There is no God, because I see no intelligent design here. Look, all of... And I bet the Asura were responsible for making this decision.
What I'm saying here is not too important. I'm just trying to give you some context. What really matters at this stage is that the game is finally giving us something memorable to play our way through.
An awesome siege that actually feels like it has weight and impact on the world. The first undead attack launched against us is small, probing, and only enough to shut down the nude beach. Not really a big loss because I saw no female Norn lying on it. The dragon is testing us for weakness. He might not be a mystery to us at this stage, but we are definitely still a mystery to him. And the game appears to be hinting that he's trying to figure out if we even have a counter to anything he would do to us. And unfortunately, see, now that's foreshadowing. I thought this was actually brilliant, and this is what pissed me off about the rest of the base game story, is they're like the section here, the siege section where we lose Claw Island is so fucking good. It's so neat and tight, and the way that Zitan first attacks, even though he didn't put any Japanese people in a plane and fly them into Claw Island, and he like went for the naval approach, is so fucking logical. It's like, let me poke and prod at the defenses. Let me see if they have anything that's going to wipe out my army before I even get there. Right? It was so good. It proved, like, I'm sure that whoever, like, wrote this section about Claw Island and the fortress on it, I'm sure it wasn't the main guy. I think it was, like, the janitor who had, like, what's that fucking movie? A Beautiful Mind? Where he just like walked up to the whiteboard, saw this retarded shit, rubbed it out with his hand, like redid it himself, and then like ran away before anyone knew. So what's up, Echo Lotus? Happy New Year as well. We don't. And so in a shocking twist, the undead do what's most logical and immediately throw everything they have at us, sparking a full-scale battle in the process.
In this case, yeah. So, obviously in the game, the dead ships all have a very similar, if not the same model. I think there might be...
Did you hear that?
Dead
a
ships.
Full-scale battle in the process.
In this case, yeah. So, obviously in the game, the dead ships all have a very similar, if not the same model. I think there might... Obviously in the game, the dead ships all have a very similar, if not the same model. I think they're...
I'm sorry. What the fuck did I say earlier? What was that point I made before this one? about reuse of the same shit over and over again? Magically, the guy with the infinite undead army, all the ships just look standardized like a fucking Funko Pop.
Got you. I got you. I got you. I got you with your own point, Muckluck. I got you. Yeah, character models? Yeah. Guess what's a character model? That's that ship that we see a million times. I got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
There might be like 2 different models, but in the books they came
No,
up.
there's one. There's not 2. There's one, as far as I've seen. Maybe there's a different one. I haven't seen the other one, if there's 2.
All shapes and sizes, because it would just be like an undead version of whatever was lost at sea. It could be anything from massive like frigates or trading ships or small boats, whatever. You know, any ship that was lost at sea, anyone who was killed on them would they'd taken over.
Yes. Everyone here is fighting. That would be so much cooler than just seeing the singular model in the game. But I understand why that's unreasonable to expect from a video game, because from a budget perspective, that would be fucking insane to try and put in a game. And for their lives, the
Jet
music
skis.
makes the
Yes, the Asuran jet skis also.
tension palpable. Every moment that passes, the battle sways in one direction or another. We battle our way through a wide variety of undead that we've only ever seen in much smaller quantities than before this moment. And when we finally gain the upper hand by sinking the undead ship that's been the single cause for all this chaos, this happens.
That moment was so fucking cool. It's like this gigantic battle against one ship, and then there's like 27 of them that just pop out the water, and you're like, oh, we're fucked.
More dead
We have
ships!
severely underestimated our enemy, but through some combination of sheer, unbridled hubris under the leadership of an alcoholic
And plot armor. The only reason we didn't win right here is plot armor.
cat and our
I mean, they didn't win, is plot armor.
personal blend of protagonist syndrome, the defenders
Get in
of
there,
Claw
make it on
Island
you.
managed to hold their own, and once more we find ourselves lulled into
I
a
like how this NPC is talking and Rose is fighting for his life.
false sense of security, only for the
Yeah, I really love that. I really love when the NPCs are having a conversation while I'm getting the shit beaten out of me. Makes me feel right at home. It's like any bar you go into in South Africa. People will be having a conversation about how they might not love their wife anymore, and the guy in the booth behind you is having a fist fight.
this to happen.
Keep your courage up.
You may notice that this dragon bears a
It's tequila.
striking resemblance to a large piece of broccoli we defeated in the past a long time ago.
Oh, I'm very proud of him. He made that
Hey.
connection. Yes. When you make a
It was so obvious. It was so obvious. It was so obvious that Dragon Joe Biden was based off of this first one. That's got the same moves. It's got the same behavior. It was so good. Like, this is like one of the things that made Claw Island so goddamn good. Is that it had foreshadowing, it had angles, you knew where it was coming from, it was tied well into the story, it had all the right elements. And then you immediately go back to shitty story immediately after this. Breaks my fucking heart. Like, if the story was dog shit from the start to the end, I would be like, okay, it's fine. I understand that whoever wrote the story has brain damage. But the problem is every now and then it gets good. It's like, you can't get mad at the guy with no potential, but you can get mad at the guy who's got potential and never fucking lives up to it.
level 1 Sylvari, your tutorial is in the dream and you're seeing a vision of the future and it looks like this. And he made the connection.
Go. What a fantastic callback to the beginning of the game.
Actually, this is a different dragon, but you will meet him again. Okay, well, I mean, I saw the connection between those two. That's what I saw. That's what I assumed the game was trying to tell me.
When we were told that this exact thing was going to happen. And never before this moment would I have ever considered a monkeypox dragon with a vomit breath attack anything but a writer's personal fetish. But somehow, Guild Wars 2
I wonder if he takes my Chris Chan sex joke out.
made it work. This is pretty cool from both a foreshadowing perspective and the perspective of trying to make things feel as hopeless as possible.
After all the plot and compositional failures that we've seen from the Guild Wars 2 writing team so far, I didn't expect them to be able to pull something like this off, but they did. They pulled me off, and it felt great.
He left it in. Hey, don't blame me.
What's even more unexpected is that something interesting happens at the end of the story arc. We lose the battle. We lose Claw Island. Never before this moment has this game made me lose anything more but knowing that people unironically...
I didn't say dicky hard on, I fucking said erection. Come on. YouTube thought erection was fine. You can say erection on a platform with children under the age of 12. They're okay with that. Remember, pedophilia is acceptable on YouTube. Just don't say fuck, shit, ass, bitch, or cunt. Then you're okay.
Ox!
Enjoy playing Asura. The dragon...
It has nothing to do with that. I just like...
Hey, that's exactly what they say in the court of law as well. I promise, officer, I wasn't appearing at this lonely 12-year-old's house I was here for a cupcake. He's making excuses. And I'm sorry, but this is what's going through my head. This is exactly what is going through my fucking head when he's saying it's, oh, I just like the way they look.
Correct. Okay. All right. So, again, what brings you out here today?
Well, I was coming out here to...
Glasses off.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
That's what I'm hearing. Dr. Disrespect's another one, yeah.
Little dude, big hat. All right? Final Fantasy, Vigar, it's a fun trope. You're making it weird, Rose.
I'm not making it weird. The internet did that all on its own. How's about you have a seat right over there and we can talk about this? Would you like to sit down? I think you need a seat right over there. Wait, have a seat. Just take a seat. We can talk about this.
In a single attack, using one mini-me dragon and a few boats, has proven that fighting an unstoppable wave of undead head-on is not going to work. So we need a better plan than thinking we can just charge in and beat up the elderly. Other
Paul and Mike Tyson.
than that, and probably...
Also, I 100% believe the Mike Tyson fight with Jake Paul was rigged. That shit was so fucking... God damn. That was such a bad fight. Damn, I can't believe people paid money for it.
For plot reasons, all of us escape unharmed and in one piece. Well, hold on. Where's my...
That is not his name.
That is his
Moxie,
name.
bleep it.
Don't bleep out his name. It's his name. It's not my fault they called him Foreskin.
Son of Kern.
That was him that ran back through the door, wasn't it? Right. Fuck the story. I mean, why bother when they just keep on taking the most memorable...
I will say, chat. All right. My first time...
Wait. I want to see if he agrees with me. Is he about to say, I'm dead wrong, and that this is a heroic act that, you know, when you did like Tybalt or Foreskin or that other fucking one from the church of molesting children, when they run back there, it's such a heroic thing. He better not fucking say that. I'll be so goddamn mad if he says that.
I'm doing Claw Island. I joined the Order of Whispers. I had a pal. Most of you probably don't remember him. He was a minor character. His name was Tybalt.
Yeah,
Tybalt
probably.
was with me fighting for Claw Island. And when we were running out those doors, he goes, I'll hold them off. And I looked at Tybalt. And I looked at Tequila, that large dragon. And I looked at the 9,000 undead. And I looked at the 17 dead ships behind them. And I was like, Tybalt, you would not hold them off for 1 second.
Based. I'm so fucking thankful it's not just me. Oh my god, it feels like a weight off my nutsack. God damn. Oh, that's such a fucking relief to hear that. That was so fucking stupid. Any of the characters that are like, hey, let's stay behind and get fucking run over
Pre-watch. You think I have fucking time in my life to pre-watch shit, Devilus? Goddamn, I wish. I would be so much fucking better at this if I did. Oh, fuck, that's a relief. I was expecting to actually disagree with me and to say, no, this is like a heroic sacrifice and the characters actually did something. Fuck me. It was so fucking stupid. They ran in there to die for nothing. That was suicide. That was like suicide by cop. You know what's gonna happen when you reach for the gun. That's just the fucking dumbest shit ever. Tybalt, Foreskin, that other guy who molested kids from the I think it's the Priory. They should all be alive. They just fucking died for nothing. It's the dumbest death.
And he's like, bet. And he ran in, and he died immediately. And I was like, that was not courageous. That was incredibly stupid and served no purpose whatsoever. It was a pleasure knowing you, sir.
Literally the worst part about the Claw Island siege is this right here. It makes no fucking sense.
So, I agree with Rose's frustration here. That it served no purpose whatsoever having your bestie charge back in there and the door closed. But
Priory is a chick, actually, Plant Lady. I completely forgot about that super god. You're right, it is. Like, they were so unmemorable in comparison to Tybalt and Forgel. I completely forgot. But you're right. Fuck, that's how unmemorable they are. That's another problem, is so many of these characters just fucking fall over dead. And it's marked as a COVID death and you never hear about them again. But you're like, why should I give a fuck? You might as well have been a random child in Africa. I didn't know anything about you. You just died. Why should I care?
like, the door closes behind you, they got a dragon that steps over the door. This is an arch. This stops nothing. There was definitely a suspension of disbelief here.
Parts of literally, Super God, you could replace half of the Sylvari characters tomorrow. If there was an update tomorrow in Guild Wars 2, and they switched out half of the guild, like the Sylvari characters, with another half of the Sylvari characters, and you made me play through the base game story again, I probably wouldn't notice the difference. I'd be like, huh, this Falalane character who's sitting on the toilet reminds me of someone. Oh well, I must just be remembering wrong. Like, some of them are so fucking bland, I don't know why they exist. Let away. Time then to speedrun some filler. The next story arc revolves around taking back Claw Island. We didn't war crime. Like this scene right here. I actually forgot. I'm not kidding. Some filler. The next story. I actually forgot this entire time that Traherne actually talks directly to Almora. I've played through this segment of the story like 4 times. I don't fucking remember this. I have no memory of this because it was so dull. Arc revolves around taking back Claw Island. We didn't war crime hard enough when defending the fort, so we war crime twice as hard at lines. Dumbest fucking plot point ever. We've lost the most defensible position and somehow we win. Dumbest fucking plot point. Arch, when the undead arrive at the front door and win this time. It's now up to us to figure out how to kill the zombie dragon, or if that's even possible. And so who better to ask than our mom? And in typical woman fashion, instead of helping, she asks what my greatest weakness is.
That an innocent person who believed it.
Oh fuck, he started reading the text. I should have changed this text. I should have actually changed this text now that I think about it. I should have made, like, stupid little fucking things here. Ah, oh, damn it.
Me would die because I couldn't save them. I would fail so grievously that I would lose the respect of my comrades and be dishonored. One day, through my actions, I'd condemn someone to suffer in agony. Oh my god.
So she can store that information and weaponize it against us later, and sends us on a vision quest to Eastern Europe to witness the apocalyptic...
What, Eastern Europe?
Yep. Future of what happens when you're born as a Serbian. Our vision quest shows...
Oh my god, do I even want to know? What did that say?
Apocalyptic future of what... I'm starting to believe that Mukluk is not a very worldly man. He doesn't know of European memes. This is a foreign concept to the Americanese. All he's aware of is America. He's missing out. He needs to go one day look at all the Balkan memes that exist. He'll have the time of his goddamn life. happens when you're born as a Serbian.
I'm not gonna ask you again. How God's name did you know that I'm Serbian? I don't know anyone from Serbania. I can't say anything on this topic.
Our vision quest shows us both the horrors of the past.
It's the last word ever.
He's from Canada, so even worse. That's just America that hasn't become America yet. Didn't Trump say he's gonna go invade them? Come on, the 51st state. Don't worry, he'll be Americanese soon enough.
Saw your father walk down, his last words to me were, "Be right back, gonna get new books."
In the future, we're trying to prevent, and I shit you not, the game tells me that once upon a time, the Kang of Awe...
Noxie maybe just like...
Oh, come on!
Just like fast forward.
Oh, come on, he cut Sam Hyde out of my goddamn video. He just... I'm not kidding. Literally, we interact with one of the Ghost Kings of Awe, and he's like, "We was Kangs and shit. Then we was slaves." He literally says that to you in the fucking game.
Forward the last like 10-15 seconds.
Why are we trying to prevent this future again?
Once we snap back to reality...
I honestly feel like that was just a self-insert of Rose's fantasies. I don't know.
No, it's not. It's not a fucking self-insert. It's in the game. You go to the future, and your mom, the mother tree, tells you that she don't want to see no lesbian plant action. She's okay with the fucking eggplants smashing against each other, but she don't believe that two papayas are supposed to be in the same room together. We know that our mom is homophobic against lesbians, because she tells us that the worst possible future in existence is Fowlane and Keith hooking the fuck back up. Our mom literally looks us in the eye and says, I just don't think it's natural. when the first Sylvari came up, it was Adam and Eve, not Eve and some other bitch. She straight up tells you she don't want to see that lesbian shit in her household. You get the fuck out of this tree if you're doing this. And obviously Fowlane in this relationship was the more aggressive lesbian, so she got rid of that, and she was like, "Keith, you're gonna stop being this way. We're gonna take you to some like plant electroshock therapy and we'll fix you." That's exactly what our mom does. That's in the game. That's not me. That's not my fantasy. That's in the game. Our mom tells us the worst possible future is lesbian sex.
Oh, that any of that actually? Yeah, there were kings in Ore. That did happen. But the whole papayas thing, I don't recall any of that from the Vision Quest, but okay.
Only really one question on my mind. Mother, what the f did you put in those brownies? None of that information was applicable to our current problem. But I never get an answer because... got tired of waiting and attacked our home base of Vigil's Keep. And so now I need to rush over there. Damn, I really need to speed up the pace at which I speak in these videos. I think I could have gotten this video to be like 30 minutes long if I spoke faster. To save everyone. Not too big of a deal. I'm the protagonist after all. So I play a little catapult piano, win back our keep, and now it's time to go back to fighting over the same patch of dirt in the ocean that we already lost once. The return siege is almost as epic as...
So, that sounds stupid, but Claw Island is the only defensible position in front of Lion's Arch. If the enemy gets Claw...
So why would we be able to win it back? Why would we be able to win back Claw Island if it's the most defensible place and it's now in the hands of the enemy who has an undead army that just keeps getting the fuck back up after we knock it down? Pure plot contrivance. It's amazing, don't get me wrong. I like the story of taking it back. Sorry, I nearly vomited at thinking that, like, you know, the Guild Wars 2 devs were going to apply some logic with this. It's great. Taking back the island is great, but from a logic's perspective, no.
Island, they can stop.
I would argue that the zombies are dumb, but you're not wrong. Okay, so Super God, let's put it this way: the zombies are fucking stupid, but somehow they managed to win against us, who are apparently super geniuses, and somehow the fucking stupid people lose the second time. Zombies don't know how to work cannons. Then how the fuck do they know how to work catapults on ships that swim underwater and then appear like outside the fucking fort at the exact right time? But no, they can Pirates of the Caribbean our shit, but the second they get on land, they forget how to use their feet. It's plot contrivance. They needed to move the plot forward, and they didn't have a correct way to do it. They couldn't figure out a way to do this, and so they just push plot contrivance. It's controlled by the dragon. So what was the dragon AFK? Was Zitan taking a shit when we came back to get the fort? Like, what the fuck?
Stop all trade and just siege us out and just bleed you out. So it makes sense that they're trying very hard to get this back. Plus, it has all the cannons. All the guns that they've been investing in for years are on Claw Island.
Yeah, and now they should be under the control of the undead army that beat the brakes off of us. You know, when we had the cannons, now without the cannons, somehow we're gonna win? It's contrivance. 100% contrivance. I would need to see a seriously good explanation as to why we can somehow magically win when we're the underdog. When we were, like, we had the best position and we lost. The zombies are just puppets. Zoltan is doing everything. Yeah, but that's the point. It's like, what the fuck was the undead dragon doing? I was like, the one place that's super important for the enemy to hold on to that I've now taken over, BRB, I'm just gonna go take a fat shit. You know, dragons take 500 years to do that, so, all you undead shambling horrors, just don't let anything bad happen. Cool. See you later.
Lion's Arch does not have much defenses because Claw Island was the defenses.
The first time we were here, and we get to kill that dragon that kept vomiting at us like he just got done watching it. This time, we win back the island and everyone... He fucking skipped the Chris Chan sex joke. He fucking skipped it. God damn it, I knew he was gonna do that, motherfucker. Do you see, I know, because that's the face... That's the face of a man who just heard about Chris Chan. I know exactly why I put that in the video. Celebrates. But more important...
I don't like that. No, I don't like that.
More than just the Vigil and those two other useless organizations that have done nothing up until this point are now aware of...
What was that? His greed sickens me, he doesn't need 3 apples. That's a good...
This is what I mean. Priory, completely unmemorable. Vigil, based as fuck. Tybalt, comfortable second place.
Meme. That's a good meme.
Organizations that have done nothing...
Tybalt's overrated, by the way, but I can't blame anyone for liking him because at least you remember who the fuck he is.
Up until this point, are now aware of exactly how powerful the dragon is. I can only imagine what kind of abilities he would pull on us if we had to fight him directly.
Oh, I can't wait for this final fight. It's probably going to be so far beyond anything I can even imagine. I mean, just look at the army of undead we've already had to contend with. I'm really starting to think that this is just going to be the ultimate showcase of what Guild Wars 2 is capable of.
At this point, who really cares how discombobulated the story is? By the end of this all, we get to have the ultimate showdown with an undead, insane dragon.
Man, I gotta get better at using that shake effect because that was actually fucking trashed here.
Okay, enough with the mental session. Back to prep.
And now that I see it again, I need to get better at using that. God damn it!
For the flying undead apocalypse that's coming our way.
It falls to me now to try and handicap the flying nightmare lizard, all while making my...
Wait, okay, you told me to watch the chat. I'm watching the chat and his thing. Preach already did this, but I have watched 0 of Preach's videos on Guild Wars 2, specifically because I didn't want to copy him.
My allies as handy capable.
Wait. Destiny's Edge best attempt at being useful right now while the world burns. This has to be Logan because the foot.
Yeah.
That's Logan. That's Queen Jenna. That's Ritlock. That's Kaith. That's Air. That took me a second.
Hey, accurate to scale. It's not my fault. It's accurate to scale.
That's Air Stegauken. And that means the Dr. Disrespect being a gremlin over here is is the Asura.
Yep.
Oh my god.
And as we all know, just like Dr. Disrespect, all Asura are sex pests. Hold on. Well, the law answer is more resources. You had the Pact, so more soldiers, more specializations on Elder Dragons, more intelligence and more military. It's just that they could not really show that clear enough. Well, okay, Tyrion. You're telling me that while we were gathering this gigantic force and army that is meant to battle against the biggest artillery we've ever seen, Zitan decided to go AFK and not attack Lion's Arch, give us all the time in the world to prepare, get that army together, and come back and fuck his ass. Why the fuck would he not just run over Lion's Arch while we're trying to get our shit together? Makes zero sense, still.
Gosh.
All as possible. So I kill another necromancer that looks exactly the same as the last one. Oh, sure. I want to see, but if he got the FBI statistics joke, is he an enjoyer of the race memes, or does he blank out on this? I'm the problem because all the necromancers look the same. You know, despite being 13% of the undead, we do all of this so we can access his...
Oh, he got it. You see that face? He's a racial joke enjoyer, but he doesn't want to say anything because he knows he's going to get in trouble. He got it. That was the face of someone who knew exactly what I was doing when I was quoting fucking FBI statistics and calling the... and using the undead as a placeholder. He knew. He fucking knew.
His Gmail account and read the spicy conversations
Oh my god.
he's been having with his boss.
Do you even know what the legal definition of sexting is?
There's only...
Oh my god! Don't bring him into this.
Yeah, I'll bring him into this.
Oh, I'm tearing up. Oh, no.
Really 3 important story beats that happen in this next arc. First, we play a little Harriet Tubman and the Underwater Railroad. Free some slaves from the fish snake people who now have to pick their
That's admirable. Free them.
Underwater cotton, and discover that they've also been hiding a Dragon Ball that Zitan is allergic.
This is also such a weird fucking plot point. That the random fish snake people have the sea nutsack that Zitan doesn't want to touch because that's gay. It would be gay if balls touch, so Zitan don't want to be near the sea nutsack. It's so fucking strange that they just magically have this. Where did it come from? Who owned it previously? I can understand that a relic like this would exist because Zitan's been around forever and people have been looking for how to counteract him forever, right? But they really didn't explain this well. This could actually have been a purely logical thing, but they just refused to explain it whatsoever.
Second, we meet Norn Mommy 2.0 and Water Wings Mommy 1.0. And third, we fondle those balls off the fishmen and Norn Mommy 2.0 gets captured. Now
I just gotta say that like sea race of underwater woman, perfect design, beautiful, amazing.
Aside from the objectively correct decisions that Geisha Wars 2 is making right now by building us a personal harem, the story has once more become a mess, but a mess in a completely new way. All these quests actually are important, but they feel like chore work at best, and doing the dishes with a toilet brush.
10 points if you recognize whose sink that is.
Chat, I hope none of your kitchens look like this. Do not disappoint me.
At worst.
That is not my fucking sink. I've got a child and a wife. I will be abused to death if I leave my sink like that. That is the Nurgle's favorite follower, the great unclean one himself. That belongs to the Roach King, yeah. The Rat King. The god of filth, before he cleaned it up. That's Asmongold's sink. It's got a fucking spider in it. Imagine leaving your sink alone for so long it builds its own ecosystem. It's fucking amazing. I'm not even disgusted. I'm just impressed.
You'd think that if I, the obvious protagonist, is off doing all these little wacky side adventures, that everyone else has to be doing...
This was also really fucking stupid. This is why I put this clip in. Look at this shit. You are chasing this guy down and magically he's just invulnerable. He's just magically impervious to everything you're doing for no fucking reason at all. Just let me beat the shit out of him and move on.
Something way more important right now. But no, my character, non-consensually grabbing the balls off of a bunch of knockoff Naga like I'm a public school teacher, is the best hope Tyria has right now.
I mean, you're doing a very poor job of it.
Yeah, because
problem occurring here isn't a problem of quest lore importance, but rather quest scaling proportions. In the beginning of the game, we went from slaying a dragon to gardening, and now we're going from this awesome siege battle to just small-time fish molestation. But there is still something worthwhile.
I mean, it can't be all dragons all the time.
It doesn't have to be all dragons all the time, but it does have to show proportionate scaling. Why am I going from being able to be in an amazing fucking battle to battling like needing like 7 bullets to put down a fucking bug, like a worm on the ground? If you're going to power scale a character, if I can kill a dragon, you gotta give me a good fucking reason why a grub on the ground is gonna give me trouble later. Or you need to find some mechanism by which I'm powered down to a more reasonable level. But that never happens.
That does happen in this moment. I finally hit level 80, and I'm beginning to feel the end approaching.
That actually happened, by the way, during that quest while I was doing it. I was about to get to the end of this part of the quest, and the game just decided, fuck you. It just kicked me the fuck out, and I had to redo this quest.
Think about this dragon fight that's coming. It's actually got me...
Wait, is that Deathwing? That is Deathwing.
Yep, that's
reminiscing
Deathwing.
About the past a little bit. Once, not too long ago, in an MMO not too far away, I was robbed of a battle with the Grand Dragon.
I'm actually shocked that Noxie didn't cut this one out.
I mean, it's admirable to want to fight this person, okay? That's not even bad.
You know, I've never seen the clan throw hands before. I think these guys in these pointy hats, I don't think they could fight to save their life. They talk a lot of shit, but they don't do anything. I'd 1v1 these motherfuckers, and I'm a fat, lazy old man. I'd still probably win. I've never seen a clan member get in a fight and win. I think they all talk. Don't do the power down shit. Well, fell into that hole with all the borrowed power. Yeah, but okay, you're talking about the whole Azerite system. I'm more thinking about this as a temporary power up and then drop back down. Not here's a whole expansion where you power up and then we'll fuck you afterwards. Right? I'm like saying like, put something in the game that's like, okay, you're fighting this dragon, now use a bunch of cannons and shit, and oh, here's some very special, unique magic that we've been preparing for the last 3 weeks that's gonna like superpower you or supercharge you for the next 5 minutes. And then when this is over, you're back to being just you again. You're back to being Traherne's fucking sidekick.
One where I thought I would be with my friends, making this amazing memory, battling the one known as Deathwing, the mightiest of dragons of his time. And I'm sure you can...
Real quick for anyone not keeping up, he's talking about World of Warcraft. In
Yes.
World of Warcraft, there's a big dragon for each aspect. You could almost say element, but there's...
Let's see, there's Kalikos, blue, Nosdormu was time, I don't remember the rest right now off the top of my head. I just know that Alex Strasser was the plap get me pregnant aspect.
There's one for flames and like rebirth, and there's one for nature, and Deathwing is the one for...
Oh, then there was the one, the night elf one that was part of the dream as well. That was the green dragon.
For death and destruction and stuff like that. And he
Ysera,
was played up for many, many years, and this is the Deathwing battle. And there's different phases, one where you're like on the ground shooting up at him, one where you're basically on his back, and you've got to like hang on when he tries to do a barrel roll.
Dumbest fucking fight imaginable. I did this like 4 times. I was the main healer of this 4 times, so I had to watch this shit from a distance. Damn it, I was just fucking Sneeko in the chair watching this shit happen. It was so dumb.
The clan cannot fight. Look up the Lumbee Indians. The clan did a rally in North Carolina once, and the Lumbee Indians found out and showed up. The Lumbee absolutely wore the clan's ass out. The guy who organized that stupid rally literally ditched his wife and kids to go hide. I'm not surprised. I'm genuinely not surprised. If these people really wanted to show some fucking nutsack, they would be out there showing their faces. But no, they hide behind their little pointy hats.
And then you're like basically stabbing into his flesh and like lava elementals are coming out of him. But it's not what people expected. I believe that was called the Spine of Deathwing, and it's not what people expected for the dragon fight.
Can imagine. Yeah, it was so fucking stupid. You're not battling the dragon. You're literally popping syphilis bubbles on his back.
My disappointment when you find out that the first half of the fight is popping his syphilis bubbles and the second half is just...
I mean, it's an accurate description. It's gross, but that's an accurate description.
Trimming his toenails. And what made it feel so bad...
And that's the fucking fight. You're just attacking his toe. You are literally attacking his toe. And you do nothing. You do nothing until Green Jesus shows up and shoots piss at him. That is scary considering that hearing about Deathwing sounds like Dragonfall in Guild Wars 2, but Dragonfall was kind of fun. Yeah, Deathwing was such a mess.
Yeah, so you see right here, they're like, here's his claw, and they're all just beating on his toenail. Yeah, that's basically the fight.
Entire raid's contribution to the fight was essentially minimal from a narrative perspective because we were just a stand-in for Green Jesus and the Dragon Squad to show up and defeat him by just shooting a high-velocity piss beam in his direction. It's a good thing that Guild Wars 2 came out almost...
Yeah, so essentially you beat on his toenail for like, an hour, and then a video happens of Thrall that shows up and they just Kamehamehas him.
Yeah, there's two separate fights, and he doesn't Kamehameha him. So what happens is you fight on his back and do basically fucking nothing except cure him of an STD. Then Green Jesus shoots piss beam at him once. Then he goes to the ground. Then you punch his toenail a little bit. Then Green Jesus gives him the great suck, and he goes into the Dragon Soul. That's all that happens. You do nothing. You do nothing. Worst narrative perspective imaginable. I genuinely think that as bad as Zitan is, at least, he's not as bad as Deathwing's ultimate fight was, because Deathwing was amazing until the very end. Zitan has been built up to be, maybe it's going to be shit, maybe it's not, based on all the writing you've seen until you get to him. I'll be curious about how he feels about Dragon's Stand after he's done with it. Well, I suppose we'll find out one day.
An entire year after this raid occurred, because there's just no way that the devs didn't look at that and learn from that mistake. This fight just feels like it might be a...
That is genuinely how I felt after I found out that Cataclysm came out before Guild Wars 2. When I learned that, right, I was like, damn, I bet this is going to be so much of a better fight. This is what you're hearing here was my initial thought process behind it. Before I fought Zitan for the very first time.
Correction to the timeline.
Technically true, chat. We saw earlier on the...
You can just see a million different ways that this dragon battle could play out. But I need to stop speculating. I don't want to ruin the surprise. Let's for now just maintain a focus on all these little story beats that are preparing us for something that is obviously going to be of grand scale.
So we defend and re-establish another fort, which is far less... Wasn't there a second phase of Zitan data mined or something that they scrapped? Or did I miss Muck covering that? Well, if he covers it, like, I've got my own opinions on how they could fix the Zitan fight. I think I might have already told you them in the Discord, though. Interesting the third time round. And we try to rescue Norn Mommy 2.0, only to discover that in our absence, she's... Oh, come on! That was on Twitter. That image was on Twitter. Okay, then again, maybe that makes sense.
The clan are like pig-headed cops. They are hard until someone's proves to be harder. Then they go soft like a trans man without Viagra. Also, I have a newfound hatred towards Western feminism and the first world problems of virtue signalers. I'm in Panama right now. And now I'll just ask a bitch, do you have access to hot water? Yes. Okay, shut the fuck up, you useless whore. Your problem is a fucking nothing.
I feel like you've got some internalized anger about some of the women in America there, Jimmy.
It's been hitting the pipe real hard.
I'm sorry, Mr. 7 Foot Thickness, whose name I can't remember. But the game is quite literal.
Noxie, please just blow that up.
I had to Google her name. I've killed her 4 separate times. I still had to Google her name. It's Apatia.
Literally forcing me to kill you, and
you know what the dumbest part about this whole murder of Apatia is? Why the fuck does she get a funeral, but Fogel doesn't? Why does Fogel, the old man who's done so much, not get a funeral? But this random fucking one, like Norn, that if you choose, if you have a conversation, you have one conversation with an Asura, and if you choose the wrong dialogue option, you never learn about Apatia's existence at all. She never exists if you choose the wrong path on the dialogue tree. But somehow she gets a funeral. But Fogel? No.
Hold a funeral for you later.
I'm gonna be honest, it sounds bad because he said whose name I don't remember. I don't remember that character.
Yeah, it's not just me. It's not just me, even him. Even him. His main game is Guild Wars 2 and he can't even remember who this is.
Like, the part of the story he's doing, I played through 10 years ago. I don't recall the character he's talking about right now.
Yeah, but he remembers Tybalt. He remembers Foreskin, but not this one.
It's moments of sadness and loss like these that bring us together to fight under the same banner. Or at least that's what all the NPCs at this funeral that wasn't for told me I should be feeling at this point in time.
Appetite? No, I'm not.
God damn it, he keeps on censoring fucking Fogel's name.
Not hungry, thank you.
Problem that the game devs don't seem to realize is if the model on the character's legs are more well developed than the plot behind them, I just can't bring myself to care aside from maybe...
Listen, it's not a problem that she's bald. You take a plunger, you slap that on the back of her head and you got something to pull on. It's the same thing. You just go to town.
While the body's still warm.
What this all roughly translates to is the idea that we need to stop
Come on, that was a tame joke. Come on. I didn't even say any bad words there. I'll tell you a joke, right? Because I can make this much worse, right? Have you ever heard the joke? Yeah, I'll give you this joke. So, like, one day I was walking home and I found this homeless girl. She was absolutely filthy, right? She couldn't have been older than like 24. Looked like an absolute mess, and I just felt so sorry for her. So I took her home. You know, I started to clean her up and stuff. When she was in the bathtub, that, you know, things got a little bit heated, and then it started getting like a little bit sexual, you know. And man, at one point, I was fucking her so hard you'd think she was still alive. So yeah, I could get much worse. When I said at the beginning of the stream that this year I'm going to be infinitely worse and not as PG as I was before, I wasn't kidding. No, where's that fucking camera? God damn it. There we go. That's the right one.
Defending and take the fight to Zitan before he snatches up another piece of premium. And luckily for us, Blue Widowmaker has a plan. It's just too bad her plan is the exact same plan we've been perfecting up until this point in the MSQ.
Is a Widowmaker already blue?
Chasing.
Isn't she purple? Hold on. Looks purple to me. Oh, maybe there's something wrong with my eyeballs. That looks purple. That doesn't look blue.
chasing down MacGuffins. After spending enough time doing exactly that though, I do bump into some lore-relevant enemies worth murdering. They may have eluded me on first encounter, but what's important is that we finally found a way to start f***ing with Grandpa Zitan's oxygen tank. And shockingly, it turns out that he has the exact same weakness as every other person in the retirement village. His soft, squishy eyes and his moist little mouth. As is convention in any form of self- There's a word for like people who like can shoot spit like that out their mouth, and I had to learn that word in order to find that clip. And you know what the worst part is? I've forgotten what that word is. Not projectile vomiting. That's what you do when you play an Asura and you see them start to unequip their pants. God, I knew the word and then I forgot it. It starts with a G. Oh well, I've forgotten. It's probably for the best that I've forgotten.
No, Noxy, you heard him all, whatever that was.
After his eye by baiting it.
Okay, yeah, no. There's a monster called the Eye of Zitan.
Yeah.
And anything it sees goes to Zitan. And there's a monster called the Mouth of Zitan, and anything it consumes nourishes Zitan.
Yeah, because they decided to, to rip off the Lord of the Rings with, the Mouth of Sauron and shit.
Zitan. So he's talking about those two. I don't know what that...
God damn it, you had to remind me. Kanzuka, you're right. It's gleek. It's gleeking. Fuck, what? I don't know why. That creeps me the fuck out. That's such a strange fucking word. God damn it.
The heck we just saw a second ago.
That one mirror. I was part of that one quest line that no one remembers or cares about.
I don't
Unfortunately, our trap becomes... Yep. You know what? If you watch the first two videos where I allude to that quest line and you completely forgot, I don't blame you. What a dumb, boring questline that was. His trap, and he gets the mirror to teleport us to the worst place imaginable.
I saw Germany. What? Germany again, but this time Angela's private basement. I don't know who that is.
This trap house.
Angela Merkel, come on. She was the Prime Minister of Germany or something. She was very famously well known for being anti-German to the point that if she was, Vice-Chancellor or Chancellor or something like that, she was so anti-German that if she was ever in a picture with the German flag behind her, she would actively grab the German flag and move it out of the frame because she didn't want to be pictured. Not the one with the swastika, the actual German flag. She was like insanely anti-German. It was nuts watching her. Also, I make a lot of German jokes in my video because the second largest audience I have comes out of Germany, which I think I'm kind of an outlet for all the jokes they can't make without getting arrested.
However, is only a delay tactic, because if you were to try and fight a flamethrower with your eyeballs, guess who wins?
Now all we need to do is just extract some usable information from the... Oh.
It's a good thing that Gore Wars 2 is filled with all this magic and shit, or we'd really be in trouble right about now. As far as I understand it, in this magical world, we can still extract information from the body by reviving it just a little, and through the magical art known as terrorist interrogation.
Did he spot it?
Standardized Asuran magic.
Where we...
Fun fact, I didn't do that on purpose, and then when I rewatched it and realized I fucked up the spelling, I was like, you know what, I'm going to leave that there because I'm willing to bet no one's going to notice. I was like, let's see if anyone noticed. I'm shocked that he did. But I suppose it had to do with an Asura, and you know how it is. Whenever there's someone who's just, obsessed with miniature people, underage, small miniature people, they notice everything. They notice all the little details. Like their age. And the fact that their parents aren't present currently. Stuff like that.
We hook a live car battery up to its nuts, we can get it to tell us exactly what we want to hear.
My original clip for this wasn't like a little bit more hardcore than this. It was the clip of those court-martialed soldiers from the US who were having the time of their life, torturing the shit out of these people on Guantanamo Bay. And yeah, YouTube didn't let me
I wonder why, but YouTube just really didn't like it that I put that there. After a few short rounds of not neglecting the ball, we find out exactly where Zitan's mouth has been hiding, and it's being put to work how you'd expect. So we meet up with an even newer non-mommy 3.0 who seems to specialize in the proper application of skin-tight yoga pants and get ready to attack.
Hey, do you know what I think would be a really great idea right about?
This is the dumb, again, these fucking retarded plot points. Why are we sending them in alone to die? We're in enemy territory. We are in awe. Imagine being a US soldier going into Afghanistan and you're like, you know what, we're going to send 3 guys into that village instead of, yo, Obama, ring ring, is that you? Drone strike, please. Yeah, I know it's a hospital full of children. Drone strike that shit. We know you get off on it. Like, come on. This again is one of the dumbest plot points. Why the fuck are they going in there in enemy territory? We could just run through that shit and be done with it.
No.
And we wouldn't lose Cheeks.
Is if we sent Cheeks and a teeny tiny squad into that mansion all alone instead of all just barging in there and making Ruby Ridge look like a fucking joke. What's that? Devs read my mind. I expected nothing less.
At this point, it still fucking upsets my autism that they did this with this. They could have just run us all in at the same time. It was so stupid. I could tell you how good this mansion invasion section is. How neat, clean. And here's the worst part is this mansion section is good. But the underlying, like, plot path is retarded. And tight it all feels, as we're pulled into the zone of polite insanity, where everyone is acting like the outside world doesn't exist, where everything we're seeing is in the suspended state of reality. Ruby Ridge? You don't know Ruby Ridge, El Cieldo? Oh man, you got some Googling to do. With a light illusion cast over it, and whenever we break that illusion, we discover that everyone is actually an undead monstrosity being puppeteered by a discount magician. But instead, I just can't help but notice that this segment of the game is still bangable. Yet another moment where we lose one of our most valuable in-game assets.
I have a question. For God.
Keeps happening.
Why?
It keeps happening. They keep fucking killing the Norn. They keep doing it. The whole time through the base game, they keep killing them. Why? God, kill some Asura, but either please. Way, with the death of Snoo Mountain 3.0, we trade
Snoo Mountain 3.0
evenly and take out the mouth of Zitan. This is the turning point moment for my character. And the moment, you see, I lied there. We didn't trade evenly. We didn't trade evenly. I'd rather have our Norn back alive. We didn't trade evenly. That was a loss. I lied there. I didn't catch that. We didn't trade evenly at all. Where the war against the undead really kicks off. We are no longer a joke to the flying disease crocodile who'd been patient. I love the scene where Zitan's ass just falls off mid-flight. It's the funniest shit imaginable. Waiting for me to finish all those side quests. Everyone and everything alive is now a threat. Or at least that's what I would say if I wasn't immediately put right back on side quest duty. It's already beyond obvious to me that the main story quest line itself is entirely optional, and that a player could completely ignore it and have a great time hitting max level by just exploring and doing any one of the million random things out in the open world, because everything in the game gives you XP in one form or another. So why would they even bother with this very strange limitation?
I can name everything memorable that's occurred in the main story questline on one hand so far. Death by Snoo, Forgul, Siege Battle. And that's not even neglecting the fact that the Siege Battle was so good that they snuck another 2 in along the way.
But none of... Yeah, Fort Trinity and Claw Island the second time. It's the same thing. It's like, you know when you're good at something, you just keep doing the same thing over and over again? That's exactly what they did. And it was much better than the scene with Traherne's toilet. That really matters right now, because these right here are the last moments of base game Tyria. This is the final build-up to the inevitably awesome first-hand battle with Zitan. The side quests eventually end and point us in the direction of the battleground against the unstoppable flying god of undeath. The armies that have been assembled under our banner begin their gruesome march towards the heart of the dragon's forces. The land is treacherous, unstable, and near impassable, and the only way we're getting... Hold on. depending on what I fear most mommy tree choices, an Asura is the one that gets killed and his wife will be mad at you. Yeah, but that's fine. The opinions of Asura don't matter. I think it should be entertaining that she's mad at you. If you didn't choose that dialogue. Oh, yeah, so it's just another bug that's been left in the game forever. I'm not surprised. This part, that battle with the vehicles is such a fucking buggy mess as well. And it's been in the game since the beginning of this game. That buggy section has been there, and it's got multiple bugs I've run into over and over again, and they never fucking fix them. Into that dragon is by air, so we battle our way to a clearing towards the sky taxi that's going to take us to the ultimate climax of this experience. Our path is blocked by the incoming hordes of undead centaur. Also, again, reinforce my strong point at the very beginning. Undead zombie gorillas. Where the fuck was this the entire time we were playing the game? 3. We encounter 3 of these motherfuckers, and that's it. What a waste of a good model. This is a gasp of panic and fear given form by the dragon, who knows exactly how much danger he's in. This is the calm before the storm, a moment of redemption for some, of reflection for others. Yeah,
Jen's feet again.
So I think I had to put this together myself. That image, this whole thing is fine. Putting the foot in, that actually took some effort.
I think right about now is about the perfect time for me to tell you what I really think about the Guild Wars 2 base game experience. Before what's obviously going to be the world's best dragon battle just entirely corrupts my opinion.
Hold on, there are some in the ore zones. I saw none of them. I saw none of the undead gorillas. 0. I saw a sum total of 0 in the open world. But that might be because I was distracted by the fact that I had to have another siege battle at Fort Trinity.
And makes me want to say nothing but good things about the game. It kind of goes without saying that this Guild Wars 2 leveling experience has been a rather wild ride and a smattering of both good and enjoyable moments mixed in with quite a few bland ones. There's no numerical rating I can slap on this that's going to explain exactly what this has been to me, what it hasn't been, and what it should have been. The Guild Wars 2 base game MMORPG experience is not...
Is he going to get mad at me for saying this?
Good. But it's not bad either. Much like most other games in this genre, the problem is that the leveling experience of Guild Wars 2 falls deep into the trap of just being an extended game tutorial. You work your way through it, and then...
He's going to get mad at that. I know Guild Wars 2 veterans get mad at that because it's true and it's real and they fucking hate hearing it.
You actually get to play the game only once you've hit max level. And from...
Oh, maybe he won't. Maybe he's going to let that pass. Huh. Didn't expect that.
What little...
Ah, man, I really disagree with that. Because, like, it's totally... I'm not...
I was right the first time. I was right. I thought I cleared it. I thought I cleared it. Nope, I got him. He was just triggered. He was just triggered and trying to find some mental gymnastics path around the fact that I'm right.
I'm gonna, like, you know, fight him on this point, but I really disagree with it. Like, having compared this to the other MMOs I've played, my first MMO was EverQuest in 2001. So I've played MMOs on and off for over 20 years. And in most of them, it's like the game begins at max level, right? But in this one, it's like world map completion. You're working on that from level 1.
Yeah, but world map completion is just a thing you do in any game as you walk through it. That's part of the tutorial, is learning how to explore.
That's making progress toward legendary weapons. So the stuff you did at level 1...
Okay, so if you took out the legendary weapons, world map completion doesn't count. That's the point.
1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 25, 30, that contributes toward endgame equipment. Like, it's still helpful. It's still relevant. You know, those hero...
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's your primary focus. That doesn't detract from the fact that level 1 to level 80 occurs as a tutorial. It is an extended tutorial of the game.
points you get while you're running around the world at level 15 are still useful to you at 75.
Yeah, they're still useful, but so you go through the tutorial, the very beginning game tutorial, you get to keep the level you gained in that. It's still a tutorial.
Like, the stuff you do at low levels, like, matters. It's not just like, oh, just blitz through it as quick as you can, then you can start the game at max level. Like, you can do dungeons at lower level. You can do...
you can do dungeons. Can you do fractals? I'll give him this. You can do PvP at any point in time. As an 18k hour veteran, you're completely correct, except that what he's talking about isn't the disagreement you think it is. You'll need to explain.
PvP in 1v World at lower level, and it'll scale you, stuff like that. I feel like among all the MMOs I personally have played, Guild Wars 2 is the one with the least amount of end game is the beginning of the game.
I disagree. It's fine that he feels that way. And I understand why he feels that way, on a more serious note. But this is what I see. This is my observation. This is my unfiltered dog shit opinion. Here is base game. You get a specialization set. The really, really good specializations after you've learned how the abilities work, scrapper, all the fun shit, that's only after you've gone past 80, right? All the content, the fractals, the mounts, everything else is after level 80. Sure, you can experience the PvP here, right? But are you really going to be the guy, if you're level 30, are you really going to be the guy beating the brakes off a fucking scrapper when you have no idea what's going on? Are you the guy that's going to be taking out a Deadeye? Probably not. All of this serves to teach you how the game's going to work when you get to fractals, how the game's going to work when you get to raids, how the game's going to work when hopefully the story starts to improve. You get to 80 and you have 90% or more of the entire game's content occurring after you hit level 80. This 10% is you have 10 abilities, learn how to use them. Oh, by the way, here's another specialization. Oh, by the way, this is how different sets of the world work. Oh, by the way, and now you can figure out how to queue up with other people and you're not going to look like a complete retard. And I can understand why people disagree with me on this point, because when you're going through the base game experience, there are things you can do that feel like active progression. But you're not really aware of that until after level 80 and you figured out what the fuck you're doing. That's the problem. You figure out how the fuck the game works after level 80. Before that, 99% of the time you're pressing buttons. You're figuring out, okay, this is my heal. Okay, that when my health bar hits that level, that's when I should heal. Oh, this dodge button? Shit. I can't believe I'm level 45 and I haven't hit the dodge button once. I skipped the dodge tutorial. Right? I 100% understand why people disagree with that. But this is my observation. There is so much content here after 80 that this just looks like the beginning. This looks like strapping your shoes on, not sprinting. And one of the ways, I genuinely think this, one of the ways that I think that Guild Wars 2 could actually fix this is if they took some of this content, right, like maybe Heart of Thorns, Living Worlds, all of those things, if they took some of those expansion stuff and allowed you to start doing it at maybe level 40, maybe level 50, maybe level 60, and sure, you can use your scaling mechanics to make it more fair and balanced and whatever else, but almost all of the game is after 80. It's one of the downsides of a horizontal progression system, but if I'm going to look at this objectively, I do still think it is a better system than what you'd find in most other MMORPGs. But from my perspective, if I go to Starbucks and I order the diarrhea water that they call coffee, and I go to a bespoke coffee shop and I go order the best fucking coffee I've ever had in my life, it's still both coffee. It's just different variants of coffee. Hold on, there's a paragraph here I need to read by Edgar Allan Poe, Supergod. Hold on, levels 1 to 80 is a giant tutorial for the game. Absolutely, no debate. And the game does not truly start post 80. However, the experience you learn in that leveling experience is so damn valuable. But that's the point of a tutorial, Supergod. Is, yes, it's supposed to be. A tutorial is supposed to be valuable, because by the time you get to the end point of the tutorial, you should at least know the fundamentals of what you're doing. And the problem is, so here's a big problem all MMORPGs have. This is not unique or special or only the thing that only ever happens in Guild Wars 2, right? This happens across all MMOs, right? The leveling experience, right? There is a chasm between leveling and endgame content. It's like the uncanny valley, right? And once you've passed that uncanny valley, only then are you really playing the game, right? But the leveling experience is treated as this almost separate chunk from everything else that the game has to offer. And this happens in WoW, this happens in RuneScape, this happens in New World, this happens in Final Fantasy from what I've seen. It happens everywhere. I genuinely believe there has to be a design mechanism where you can better integrate leveling into the remainder of the world than what we currently have. But I also understand that this MMORPG came out like 12 to 13 years ago. 14 years ago at this point. After leveling to 80, it's then time to level masters. Exactly. It's only like, it's like you get to level 80 and only then are you focusing on like significant progression of your character. Everything prior to that is not significant progression because your personal story falls off. You've only just barely figured out how to swap between different specializations and talent trees and all of that stuff, and you only get like better specializations. They feel objectively better. And I would drop kick an Asuran baby if I could get a hold of the Scrapper specialization at like level 45 or something like that. But I also understand why people don't feel the same as me. Also, Faricho and Cognizant, thank you for the follow-up. I appreciate it. Sorry, I was a bit slow on that. What Shield is saying is true. Hold on. If you only look at the core endgame, the only things you have access to is fractals and PvP world versus world. You're right? And that's one of the issues I see, right? Is I would have loved the game to take me and say, here is a quest that's going to help you figure out flying at level 60. Right? Not a, hey, you have to go find this fucking strange thing and then have a conversation with some NPC that'll maybe get you into the roller beetle racing or flying dragons or whatever temporarily. But an actual quest that becomes an integrated part of the world that allows you to continue to progress and continue to have more action than you would see currently in the base game leveling experience. I don't know if what I'm saying is making sense. Thank you for the sub, Cognizant. Thank you for adding to my tax burden. I really appreciate it. But no, seriously, that's going to help me fix my roof that collapsed. True, leveling on a character is an option of boosting or not boosting. So this is the thing. This is why I say it's an extended game tutorial, right? if you go buy Guild Wars 2, you buy all the expansions and you get a level boost. You grab a character and you level boost it, and you've never played through the leveling experience. You can still figure out what to do, but it's kind of like you press the skip button on the tutorial and you have no idea what the fuck is going on. Right? So, don't get me wrong when I say this. An extended game tutorial, especially for a long-term game like an MMORPG, is super fucking important. Right? But if 99% of your waiting on the game is on one level, the final level, then the rest is just to teach you what to do once you get to that level. Can you repeat everything you said in the last 3 minutes? I was distracted. Okay, let me summarize it like this, right? There's a homeless man behind your local Walmart, and he might teach you how to wield a knife correctly and get the cashier to give you money out the register. And you can skip that and figure it out for yourself. But you're going to need a few weeks of training with that homeless man before you can figure it out. Right? You're not doing the content, you're doing the thing that's training you to do the actual content, which is robbing the cashier. I spent 55 levels without trait lines when I began. Warlock, I can't blame you. I can't blame you. There are mechanisms and systems that I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? It like cum shots you in the face with a bunch of systems when you're first playing. And you're like, oh fuck, like, and you need to like take a day to just look through all of it. And I promised myself I wasn't going to look at the wiki at all when I was playing through the character. So it took me a while to figure that shit out by myself. And that's part of the tutorial, is figuring that shit out. You're missing, Muck is saying, and Muck is missing what you said. Okay, let's listen to it again then. Is that the leveling experience of Guild Wars tutorial, and from what...
Man, I really disagree with that. Because, like, it's totally... I'm not going to, like, fight him on this point, but I really disagree with it. Like, having compared this to the other MMOs I've played, my first MMO was EverQuest in 2001. And so I've played MMOs on and off for over 20 years. And in most of them, it's like the game begins at max level, right? But in this one...
That's fair. EverQuest is worse, much worse than Guild Wars 2 at this, which is fair.
It's like world map completion. You're working on that from level 1.
Yeah, but you're not focusing on that. Okay, so I understand what he's saying about progression, but that's not your primary focus. That's not your content focus.
That's making progress toward legendary weapons. So the stuff you did at level 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 25, 30, that contributes toward endgame equipment. Like, it's still...
Yeah, but that's the same as the way leveling up contributes towards you getting towards the end game. Also, thanks for the follow, Achura MMO. Achura. I hope I'm saying that right. Muck is saying the maps and content that you go through still matter, and you go back to them. Yeah, but that's the same thing I'm saying, right? Is that a tutorial matters. Learning about the game matters, right? But it's not your primary focus. In any MMORPG, they design the leveling experience as completely mutually exclusive from the endgame content. And there's not much crossover. That's the issue. If you had an MMORPG where you could be a level 5 and go into a raid with a level 50, right? That would be pretty fucking awesome, I think. But I understand that they design things where it's, here's the leveling system, big barrier, here's the rest of the content after you reach endgame.
Still helpful. It's still relevant. You know, those hero points you get while you're running around the world at level 15 are still useful to you at 75.
I could argue the same about WoW. I could say that the talent points you get while you're leveling up are still valuable to you once you hit level 80 and respec.
Like, the stuff you do at low levels like matters. It's not just like, oh, just blitz through it as quick as you can, then you can.
Yeah, but that's every tutorial. Every tutorial matters. That's what I'm saying. The tutorial still matters, but it is still a tutorial.
Start the game at max level. Like, you can do dungeons at lower level. You can do
you can do dungeons. Can you do fractals? Can you do raids? Can you do Heart of Thorns? Can you do any of the expansion content? Can you fly a dragon? Does that become a part of the main content you experience going through the game? Does that become the primary content focus? No, it doesn't.
PvP and World v World at lower level, and it'll scale you, stuff like that. I feel like among all the MMOs I personally have played, Guild Wars 2 is the one with the least amount of end game is the beginning of the game. That's just how.
Maybe it's because there's been multiple expansions released, but I honestly feel like nothing I did, none of the gear I got was at all significant whatsoever by the time I hit level 80. The only thing that mattered was learning how my abilities worked. Learning the core mechanics of the game so that when I get to 80 and I go into a fractal, I'm only half the retard I would otherwise be.
How I feel about it.
Well, I can tell from...
Like, I'm not mad at him for disagreeing with me. That's fine. I have no problem with people disagreeing with me on that point.
The expansions beyond this point, that's just been unavoidable to me. I can see why so many people just keep saying the line to me. Keep playing. It gets better, bro. Once you've hit max level, just get into the expansion, which I usually
tell people when they ask if they should get the expansions, I say,
get them.
Did you like Guild Wars 2? And they're like, if they say yes, I'm like, okay, it's more Guild Wars 2. You know, it's...
I disagree. From everything I've seen, it's not more Guild Wars 2, it's better Guild Wars 2. I disagree because I think from everything I've seen, the cutscenes, the trailers, the raids people have done, I think it's actually better Guild Wars 2 after the base game. It's like you have to eat your way through a pile of shit before you get to the good stuff. And this is wishful thinking. This is never gonna happen. I know this is fucking pie in the sky, but if they could somehow go and rework the base game to be as good as one of the expansions, I think it would be far more significant and it would have a higher player retention.
If you didn't like it before, the expansions are not going to change that. But if you liked it before, you're going to love the expansions because it's more.
That's another point I disagree with, because I've heard people continually tell me that they fucking hated the leveling experience, and then they played Heart of Thorns, or they played one of the Living Worlds, and then they fucking loved the game. I've heard the opposite from people. People saying, like, God damn it, it gets so much better. I just had to push my way through the pile of shit first.
The only exception to that is if the expansions offer an elite class that offers a new way of playing that appeals to you. Example, I don't like Core Engineer. I love my Scrapper and my Mechanist.
See?
Half of the fun...
See, but you need to go through the Core Engineer experience, so by the time you get to the specialization you want, you already have some conception of how these work. Personally, I think the base game hasn't aged really well. Expansions are better because they learned from their mistakes. Look, I genuinely think, like, even if you hate some of the expansions in Guild Wars 2, I'm willing to bet even the bad ones are probably at least 20% better than the base game.
Fun of these games is, do you enjoy playing your character? And if there's an elite spec that really gives you that enjoyment, then I could see that. Like, oh, Path of Fire made the game so much better for me. And it's like, well, no.
Damn it, Wojciech had a point and I missed his fucking comment and I can't remember it. God damn it. Wojciech, if you're still here, like, you post it again. I'll read it. You had a point and I missed it. Damn.
Path of Fire gave Firebrand, and you're a Firebrand main, so you love that. You know, that kind of thing.
He'd just write off as a copium-filled cop-out of the chair dwellers who've tied their identity far too closely to a game they enjoy playing. But it does hold a kernel of truth to it. And if someone were to ask me, what were MMORPGs like back in the early 2010s? with a little bit of hand-holding and a lot of variety. The only real answer I could give them is to go and play the base game of Guild Wars 2. This is just one of the most...
That right there is also why I'm scared if they ever try and update Guild Wars 2. How about this take? MMOs are 2 games in one, leveling and endgame. Most MMOs I've played only did leveling and like that. So that's the thing, right? You're right. It is 2 games in one. And I don't think that's a good idea to do that, right? I think they should have a better integration between the two. But what I'm saying here as well is why I'm actually scared that if they update the base game experience, they'll fuck up something that's not perfect, that might not even be considered good, but it'll remove a piece of history that no one can then play. And as we've seen, thank you Blizzard for this perfect fucking example, when you touch the core mechanics of the base game, they tend to fuck things up further instead of fix them. And I'm concerned that might happen. But I don't know if I can't like judge ArenaNet based on what Blizzard's done. I think they could seriously still fix the story without screwing it up.
Most well-preserved pieces of MMORPG history that's still in a playable state even to this day. There's no need to go cobble and pirate together some private experience for a game that's dead, because this one just isn't. There's plenty to enjoy about this game. And
it's true. Just a year or two ago, I think it was when... was it when End of Dragons came out? Is it either End of Dragons or Soto? They released their player numbers and they had broken their old all-time high player count.
How old is Soto? I need to look that up now. How far away was that? God damn. Shit, I thought that must have been like 2017. Fuck me, 2023? And they're breaking their population counts? That's not bad. Shit. God fucking damn. That's not that far, like, Jesus. That's fucking impressive for a game this old. That's actually really impressive.
Plenty that could have been a lot better. And that's kind of the reason she's so memorable to me. She might be old and busted up. She might ramble on with a story that makes no sense, like an escaped mental patient in your local...
This useless bitch here on the right. God damn it. Fuck that guy.
McDonald's. She might very well be stuck in a graphical state that can only be improved upon so much due to engine constraints and age. But it's all those flaws that end up making her such a beautiful game, even now in her declining years.
Some MMOs age like milk, others like a... You know I'm right. Yeah, you know what the best part about this game is? Right here. Right?
Even now in her declining years.
Some MMOs... The amount of cope that exists for this game right here, when you tell them their game is bad, you will see the purest of rage. You will see a demon of corn manifest in your fucking room if you tell them that Ion is not the great game that it should have been. They get so fucking angry about it. It's really impressive. They're like, no, it's a good game. Fuck you. I'm like, okay, really? Then why does it only have 2 players? What? Why is the biggest server like 300 people? They get so fucking mad about it. Why are they releasing Ion Classic if Ion's fine? Yeah, that's what I thought. Was age like the only people like you gotta remember, there's a small, insanely hardcore community who suck the fucking meat out of the cash shop that's strapped to modern Ion, right? And they will defend this shit until their dying breath. And they are so vocal and they're so fucking mad. Ion still exists. It does. And there's going to be an Ion 2. And they've released an Ion Classic. Milk. Others like a fine wine. This one aged like the grease you'll find at the bottom of a crack pipe. All it takes... This clip, again, was one I had to replace.
that had a picture of Hunter Biden smoking crack and driving, and YouTube immediately blocked the entire video for that clip. I thought it was fine. The first 4 times I uploaded it was perfectly fine. When I uploaded the full video, it was like this little segment. We're blocking the entire video. That's why I had to replace it with generic clips. I have not had enough
experiences with narcotics to understand that metaphor.
Is if you can find that spark.
So it made more sense the first time round because it had Hunter Biden with a crack pipe, and as I say, that spark within yourself, he's like lighting it up, like he starts a lighter. I was so fucking mad that I couldn't use that.
Of wonder within yourself, and you might just end up still having a great time.
This is not the neat, clean...
Jesus, what is this? Someone tell me
That's Throne and Liberty after you pay enough money to get into some of the raids.
what this game is. I don't know what I'm looking at right now. Good God.
Psychologically optimized game that's been built by a bunch of bumbling idiots in a
That's Throne and Liberty? Holy crap. Can you turn off the HP bars?
backroom who can't help
like good
but
lord
think to themselves, now how do we go about fundamentally and soullessly changing everything we care about so that we can hop on a trend and release a game that's going to die within the next 5 minutes?
But rather by a bunch of nerds with a game engine and a dream. And maybe they couldn't, at the time, figure out how to add in all the mechanics that they wanted to, the way they wanted to. Maybe they had...
And apparently the latest Final Fantasy expansion was so bad, even the Japanese fans are pissed. Well, I mean, I don't blame them, right? Final Fantasy is like an alternative to WoW in a lot of senses, from what little I've played of that game. It is fucking insane how much story is in it, and I can imagine people getting really fucking mad if things aren't at the same level of quality or higher as it moves further into the future. Let me just fix my chat there. It broke for a second.
Clue how to seamlessly integrate dialogue moments into the scenes of the world around them. And sometimes maybe they couldn't...
Alright, so what he means there is in the base game, and maybe some after that, when there's conversations between people, you often see it like this.
It's really bad. It's like, I've heard that this goes away, this like dialogue scene, and I'm so looking forward to this evaporating forever, because it's like watching 2 kids in a high school play where they stand there stiff as a fucking board, staring at each other, yelling Shakespeare lines at each other. With zero expression on their face. It's bad. It's like theater done in New York. It's just garbage.
Like, just, there's person...
Still better than Cats. If anyone's seen that, I'm sorry for your loss of brain cells. But yeah,
and
I'm
person
so looking
A,
forward to
person
this
B,
being gone.
and then just kind of like a pastel thing going on in the background. But later on, they stopped using that technique.
Scenes of the world around them. And sometimes maybe they couldn't write a story good enough to save their own innocent mother from the electric chair and left their wiki...
It's true.
...to make up the difference.
It's true.
But
Hey, look, I'll be the first to say there's some parts of the Guild Wars 2 story that I'm just like, oh my god, that was freaking amazing. And there's other parts I'm like, I could have done without this, you know? Like, there's parts I don't love either, but that was very heavy-handed.
Hold on, I love that system because it can be skipped. Now they have hour-long exposition dumps that can't be skipped. Oh, that's okay. So they took one problem, Relantis, and they replaced it with another problem. That's beautiful. You know, it would be fine if characters were talking in the background and you were still doing something while they were talking. But if you have to sit there through an explanation and they like spend 4 years telling you that a rock is purple because some magic was cast upon it by a mesmer once upon a time, that's going to piss me off even more than the Shakespeare and the park shit going on here.
Just can't help but end up respecting what they've built here. The bones of this game are pretty solid, but they're also not bones that everyone is gonna enjoy, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's one of the reasons I think this game still has a player base and why people still enjoy playing it, myself included. This might be a game that's trying to have everything in it, but it's also not one of those games that's built for everyone.
Oh yeah. Why didn't we just get that big stone statue to fight the dragon, huh? Why not teleport us into big stone statues so we can fist fight the dragon? Like he's an iguana that got uppity in a pet exhibit. Could have done that real easy.
And one more thing.
since this is the end, I think now's about the right time for me to let you in on a little secret. If you've been paying attention this entire time through this video series, you may have noticed a little bit of a theme. Because you see, I've been lying to you.
Julie Nathanson now being the new... I had such a better idea for this, and this whole liar section, as I was going through the videos, didn't actually play out as well as I wanted it to. I'll have to get better at this shit. Player that I am. And I'd be lying to you again.
Now was about the time for me to really apologize to you because I lied again.
I think I've been lied to.
I've been lying to you since the very beginning, and not a single one of you indicated to me that you'd seen through my ruse at all. You just sat there.
I think I also made it too obvious. I said no one indicated it to me, but that doesn't mean that no one, figured it out.
In your optimal C-shaped gamer pose,
and then you have to sit for 40 minutes and listen to it again for every single alt. Just like this unskippable TTS. It just doesn't stop. You keep expecting it to stop. Then it doesn't. It just keeps going and going.
Cool. I didn't know that the Guild Wars 2 expansions were going to give me suicidal thoughts.
Up that I fed to you. I said
C-shaped gamer pose, sitting like a scampi.
So many times that
I had the perfect image for that as well, and YouTube blocked it.
Base game story and lore that you're going to come across is just not worth paying attention to. And to make matters more confusing for you, I even lied in all the comments I put under the video about how much I knew about the game itself, just to keep that illusion going. See, the reality is that your personal character story might range from absolutely boring as all hell to fantastic, but the main world itself, the world building, is incredibly good. Because I know...
I'm serious when I say this. Without using the wiki whatsoever, as I leveled multiple characters, I was able to figure out and piece together components of the Guild Wars 2 story just from the base game alone. And I thought it was fucking fantastic that I could do that. But you really have to be paying attention and not just blitz your way through content in order to figure that out.
It gets so much fucking worse in the latest expansion.
God, I swear to God, I'm going to turn off the TTS.
That talks slower than the Ents from Lord of the Rings. And he is everywhere.
God damn it. That's gonna fuck me off. That's gonna give me real suicidal thoughts. You know what, I'm complaining about the dialogue scenes. I'm probably gonna wish they were back. This is exactly like when I thought that the stagger mechanic in New World was bad, until they removed it, and then I was like, fuck, this is even worse.
Toe on Queen Jenna's bare, unwashed feet that Logan got to suck on in exchange for letting his friend Snaff die at the hands of the Dragon Kralkatorek. I know that the humans in Guild Wars 2 are really just illegal border-hopping immigrants.
I feel like he learned half of this from my videos responding to his videos.
I didn't, but I had to kind of be dodgy about this and lie about how much I knew so that I could keep the illusion going. I wanted it to be a bigger reveal, but obviously it didn't play out as well as I hoped it would. I think there was something I learned from Muckluck. It wasn't about the humans. It was something to do with the Asura. I just can't remember exactly what it is.
You didn't even bring any decent recipes across the dimensions when they came to visit. And I know exactly why the nightmare exists.
But there's ultimately a reason why it's for papaya smashing, if you want to know why the nightmare exists. It's because Mom didn't like lesbians. And Faolain thought differently about that. How far are you in the game at the moment? I've done the Christmas events a few times, and I want to do Living World Season 1 and continue onwards from that every Wednesday on my stream from now on. Lied to you the way I did. The leveling experience that you might get going from 1 to 80 is worth experiencing firsthand for yourself, even if just once. And undoubtedly, you'll likely have a different one than I did. Truthfully, you don't need some YouTube... I want to see if he spots it. I did something very specific in the scene, right? To dunk on myself. I want to see if he spots it. Or a streamer telling you how you should or shouldn't be playing this game.
Wait.
Yeah, he spotted it. You don't need some YouTuber or streamer telling... Yeah, there we go. He spotted it. Yeah. you how you should or shouldn't be playing this game. You don't need some ultra optimized best start guide to get going. You don't even need the Guild Wars 2. You can skip season 2 unless you want to experience boredom and can't. I have to experience it all. I want to experience it all. Boredom, what's good, what's bad, all of it. Wiki. But what you might just need is a push in the right direction. A gentle nudge to let you know that this game still exists. And hey, base game's free, so you might as well try it out. And if it turns out that this game is just not for you, then there's nothing wrong with that either. But at least you can say that you gave it a first-hand try in order to figure that out.
It's true.
All jokes aside.
Just to plus one what he said, the base game is free, and it goes all the way to maximum level. Basically, the entire base game, as it existed when the game launched, which does go to maximum level, is free to play.
God damn it, look at these fucking comments here. Look at these fucking little bitches. Oh, you need the wiki. No, you don't. You don't need the wiki. The wiki actually makes it so easy to figure everything out that you almost don't end up playing the game, you end up reading the fucking wiki. You don't need the wiki. Apply 4 of the 5 brain cells you have, and you will figure out the story just playing the game. The wiki is extra. You don't need the wiki.
Play. So you can put in like 100 hours before you spend a penny on an expansion if you wish to just try it with, risk-free.
I hope that I've at least managed to convey that message to you, that this game is at least worth trying out for yourself. Because one day, this game might just be gone forever. But I think, at least for now...
I should have extended that fade.
Oh, that's enough of me trying to emotionally manipulate you into playing this game. It's time to go fight a dragon.
Console gaming time.
I'm not sure what he means by that.
Spoiler.
But Rose, the most Guild Wars 2 players have only 2 brain cells. That's fine. Get a friend and he can suck you off while you do it, and it'll just take you twice as long. That's okay. It's okay.
I warned y'all about Zitan spoilers from the beginning.
God, imagine a game being 14 fucking years old and you get mad that you get spoilers. I never understood spoilers because I don't give a fuck about the end result. I want to figure out how things got there. To anyone out there, to any human being out there who gets mad at spoilers, let me ask you this question. Is the joy in eating a biscuit the fact that you ate the biscuit, or the experience of eating the biscuit? Is the joy of busting a fat nut over a Norn the moment afterwards where you look at the mess you've created and feel suicidal for a second? Or is it in the joy of the experience before reality sets in? Spoilers are bullshit. It's the journey that matters. Anyone who gets mad at fucking spoilers is a midwit. I'm sorry, you're a midwit. You are the average on the bell curve. You're too smart to know any better, but too fucking stupid to realize that there's more value in the journey. It's just the truth. I'm sorry.
Good shot.
You spoiled the Destiny video. It's in the journey of the suck. Not in knowing that the suck occurs, Devilish. You can still watch it and enjoy yourself, I promise. I didn't. I threw up in my mouth a little bit, but maybe, someone's into it. I don't know why Destiny chose a dude who's got a dick like a carrot, though. That shit was weird. It was a fucking real strange one. This is the 100% accurate Zitan battle, by the way. None of this footage is doctored. This is the original, actual footage from the game. If you go up to that turret, it says press F to win. That's what it says. Did you know who the dick belonged to? Nick Fuentes. I don't believe it was Nick Fuentes. I mean, I think Nick Fuentes is probably gay. The dude looks gay. He behaves gay. Then like, and I don't know why he doesn't just like, you know, that's fucking 2024, dude. No, it's 2025 even. Fuck, just come out and be gay. It's cool. No one's gonna be mad at you for being gay. It's a thing now that's accepted. But I don't know if I haven't seen any confirmation anywhere that it's him.
He just reached up and presses it once. What's he gonna say after that?
This is how I felt.
The handshaking.
Wow. What an unfathomably irredeemable, gigantic pile of shit.
I wonder if he skips the song. Okay, based on this, I don't think he skips the song. He's probably got some exposition there I can yell at him for.
No, I can't read any of it. Hang on. What did he say?
And ironically, when I started editing this video together, it was 5 hours long.
I literally cut out over 2 whole hours of me ranting about how miserably bad this fight was just so I could make this cut here and not lose whatever remains of my sanity to the pure garbage that this encounter was for a finale boss encounter.
I also felt like that one line of just calling it an irredeemable pile of shit is better than me bitching for 2 hours. Because there's just no better way to explain it than that.
It was so bad, I made a song about it. You'll find attached to the end of this video. Oh no.
Hold on, of course spoilers matter, even by your own logic. Hold on, I gotta read that. Even by your own logic, if you get spoiled, the mystery, there's no longer a mystery while you're experiencing the journey, and thus the journey is lessened.
Anyway, fuck AI on, fuck FF14,
yeah, we're gonna wait
and fuck ESO, fuck partnered streamers, and fuck any bitch complaining about shit while having access to hot water.
Hey, I'll be a partner streamer as long as they can. They will allow me to continue to make racist jokes. Wait, hold on. Sorry, this is Twitch. If I'm a partnered streamer, I'm only allowed to make racist jokes against Jews, which is a bit upsetting to me because I want to go in all directions. The journey is not lessened by knowing the end. The journey is only lessened if all you care about is the end. Right, I mean, fuck, when I was a kid and I was reading Harry Potter, someone spoiled for me, personally, that Snape kills Dumbledore, and that didn't bother me one bit, because I was like, okay, I know that, but how did it happen? How did that shit occur? Knowing an outcome doesn't remove the joy of a journey that you can never know unless you go through that journey to get there. And in the case of Zitan, it was a fucking shit journey, but I never would have known that. I never would have known that if I didn't go through the journey. I care about the mystery. If I know the mystery, it's no longer there. So you're more an ends goal person. There's nothing wrong with that, right? That's fine. That means you're very end goal oriented. It's about the result, not the journey to get there. So what I need you to do is tell me all of your favorite franchises and series that you're currently working your way through that you haven't finished, so that I can personally ruin each and every single one of them. Because my journey is enjoying myself, fucking that up for other people. I've won advantage. And I will use it
My advantage is severe retardation and not caring if I break spoilers.
I did this to prevent myself from having a stroke caused by the immeasurable levels of disappointment in that ending. Hope you enjoy.
As always, big thank to my
Oh no, isn't this the judge that got tackled?
subscribers, both old and new.
Okay, does Noxy skip this part? I will be shocked.
Rose, I need your autistic brain to find the data mined second phase arena for the Zitan fight. I think that shaman is probably the guy that data mined it, but not sure.
I'll have to look it up later. You should check out Warframe again now that the 1999 expansion drop. Yeah, at some points I probably will, but I'm scared of Warframe because that game will absorb my entire life. Noxy's not gonna skip it.
Hey! Dude, I think that guy got life in prison after that. He magnified.
You know how many AI images I've seen of a black man flying through a courtroom after this video was released? It was magical. I loved it. It was such a good time. Just some black dude in a Superman uniform flying through the middle of a courtroom. It was the best time.
Magnified his sentence.
And a special thank to the Bad Dragon Deletion Super.
Warframe is far worse when it comes to shitty tutorials. Yeah, you're not wrong.
So good department who stuck with me this long in hopes of me ever getting this video out.
Also, by the way, I got somehow this got past the YouTube censorship. These people in the background are beating each other up with sex toys
out before the final launch of Ash.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Does he actually? What does he call his patrons? One sec. But, oh, hey, it's me. What's up?
I've got stupid fucking name. I got like a really fucking stupid names for my patrons and stuff. I need to fix that. I'm thinking about classifying like different levels of the Patreon as different mental illnesses. And I need to revamp my entire Patreon because it's just a fucking mess right now.
Where is that it? Hang on. I want to see the tiers.
They're trash. They're trash.
Tier 1 is King Degenerate. King 2 is the Normie Emperor. King 3 is Monster God. Okay, all right. Now he made that up. That's not what he calls this community.
Yeah, of creation I need to make it better. 2099. One day I'll fix.
Oh, vegan. That that is a top tier mental illness for Jack. I might just use that. I'm gonna steal that from you probably.
It's up the Patreon just for you.
It's gonna be like bipolar, schizophrenic, vegan.
You guys. Anyway, more content soon. Bye.
Okay, he doesn't skip the song. Do you want to hear the song or should we skip it? Death by snooze. No, I need it to be like all mental illnesses. So it's like maybe, I don't know. I've got to think more deeply about it. Play the song. Okay. You know what? Okay, so before I play the song, I'm just going to take a quick piss and I'm going to be right back. So just give me a second.
Okay. Become a proper streamer and get yourself a piss bottle. Damn. I'm living in 2025, you're living in 2055. I gotta catch up.
I don't know if you would want to comment on it on stream, but you could do a view showcase of all the legendary weapons or the armors or such.
A view showcase. I don't know how I'd organize that. Did you wash your hands? Why would I ever wash my hands? Why would I ever do that? Well, I suppose I did wash my hands. I pissed on them. And piss is sterile, so yeah. That's fair. Okay, so neat little thing about the song here. I did the lyrics. I made the lyrics myself. That's why it sounds like shit. I then ran the lyrics through an AI generator because there's no fucking way I was going to be able to afford paying a musician to ever do this kind of shit for anyone, right? Which is exactly why the song is bad, but this is the use case for AI, is I'm too fucking poor to ever get a real musician to ever take me seriously enough to make retard songs for me. I can write bad lyrics myself, and then I can run it through an AI using a version of it. Yeah, I used Suno, basically. Where it lets you, like, type out your own lyrics. So you'll see, like, there's certain parts where the AI, like, completely miscommunicates the shit. But I must have remade this song, like, 150 times bare minimum. There wasn't some musician on Fiverr that you could hire for $5. None of them would do the thing that I wanted them to for the quality I wanted them to. Also, singing a Western song in an Indian accent is very strange. Ashura. I did try. I did try look for one. But it was very fucking strange hearing a Western song on a badly tuned guitar with an Indian accent when I needed that, like, real Western, you know, cowboy voice going on for what I was thinking about. Honestly, you could probably make a parody of Bash the Dragons to get your point. I probably could. But I figured this was dumber and funnier. That's why I did it.
Alright, he said he had a custom song about how bad this was. Oh god.
In a darkened room, flickering light.
There was a child in that frame. That child should be asleep, not watching my videos. Get them the fuck out of here, Muckluck. This is a bad time for them. Get them out of here. They don't need to see that. They're gonna grow up fucked up because of you.
Unready for the fight. The dragons fall with each piss beam flare. These fucking dragons ain't nothing rare.
Did he get AI?
You know, if I really wanted to be a bastard, I should have changed those beams into, like, yellow ones as well.
To make this? Oh my god.
Yes, I did.
Sitting here, keyboard in my hand, in a world filled with care but no real plan. Blasting this through the dragon's land.
Moving a bit so
Every
we can see
boss
Rose.
fight just feels so bland.
Literally, this whole boss fight is just tapping the F key when you're near that thing. It's the dumbest shit imaginable.
Sitting here, keyboard in my hand, in a world filled with care but no real plan.
Evan Nashblade's birthday spam.
Dragon's land. Every boss fight just feels so bland.
And that right there is why the Zitan fight is the dumbest shit imaginable. Full suspension of disbelief. If he could do that to one airship and feel nothing, why didn't he just do that to the second one?
I'm pissing on dragons with a cold board.
So Jaffa's YouTube has a deep dive into the Guild Wars 2 bots, investigative journalist style. I'll probably take a look at that.
Gaze's main quest just dawned on maze, boring battles, mechanics uninspired, longing for a fight that gets me fired.
I felt like crying at this point because I'd been through the Zitan fight for this scene specifically. I think this must have been my 9th run through of this fight, and fuck, it was so hard to not like to keep my eyes open and care.
I'm missing on dragons with a cold board gaze. This main quest just don't amaze. Boring battles, mechanics uninspired, longing for a fight that gets me fired.
See that? That right there? That's flying bullshit right there. He flies right the fuck past, does nothing, and then leaves. I smell bullshit.
Oh wait, my name's over there. I just realized.
Let us kick some ass. Now it's just an interact key on a glowing screen, pissing away magic in a shitty cutscene. Every dragon pissed down the same garbage concepts. No heart, no soul, just sloppy content. We used to dream of fire and scales, but now it just feels like another piss trail.
The song that plays after you beat him is the only good part of the whole. You're not wrong. The song in For Trinity is good.
This main story quest just don't amaze. Boring battles, dragons uninspired, longing for a fight that doesn't feel dry and tired. I'm pissing on dragons with a cold board gaze.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, guys.
That was his first reaction to it.
This was actually my last reaction to it. My first reaction was much worse.
Boring battles, dragons uninspired, longing for a fight that doesn't feel dry and tired.
Man, this was... As a 5-man dungeon instance, even that would be sloppy. This whole fight is f***ing trash. It doesn't matter if there's people around you experiencing the trash with you, it's just a bad f***ing fight. It's poorly constructed. He's laughing because he knows I'm right.
No more.
Oh, Christ.
We have succeeded.
That's the end. So real quick, I want to add there was a model for Zitan that was data mined years and years ago, where he was
okay, so this is the thing you were talking about, Ashura.
Like on the ground, like buried in rubble. And a lot of people that have played the game for a long time think that they intended when the game came out that there was going to be a phase 2 on the ground, and then they
fucking should have been.
Just never finished it.
Bare minimum, they should have been.
Like, you shoot him down, he lands, he's crippled, and then you get down on the ground and you fight phase 2 on the ground. But that never happened. Now, an idea that I have said before, and I'll say it again, is that we could, in a semblance, fix the story. And
you could.
I'm going to take this chance to put this in here once again. We have got the scrying pool now. The scrying pool...
They thought the dungeon was long enough as it is. Syro, you know what? I've actually, I'm gonna tell you how to fix the Zitan fight after this. I want to see what Mukluk's solution to this is, but I've got a perfect way to fix the Zitan fight and add new content at the same time.
Pool is effectively World of Warcraft's Caverns of Time. It allows you to go back in time and do missions in the past, and it doesn't screw up the timeline and things like that. You know, you can go back and you can be Ryland during the Warband days and stuff like that. We could easily make you could 5-man fractal, 10-man strike, whatever, where you use the scrying pool and do the proper ending of the Zitan story. And by doing it that way, they don't have to touch the spaghetti code. And all they would need to do is, you know, like the commander shoots the dragon down, you go into the thing, and it changes you to look like someone else. Just like in the fractals, where you go in and it changes your appearance to look like somebody else. And basically, you're the B team. All right? And B team would see the dragon come down toward them, and they would see the damaged ship, and they would say something like, the ship's damaged. We can't count on the commander's forces for help right now.
Yeah, the ship's damaged. We can't count on the commanders. Let's sacrifice a bunch of Norn women. Because the dev is still dealing with the trauma of being rejected by a woman over 7 feet tall.
Alone. So just some bit of lore there to basically say, like, no one's coming to help us. And then they fight what's left of Zitan on the ground. They finish it, and then maybe add, like, a memorial to Lion's Arch for the B team, because they don't make it at the end. Like, you could do something like that.
So that sounds like what you said in my Discord, Ashura.
You could basically fix the fight. You don't touch the spaghetti code that they're afraid to touch, because that was, from 10 plus years ago. The people that made that code, most of them don't even work there anymore. And it would be so much better. It would be so much better. Let's see. Castor says, would you pay for an expansion that revisits the story and fixes certain moments like Zitan and for the love of...
I think Super gave you... Oh, was it Super who said it? Because that sounds exactly what Super said.
Of God Champions. Yes. I don't know that
That's not bad, but I think I've got a better idea.
Everybody would, though. But the thing is it doesn't have to be a whole expansion. Like, it could just be a strike mission that comes with an expansion. Example, in a recent expansion, there was the Battle for Lion's Arch. Old Lion's Court strike was added, right? So that was an old moment in the story that was added as a current day strike mission. Stuff like that, when they were redoing Living World Season 1. So they could totally add that and just be like, hey, instead of a strike mission where you fight Saris and a strike mission where you fight Dagda, in this expansion, there will be one strike mission related to the current content and one expansion related to how Zitan was supposed to end. And then they would just need to go back, and when you finish the MSQ, you would get a prompt telling you about that mission, because they'd need to tie it in somewhere. But because I have heard so many major people, most recently was Rose, before that was Preach, and I've been saying that they need to go back and fix the Zitan fight for years, but that would be a way that I feel like they could go back and do it if they choose to. Don't know if they're going to, but if they
never will. This is all pie in the sky, wishful thinking. They never will touch this. There's no point.
Choose to.
So like to tie loose ends.
Huh?
So like to tie loose ends.
Yeah, but I definitely feel like that moment is like, I love this game. I love this freaking game. I've made so much content for this game because I really enjoy it, but that is a embarrassing moment.
Oh, disgusting. Imagine loving your job. Ugh.
Moment about this game. And it's always such a shame when people get to that moment, although it does lead to funny videos like this. All right, well, that was Rose's newest video, why everyone loves Guild Wars 2.
Get your child out the room when I'm making racist jokes, goddammit.
Glad he enjoyed himself. It was a very good watch. Glad y'all recommended it. As always, the links to the video are down below. If you didn't listen to me when I said to watch it earlier, you can go there and watch it now and see it in all its unfiltered goodness, in case we had to bleep anything out. And be sure to subscribe to his channel if you like his content. It's good stuff.
Okay.
But yeah. Thank you, Rose, for making it. I'm glad you got a chance to visit Tyria. If you choose to continue your adventures,
I will.
My hands down, slam dunk, no contest favorite part of the story is Living World Season 4. There were 3 moments in Living World Season 4
that a lot.
that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up, just in terms of writing. Just mind-bogglingly good. And
so now it's my duty to shit on those parts as much as possible.
I would love for you to experience those if you decide to go that far.
Okay, good video. I like that. Okay, the content centipede is now complete. But I think there's something better that can be done with the Zitan fight. So I'm going to explain it like this, right? We're going to do it really nice and simple. We're going to draw like a retard. So the Zitan fight, the biggest problem with the Zitan fight is the fact that it's literally just an interact key, right? You're running around, you kill some mobs, you slap an interact key a few times, dragon dies, right? So this is what I think they should do, right? That first fight, that first section of you being up in the sky, get rid of it entirely. It should be a fucking cutscene. One cutscene where you go, oh shit, Zitan just rammed the fuck through that one skyship like it was a goddamn female police officer getting a train run on her in an office. Right? Remove Logan. Yeah, Logan should die on the ground, sucking toes of the undead. That's a given. But okay, so you turn that part into a cutscene. So he rams the first ship, and everyone panics and goes, okay, fuck, he's gonna do it again. He's gonna destroy us. So, you have a cutscene where the skyship becomes a bomb, right? Zitan rams the skyship, you overload it, yeah, magic bullshittery, whatever. Zitan explodes and gets grounded. Now, the dragon is on the ground, and you are fighting him on the ground. Right, so you cut out that entire first segment, you focus primarily on the second segment, right? This is still the base game. You fight him on the ground, he's covered in rubble, his mangled corpse is mixing with the fucking, the sky taxi that you took that was used as a bomb, which means he's now pinned down, he's destroyed, he's the zombie dragon on the ground, and you can fight different components of him, like his head, his tail, his wings, whatever you need to do. You do it in pieces. First, you chop off one of his wings so he can't get the fuck back up. Then maybe he's got an arm free, you chop that shit off along the way. You set some bombs, you do some interactions, you do some action stuff. Then you fight the face. Right? Yeah, you suck his cock as well, Wojciech, but that's, you know, that's if you're trying to get him to marry him. That's if you're trying to get, like, him to marry you so you can really destroy his life. But that, okay, aside from that, you then go for the head, right? So now you have a fight where you chop off, where's the fucking thing? You chop off a wing, you chop off, like, an arm or a leg, right? Then you go for the head. Zitan finally dies. Right? End of the fight. Now, what Mukluk's talking about is having a strike after that, right? What is the one rule? The one rule we all knew growing up watching zombie movies. There's a singular rule that everyone needs to know. The double tap. There you go. Grimchi's got it. You get the double tap. So, original team has gone in, has killed Zitan. They think he's fucking dead. He's not moving. But guess what? He's the fucking zombie dragon lich. He's gonna get the fuck back up. So the B team, who are now a strike, disguise themselves as someone else, whatever the fuck, they now go and deal with the corpse of Zitan that is slowly reviving itself. His corpse has become a toxic mess. He's the dragon of rotten death and destruction. Do you really think you're getting out of there alive? Absolutely not. So, you are now the B team dealing with Zitan again, but in a completely different way. That way you have two unique fights for the same dragon. First fight is saved, much less of a disappointment than I pressed an interact key and shot a fucking piss beam at him, and the fight's over, and you get to add new content into the game. That, right there, is my pie in the sky. I wish that would happen. And you basically end this strike with we are dropping a fucking nuke on him in order to purify whatever the fuck's happening around him. And if we can, we strap Traherne to the side of the nuke so that he dies as quickly as possible, and we never have to see him ever again. He's not Pallava Joker. Hold on. Well, they upgraded many core features recently. Muck is just making an informed assumption. The fight was originally going to be Zitan being the dungeon, with you going down his throat and punching his heart until he dies. So that would have been cool, but the problem with that is you are just attacking a singular component. You're not seeing the majesty of the entire dragon, right? You can even have some tinky woo-woo magic bullshit happen here in a cutscene where you get sized up so that you are big enough to deal with him on a more personal level before you get dropped down in size again with some negative aspect where some people die and maybe Logan can no longer suck on toes anymore because all his teeth fall out and his bottom jaw like rots off. Something good like that. This would work well as something that could be done as a 5-man. You could do it solo. My S and my 5 look exactly the same, yes I know. As a 10-man, and you could make this like a 40-man raid, whatever the fuck you want, and with each successive level, you have better gearing. Or you have better transmogs, or like maybe a mini undead dragon mount. Right? 50-man convergence, there you go. Now the strike team goes in, you're dropping a nuke on him, you chop like the parts of him that are reviving, which is like the little snakes and shit that are in his mouth, you have to fight those down. You have to, you're basically eliminating the dragon's soul itself, and you can have a whole different set of rewards that are way cooler because this is now end game content as opposed to I'm finishing the base game. This would be way better than I shot a puss beam at him and he fell over dead. Way fucking better. I would take that any day of the week over, oh no, he just crashed through a ship and for some odd reason he didn't do it again. Now he's having sex with the side of a building. Let's piss on him like our name is R. Kelly, guys. God, that was irritating. That was so fucking bad. I might legitimately make an entire video just about how to not design boss fights in MMORPGs. Just because it pissed me off so much. You know, I'll shot a piss beam at a dragon and made us a very lackluster end fight. If your mom can shoot piss beams, I mean, she might be your dad, actually, then. I'm just saying. But they could have done so much better with that fight. And you wouldn't even need to, it's like Mukluk said, you wouldn't even need to make like this an entire expansion. You could just have this as a strap-on that's come attached to a new expansion or new update to the game. Deathwing thanks to Thrall. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. I don't know why we have big dragons being shot down by puss beams, but I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these devs. They need to fix that shit. Please look at the scripted boss fights in Monster Hunter World. It's so sad to see good bosses, and then whatever that shit is. Oh no, I know. It's disastrously bad whenever you see an amazingly designed boss, and this is what makes Zitan so fucking devastating, is the design, the care put into his model. The different components of it were fucking incredible. And then you have that dog shit end fight. Worst thing imaginable that they could have done. Absolute worst thing imaginable. Holy shit, they fucked that up so bad. But right, I've got 2 things I want to do at this point. Even Skyrim dragons are more fun. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They are more fun, more entertaining, because there's more interaction that occurs there. Also, thanks for the follow, Mariel. So, there's 2 things I want to do here, right? Right now. There might be 3. Yeah, I think there's 3. So, first thing. This is kind of like an impromptu stream. This was me deciding I just fixed my roof. I just got shit sorted out. So, this is how it's going to be working from now on. I have somehow, in the most insane way imaginable, managed to get not 1, but 2 potential sponsors. And I think the only reason I got this is because they don't know what my content looks like. The first one is Starforge. We're gonna start off slow. I'm busy talking to them. They might pull out, you know, but I hope they stay in. You know, I'm not a natural bottom, but we'll get there. The second is the Humble Bundle. I'm hoping
Raid Shadow Legends. The problem is I don't have anyone to behead on stream. To be, is the other Honey? No. The other is not that scam fucking thing. Yeah, you know what's actually really funny, Rolantis? I think this is amazing, right? How many scams have YouTubers sold to people? Both of those will 100% pull out with their viewership. Probably Zare, but maybe they won't because they're just too busy. How many YouTubers have shilled scams to people over the years? Invest your money in this. Oh, go use Honey. BetterHelp is gonna help you online therapy style. How many scams have they fucking shilled to you over the years? Counting crypto rug pulls, yes. Counting crypto rug pulls. How many fucking scams? It's almost uncountable. Thanks for the follow, Serby. So, it's beyond countable, right? Have you noticed how whenever the scam ends, every single one of these YouTubers is like, oh, how could I have known? I'm so sorry. I will no longer be working with this company. I can't believe they scammed all of you guys. Damn, I showed this shit to you. I did zero homework on this project. And then they took your money and fucked off with it. Man, I will no longer be working with them because I'm an upstanding person. Then Honey comes along. Honey doesn't just steal money from you. Honey steals money from the creator. And all of a sudden, these guys are not just like, I will no longer be working with Honey. You know, they're like, how could they fucking do this to me? We need a class action lawsuit right now. Now I'm gonna do something. When you were getting scammed, that's a you problem. But me, now I'm getting... How could they do this? Yo, we need to sue them now. This is unacceptable. Is that not fucking amazing? Is that not just like a mask off moment where these people tell you who the fuck they really care about? all of a sudden now it's worthy of being sued. But when they were shelling the scam and you got scammed and people watching shit got scammed, then it's like, oh, it's so terrible. I can't believe this happened. Anyway, oh, old scams out, new scams in. Have you heard about becoming a lord in Scotland? Oh, fuck, that was a scam? Shit, I'm sorry. Have you heard about online therapy where the guy tries to convince you to kill yourself? Oh, no, that was a scam. I'm so sorry, guy. Have you heard about this investment in high-class art that you only need $100 for? Oh, shit, that was a scam. I'm so sorry. Have you heard about Honey? And then they're like, oh, wait, hold on. Honey was a scam? I need my fucking money now! In unfairness, the core of the class, Windover and Legal Eagle didn't even really get involved in a lot of the scams. Of course, because it didn't affect him directly. Wait, that lord thing in Scotland was a scam. Yes, Banatu, it was a scam. You weren't a lord. No one was becoming a lord. It was a meme piece of paper. What you were paying them for was like $50 so you could get a piece of paper, and you can then have a piece of paper that you could have printed out yourself that says, I am a lord. You don't get to use that in any legal sense whatsoever. I don't know any... I know the name Legal Eagle. I don't watch any of his content, so I can't say whether he's a shill or not. I have no opinion on the man. Otherwise, what would they do there? They cannot sue on the audience's behalf. Besides doing better homework that most do not, they could bear some responsibility for their actions of getting people involved in a scam. That's what they could do, Tyrion. They could bear some fucking responsibility. They could start doing their homework instead of just hopping onto scam number 2. Look, scam someone once, sure, fine, you can fuck up. But you would think, after devastating someone's life financially the first time, you're gonna put in all the effort you can to make sure that that's never gonna happen again. And they don't. They just move on. Oh, and then it's the same excuse. Oh, guys, how was I supposed to know? I know it was all public information, But I don't do research. By the way, buy my NFT. Didn't Humble go out of business? No, Relantis. Humble Gaming went out of business. The Humble Bundle is still 100% live. So here, let me show you. Let's see. Close that. This is 100% active. These guys, you can... I'm going to plan to use these guys here to do Steam key giveaways for what I'm attempting to do in the future. That way, if this is a scam, it's my money evaporating, not yours. But the Humble Bundle is still live. You can go and use it. I'm not shilling this. Don't go use this. I don't know if this works. I still need to do like a month or two of research. I'm going to be testing it out by using my own money to give you video games and seeing if it works. If it doesn't, then I'm never going to fucking tell you to use this. But Humble Bundle works. They just shut down Humble Gaming like a few months ago because, you know, they were getting raped in the market. Makes me think of Lazy Peon when he takes an ad for the most dog shit mobile game you've ever seen. Yeah. Man, Lazy Peon is living the life. Get some, like, get 4 Indians off of you, like, off of Fiverr to write you a script that barely speak English. Shit out some trailer video music. Make a 30-minute long MMO list. Go back to Muay Thai, and, like, go back to training Muay Thai. Fucking look like the fittest Giga Chad imaginable. Do the worst content, and then plug some fucking dog shit mobile game. That man is living the life. That man is living the goddamn life. His content is stale as fuck, and he's killing it. You know what's really funny is I would pay money to actually fight that man in a ring. I'd love to get in a ring with him. But I need to lose some weight first, because I'll just lie on top of him and break every bone in his body. I'm so fat. That'll smother him with my stomach. It wouldn't be a fight. It would be a alleged sexual assault. And not the hot kind. But okay. So, I've got a few things I need to do. This is kind of the announcement part of things. I am working on doing a World of Warcraft workout challenge. The reason I'm using World of Warcraft is because World of Warcraft is lazy as fucking shit. Right? World of Warcraft is boring content, and I'm gonna try and make it more interesting. I have reinforced my desk. I have got a sponsor to get me a treadmill that's going to be under this desk that you are going to be able to control the speed of. I'm going to be like moving my ass while playing this fucking game. And here is something terrifying. I'm going to be playing on the US service against OnlyFans. That's the wrong email. Shit. Oh, there's the right one. Okay, I can sign in through Google. That's all that matters. Right? I want you to see something that I've set up. And I cannot believe it works. This music is too sad. I need something else. That's because it's Ori. So, I've set something fucking insane up. Ori is a great fucking game and has a banging soundtrack. No, the problem is that it makes me sad, right? Install? What the fuck do you mean install? I had this game installed. I set up an entire thing.
Hold on. Did they get rid of the anniversary servers? What happened to the hardcore classic servers? Oh, hardcore anniversary rounds. Okay, okay. So, I'm not going to be playing this game right now. I'm going to be showing you some of the insane shit that I've had to set up. Tomorrow is my final setup day. Right? These are my test characters. I'm gonna show you something a little bit fucking bananas. Okay, so it's not active. You are gonna have full control of my stream while I'm doing the shit, right? What I mean by that is you control how much to tase your balls. $25,000. Twitch plays well while I'm playing the game, while I'm trying not to die, while it affects what workouts I do every single day of my life. If I die, I fast for 24 hours. So I literally might starve to death because of this fucking challenge, right? And you see that shit? I'm playing this shit with a controller. And so what I'm gonna have set up is that there are certain activations and shit where if you decide
Need more rage.
If you decide to fuck me over as much as possible, it will deactivate my keyboard and activate my fucking controller. Which means if I'm in the middle of a goddamn fight, I need to immediately pick this shit up while I'm on a treadmill or while I'm planking. And I'll show you the list of interactions I've got so far. So inventory management will be lovely. Oh no, it's gonna be fucking insane. I've had to figure this out. So there are only a limited amount of keys and buttons that I can press on a controller, right? Which means I've had to figure out how to activate the mouse, right? Using a stick. Fuck. Stop. As you can see, WoW is really, really good when it comes to using a mouse. Where and so I could be potentially royally fucked over while playing this. And I've had to set up certain keybinds. Now here's the fun part about this. I have to guess which keybinds do what. Because if you go to my key bindings and you look at my interface panel, you'll notice some of these are blank. Do you know why it's blank? It's because it doesn't read the input. I've had to set this up personally and it doesn't read these fucking inputs, which means that about 20% of the time when you activate the controller, it just changes all the key bindings for no fucking reason whatsoever. So I will always have the same keys on the controller, but I'm not sure which key does what. So that might fuck me in the ass real bad. Just to give you some perspective of what I'm setting up for Monday. You can fuck off now. So, of the interactions I've got so far, I did put this in my Discord. Let's see. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off. Look, I don't want to reconnect. Okay. These currently are the ones I've got set out. First thing is 10 subs. We are 10 subs. So guess what? You guys get to choose the name of the character. You can make it as offensive as possible, and I will choose that character name if the game allows me to use it.
How late are these streams gonna be? I'm aiming for like about 8 p.m. GMT +2, somewhere around there, but we'll see. So if I need to plank on stream, I will be planking for a full minute. And what that means is I've had to reinforce my desk to deal with my fat ass. So I may potentially be playing this game on a controller while planking. I don't know if you can see that. You probably can't. While planking. So basically like this for a minute. At the same time, fucking thing under my desk. Either a cycling machine or treadmill. There will be transmogs on the stream, which essentially means that there are different uniforms you can force me to get into. So if I'm in the middle of a fight and you want me to change into a different fucking uniform, that's gonna happen. I am gonna be sweating my fucking ass off with all of this. If for some fucking strange reason we go to 130, I will let you choose a recipe for me to cook on stream. And I will do that while I'm playing the game at the same time. All of these interactions are in my Discord. And at the same time, you will control the cameras of what's occurring. That camera will be there. There'll be another camera here. There'll be one camera over there. There's going to be another one behind me. So you get to choose what the fuck happens. Right? Basically, fish tank the WoW stream. Essentially, yes, Kyle. You see, that's how it works. Is I have no ideas, so I'll steal all the good ones from people like Sam Hyde who are actually creative. That's how this works. If, for some reason, we manage to get into really insane numbers of subs, which I don't think will happen, thankfully, which is why I've put this all the way up here, because that's never happening, I will literally buy a dick suit. And the default transmog will be me playing the fucking game in a dick suit. Okay? And so I'm still working on these. I'm still working on these interactions, getting them right, because like attaching Twitch to an actual what's the dick suit? Let me pull it up for you. I wonder if this gets me banned. I'll literally be sprinting on a treadmill wearing something like that. I'm gonna try and make this as mentally unstable as possible. And I'm gonna be doing this every single fucking week. I don't think we're gonna get there. That's why I'm so happy to put that there, because it's not gonna get there. No throbbing veins, so ban unlikely. That's fair, Rolantis. Now, I don't know if I should get a black dick suit or a white dick suit. Because of the contrast of my skin color, I don't know if I should blend in or stick out. But I suppose we'll figure that out as we go along. Definitely a black one. Of course you're gonna fucking say that, Ashura. How did I know you were gonna say that? It was gonna be you or Jimmy. It was gonna be one of you two were gonna say that. So that's what I'm planning. For every Monday, bare minimum, that's gonna be the stream. Get a Moby Huge as a desk prop. Lazel, I might get a cycling machine, if I can afford it. Or I'll just find one in a junkyard and fix it. And I'll then, instead of getting a seat, I will 3D print out a Moby Huge and use that as the seat. You might end up on Kick, not sure how Twitch will take the dick. Listen, Twitch staff members have been giving dick to streamers forever, and they never lose their job. Why should I? Also, I'm a literal nobody, so I'll probably get away with it. Let's be honest, Twitch's moderation is dog shit. So, every Monday, bare minimum, that's going to be
one of the streams I do. Now, I want to do this as consistently as possible for the rest of the year. I've had to push my weight up, and this has actually been difficult, to 100 kilograms, which is where I'm currently sitting. I'm going to cut that back down to like 75. I like the butter idea. What's the butter idea? I missed something there. A better punishment for death would be make Rose eat a stick of butter. Oh, no! Oh, that's disgusting. We might do that, Ravenstein. Though I can't promise to not throw it up after eating it. Just say it's a trans dick in Twitch will be fine. I'll say it's a Palestinian dick, and then they'll have to accept it. Trans dick will be the second argument I go to. We don't want to pull out the nuclear option on the first go. But I'm organizing all of that. I'm trying to set that up. I'm trying to get that done. I have to do all of this myself, so it's taking me for fucking ever. I wanted to start last week. Probably going to be starting this Monday. Every single Wednesday stream will now be a Guild Wednesday 2 stream. Because I fucking like the game. I want to play the game. And then I'm going to bare minimum organize a third stream for some time. Either a Friday, a Saturday, or Sunday. Still sorting out times with that. Still figuring out what works with my family. But that's going to be like reacts and lazy content and me trying to recover from sprinting on a treadmill wearing a dick suit, if that occurs. Are you suggesting Palestinians don't have nukes? I'm suggesting that Israelis will make sure that they have nukes, just they'll be on the receiving end of them. I can say that because it's, you know, all the Twitch mods are so pro-Palestine. Let's be honest here. I'm gonna be honest with you. When this whole Israel-Palestine shit started happening, right? All I had to do was show my wife a picture of where Israel is and where the Gaza Strip is, and she's like, "Oh yeah, no, those guys are fucked. Those Jews are gonna run them over." I'm like, remove politics. She's just like, "Yeah, they're gonna flatten those motherfuckers." Can you set up super chat straight to WoW chat? I would love to, and I might figure that out. I might see if I can figure that out. This is why I'm doing this on stream, so I can steal ideas from you and give you no credit. That's a fucking brilliant idea. Saying that dick is Palestinian D implies you cut a Palestinian D. Say it's an Israeli D. No, but it'll get banned on Twitch if it's an Israeli D. That's the problem. Right? You know, all Twitch mods are very, very against Israel. That's why Hassan still has a channel. But if you say anything bad about Palestinians, you're gone. Yeah, you got it reversed. So that's my plan for making WoW into an interesting game. And actually something that might be funny for people to torture me with. I need to work on that shit a lot. And it's going to be my whole day tomorrow, is setting all that stuff up. Now, I have one last thing I want to do. Are we getting a Houthi pirate stream? I've thought about, like, adding into the rotation a terrorist outfit where I have to play the game with a machete. Just to prove how easy WoW Classic actually is. But a Houthi pirate stream, that might be difficult to do. Because if I bring Houthis in there, they might just rape me. I'm very soft and doughy right now. And you know how they like them big dumpy bitches. Now, what was the last thing I wanted to do? Oh, yes. Okay. So, I do have to go pass out and get some sleep because my entire day tomorrow is reinforcing my roof, setting up all those interactions, making sure absolutely everything is ready for the stream on Monday. Wednesday, Guild Wednesday 2. And then there'll be a third stream sometime in the week. In between everything else I'm doing. Bare minimum 3 streams a week. From now on. I'm going to take this shit seriously. I'm also going to make sure that any of those interactions are not just things you have to pay money for, but they're going to be point redemptions that you can use so you don't have to spend money. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the point redemptions incredibly high. And then I'm going to put gambling games in the chat so you can death roll against each other to encourage gambling. Because as we know, Twitch loves gambling as long as it's not stake. And so I want to give you a problem. I want to give you a mental illness. I want you to never be able to not gamble again in your life. But you're just not gambling for money, you're gambling for channel points. I can't gamble with points in the EU because EU law is retarded. Remember to go for all the fentanyl. You know what, I might change the channel point names to fentanyl, we'll see. There's a lot to set up there, I'm hoping I can get it all done. Now, final thing, before I fuck off and get some sleep, so that I can make sure I've got everything done, is I wanted to do something, and it's unfortunate that Ilgi's not here, so I can't, like, convince him as a slave to do this work for me, so I'm gonna have to do this myself. It's the worst thing in the world. Can you imagine a Twitch streamer actually doing anything of value? Worst idea ever. I wanted to end off today with a little video game informal game review. So, to give you some perspective, this game is pretty entertaining. It's not an online game. Imagine you enjoy playing extraction shooters. But like me, unfortunately in FPS games, you're a borderline retard. You never get anything right, and you are just tired of a million people with a million hacks just ruining your life. Well, boy, do I have a game for you. Now, as always, not sponsored, don't know these guys, they don't know me, but they made quite a neat little game that is, yeah, you know, I think at least worth trying out if this kind of thing is for you. Low graphics, right? So this is kind of entering the pedophile zone of Minecraft, but not really because it's 2D instead of 3D. So I'm going to introduce you to a little game called Zero Sievert. This right here is a 2D pixel extraction shooter. And it has not been this world-ending experience, but you know what it is? It's actually a fun little game with some decent story elements to it. Right, I think before I actually show you the game, I think let me, I'm trying to give you a vibe, right? Let me give you an explanation of this game in the correct way. Now, I've said extraction shooter, I've said first-person shooter, I've said all of that, but that doesn't explain the vibe, the emotional tie that this game gives you. So I'm going to show you a video so you can understand how this game functions. Wait. Sorry. That's the wrong video. Wrong video. Oh, there's the correct one. There we go. That's the correct video, sorry. The other one was too high resolution. This is essentially the vibe of this game. Now I can show you what this game looks like. Alright? It's 2D Tarkov. That's the perfect explanation, sure. It's single-player 2D Tarkov. Right? You've got your crafting. You've got your little base that you can build up over here on the left-hand side. Right? You can see I've built this up a little bit on this save. You've got this guy over here. He'll give you tasks. He will give you quests. Very much 2D Tarkov. But this is 2D Tarkov for people like me who fucking suck at FPS games and prefer point-and-click adventure. So I'm going to tell my man here that I want to leave. And we'll go on a basic little journey to show you what it's like. So you've got 6 maps. These unlock as you do different quests, as you advance the story. It tells you little different parts, different components of the world around you. You can earn reputation with different factions. You can join certain factions. You can piss other people off and make them your enemies. There's a lot of depth to a game that's a 2D point-and-click adventure game like this. A shocking amount. So train drops me off in the middle of fucking nowhere. And this is my map. As you can see, 2D Tarkov, you got your extraction points, and the entire point is quite literally loot and shoot. Now, there are levels in this game. There are different perks. So if I go here, you can see that there are different levels to different things, different quests that you can complete. I've advanced most of my stuff to the max level. I haven't picked a perk actually for this. Fuck it, let's go for prolonged vision. Ah, damn. I've never actually tried to do that out in the field. Look at that, I just learned something. So based on this map, I'm gonna go here, because obviously based on the roadworks, there's something here. Not bullet hell high action. No, it's much more, how do I say this? It's much more slow-paced, methodical. You kind of got to think about what you're doing. If you just run into a fight, a lot of the time you will get your ass whooped. So, because I'm very high level, going into a map like this, I've got a better chance of survival. But if I do something stupid like just run in there, I might just fucking die real fast. Is it online or with NPCs? It's with NPCs. This is not an online game. It is basically single-player Tarkov. Point-and-click adventure style. And as you can see, this motherfucker might kill me if I do something stupid. Now, the fun part about this being single-player, it means you know actively, you're well aware that no one else is cheating. Because it's just you versus NPCs, and there are big freaky monsters like in the game like, fuck. Escape from Among Us. That's actually a brilliant example. Right? Escape from Among Us is an amazing example. So I acted like a dipshit there. I ran in, I got my ass beat. Because I tried to pick a fight with 5 different people. Now, don't make the mistake of believing that this is just human beings running around a map. There is a little bit more to this game, and I'm gonna see if I can try and show you what I mean. It's not the mall, it's not Zarkov, no, it's not the makeshift camp. There's something I wanted to show you. Actually, I think it's the makeshift camp. We'll see if we can get to the area. This will be a little bit of a spoiler, so don't pay attention to this if you don't want to see the spoiler. If you do plan to play this game, close your eyes now. Pretend I don't exist. We're gonna go over here. Now, every single time you go into a map, it's going to regenerate the locations of everything. You will have the exact same locations to explore, but they will be in different positions every single time. There are little storylines with different components, and then there are freak anomalies like that thing that you have to deal with. If I can get to the basement level here, I'll show you how weird shit can get in this game. Yep. Fucking spider. Bit of a Stalker vibe, yes. Tarkov mixed with Stalker, mixed with, you know, I can't aim to save my life even in a point-and-click adventure, it turns out. There are different, obviously you can set the difficulties. And there are different freakish creatures that come after you. Giant spiders, ghouls. You see some ghouls now. Now don't, if you're in South Africa, no, it's not appropriate to call people ghouls. There are certain reasons we don't call them that anymore. Instead, we refer to them as fucking prawns, after that one District 9 movie came out and became super popular for a while. But let's see if I can get to the basement level and show you exactly what the fuck I mean. So, that over there is a mess. And if I was a lower level character right now, I would be in what's considered deep shit by running into that. Luckily, I'm not a lower level character. I've prepped very well in this character. I've crafted my own guns and weaponry. I've got a decent shot at not fucking dying like a bitch if I don't play like a retard. Also, this is one of my favorite weapons. So, there is something special in the basement now that you're gonna see. It's a very integral part of the story. If you don't want that ruined, now's the time to turn off the stream. Now's the time to turn off the YouTube video that this will hopefully be made into in the future. Obviously, this is a whole quest line in order to just get to this elevator door. You don't just open doors and get here. I've got all the fucking keys that you require to get here. There's a super long quest line. And then you get into the basement. And you're like, oh, hey. What? Why are there so many bodies and flies everywhere in the basement? This seems like a definitely safe place to go. Let me open the door. Oh fuck, I fucked up that. I flubbed that. Okay, so there's a reason I can stand there like a retard and just fling shit at all my problems. And that's because if you look at my gear, I've taken my weapons and I've kitted them out. You mod your weapons, you mod your gear. I've got night vision goggles. I've got a pretty solid gear on with different stats that work for different things, so on and so forth. But you'll also notice you've got to manage certain resources up here. You got your health bar, you got your stamina bar that runs out, and just like Tarkov, you go through shit and you loot it. Now, I don't really need any of this, so I'm just checking if I can just use it on any of my weapons. Hey, look at that, I've repaired my weapon. And I am going to need a few med kits for what's coming, so that I can show you one of the base level anomalies that's in this game. And then we'll end it off there so I don't ruin anything else beyond that if you really want to play this game. Assuming I get there, of course. So, they'll just keep coming. If I leave that thing alive, these little freaks in nature will keep coming. But essentially, what I'm trying to tell you is that if you ever visit South Africa and you go through central Johannesburg, this will be one of the fancier areas that you'll go through, right? This is one of the cleaner areas. This is like closer to Sandton. Closer to the areas that people like, you know, actually take care of themselves. And I fucked up. Yeah, this is okay. This section here is essentially the Gautrain station, right? It's pretty clean, It's not the worst thing in the world, so none of this really disturbs me because I've seen worse. I mean, who hasn't? I see other white people hide in gated communities. Only the scared ones. Or the ones with the money to do so. Now, I could loot all these corpses, but I don't really care because I'm just showing you a temporary run. We're going to put some bandages on. We're going to jerk ourselves off in the corner while we watch for monsters. I do need a bandage. So we're going to use that. Now, there are different kinds of things that occur in this game, such as wounds, injuries, and damage. So you'll notice that my health bar hasn't just decreased in health, but there's that little grey bar on the end there. What that means is my character cannot be healed above that grey bar because I fucked up. There are ways to get rid of those permanent wounds. And I think I might have one. I think it might be number 7. One of the med kits I have. But we'll save that for a serious emergency. Because there's going to be a serious emergency a little bit later on down here. We run back up here. We reload. I'm from Cape Town, so I don't see the shit. Yeah, that's just because you haven't visited any of the slums outside of Cape Town. Just take a little walk. Just go a few kilometers up the road. You'll see them. God, I love this gun. Ah! Not while I'm reloading. Not... So, when you start playing this game, do not expect to be able to do this. This is a high-level character, and I just wanted to show this off, because I'm very proud of how hard I worked on this shitty little 2D game that does a bunch of very upsetting things, especially when you start playing it, and you walk around with a fucking shitty handgun, and some guy just basically one-taps you, because he's got an AK, and you've got a gun. You aware of Danoon, Kyalicha, and Joe Slovo? There are more. There are more unnamed townships. Don't worry, they'll be in the middle of Cape Town soon. You don't have to worry about your property. They'll repossess it after they're done repossessing your ass. Cool. So, I think there's one down here. Nope. Okay, I've cleared these out. Now the big bad, or at least one of the beginning level big bads, that's not too hard to deal with. You can hear him. There he is. One of these creatures. And as you can tell, much like your local homeless man on a roll of fentanyl so big it should kill a fucking elephant, you need to unload a full clip into this motherfucker to even stand a chance. Now understand, if I walked in here with the wrong weapons, I'd be dead real fast. Now I'm just going to apply some bandages. I'm good to go. Oh look, he had a friend. And if I really wanted to be fancy with the spices, I'd come here, I'd loot his body, I'd eat some of his meat to gain his powers, or at least that's what the Nigerians told me. When I last spoke to them, is if you want to like, it's just like in District 9, essentially. You know, the freakish alien thing, if you eat the meat, you gain its powers. I swear it's not cancer. The growth is going to make me immortal, I promise. Now there might be a... oh, loot that looks like dicks. Yeah, they're supposed to be teeth, but they do kind of look like dog dicks. Now you see there's some freaky crystals here. This is all not glowy and shit like that. Because, obviously, I've been here before. I've done this quest. I've completed it. And if I was done with this... Now, I don't get to just go home. I don't just get to go beam me up, Scotty. And walk home like nothing happened. Much like your average trip to the mall in South Africa, you gotta walk home on the Shoelace Express because you know that by the time you get to your car, it's already on bricks. That's just how this works. So, we hop on the cow train with the lovely scented passengers around us, and we head back home. Now, if I had the key to this, I would go down here, open this up, bang my way through that, but I don't have the key in my inventory currently. I have only a few key codes, not all of them. Some of them are left at base because, you know, I don't want to have to go through the hassle of grabbing all of them again. We'll eat some canned tuna, like a good prawn. We get the cat food out. And, I mean, essentially, the best way I can think to describe this map in particular is the last time I visited a large shopping center, I dropped my wife off there because she was like, I'm gonna go do the shopping, you go do your goddamn job. And she phoned me about 15 minutes later and was like, right, it's time to leave. Now, I was a bit confused. I thought she was going to take longer than 15 minutes. I'm like, I didn't marry a man. I'm pretty sure you don't have a dick. There's no way as a woman you shop that quickly. And I was correct. What she told me instead was, yeah, I need to leave because on the floor of the large shopping center that we went to, that I dropped you off at, Eastgate Shopping Center, by the way, I no less than 2 different human beings shitting inside buckets in the middle of the shopping center. So essentially, think of it this way. I'm trying to make this a simple explanation. This is an African shopping center in there, right? And now I'm leaving. And now I get some XP based on the things I murdered. I've maxed out my level, so I'm not going to get anything out of this. But if I did, I'd get some perks. I get to choose some stuff. Now I get to run in here, and I get to sell some stuff to the bartender. I will go here. I decide, okay, cool. I want a bunch of money, please. For a bunch of this freaky shit. Thank you very much. Oh, look at that. I'm low on bullets. Do you have bullets? You do. I would like a bullet, please. And I get a bunch of these. So there's resource management, there's crafting. If you suck at FPS games, this might just be the game for you. I really enjoy this game. I think it's a fun little distraction. It's not too difficult. It's not too hard to get into. Point and click adventure. You can go as deep or as shallow as you want. You can be, you know, as deep as a philosopher or as shallow as my ex-girlfriend. That's not my fault. She had a really stubby vagina. That's just how it was. So, different factions. You got the Crimson Company over here. You got the doctors and the scientists over here. You got the loners, which is governed by the bartender. And then you've got the green soldiers over here. All of them have very morally questionable and grey decisions that they're going to make you make. And it's actually pretty interesting to play through and figure them out. So, I hope you enjoyed that little informal game review. Again, not sponsored. These people don't give me money. I don't even know who the fuck these people are. But the basic premise of this game is escape from Tarkov stalker-style point-and-click adventure. So, if you're interested, give it a try. I highly recommend it if you're into post-apocalyptic worlds that are not filled with people using exploits like they do in Tarkov, or if, like me, you are absolutely dog shit at aiming. I was at
Rose,
Eastgate.
I was at Eastgate this holiday. Also, I sent you some stuff in DMs to look at.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it now. I'm probably going to go pass out in a second because it's now 4 in the morning. Let's see. Okay, do you mind if I read this out on stream? I won't put your dick on camera, don't worry. I thought it was a toe first. Not at all, go for it. Okay. I have an interesting theory about the multi-boxing problem, which is honestly bigger than the botting problem, generally speaking, in Guild Wars 2. I feel like what ArenaNet do is they have all of the numbers of achievements collection shinies they introduce that require a certain amount of farming, because there's always some players that all want those shinies. Let me put this over here while I change my category back to just chatting. Let's see. Then when all of those shinies, some of the things are gated. Gators Wars 2 is a real thing. They will buy multiple accounts to bypass the gate. Then as a result, ANET will add more intensive farms, which results in more accounts buying and more multi-boxing. So basically they're making profit off of the multi-boxing issue. Which means ANET needs to make more intensive farms and so on, because all the multi-boxing means you farm the original thing. So basically this is a downward spiral of profit for ANET, because if they can keep amping up the farming issue, they can keep getting people to use more and more multi-boxing in the game, and therefore they can keep pulling profit from it, because you need more and more accounts and you need to buy that. You go back to parking and farming, all the old but still profitable events, metas, world bosses and such, and then people that multi-box have even more stronger advantage over people who do not. Well, if you choose to not play by the rules in any game whatsoever, you will always have more power of everyone else, right? If the name of the game is get as much money as possible, and you've decided I'm gonna rob a bank, you're the winner, as long as you don't get caught. You can go to any bank crafting station in-game, go to the 3rd, 5th tab, and you can right-click preview most in-game skins. The names of the legendaries are here to search. Each legendary weapon has 3 generations, except Spear has 2, and Trident and Harpoon Gun have 1. 3 back pieces, armor sets. Also, there's jewelry, but not previewable. Leggies RTF. Let's see what the hell that is. All Generation 3 legendaries have variants for each Elder Dragon, Zitan, Mordramoth, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Great Swords, Maces. Okay. So that's essentially just a list. Multi-boxing and also storage space. Absolutely. So storage space, I completely understand. More characters, I completely understand. People are gonna fucking exploit the shit out of multi-boxing. I think botting is probably a bigger issue, because botting allows you to automate, whereas multi-boxing means you've got to monitor that shit way more carefully. Right now, I know that WoW Classic has a massive botting problem. I know that Guild Wars 2 has the same botting problem. I know that Star Wars The Old Republic has the same botting problem. And guess what? It's the same people doing it across all of these games. Because you can automate it and you can run multiple ones at the same time. So fuck it, why not use multiple MMOs as well? I'm gonna look into the Guild Wars 2 botting problem because I'm really interested to see how fucking bad it is. I want to know how fucked is the economy of Guild Wars 2 based off of botting. and if ANET actually is doing something about it. Because when it comes to a company like WoW, I don't expect them to do anything. Blizzard knows that there's massive botting farms, and they will do fuck all about it. I will definitely save that list. This is going to stay here. And at some point, I'm going to take a look at them. Because I've got to figure out how exactly I want to kit out my engineer in Guild Wars 2. It's a bit better now. I hope it is. I fucking hope it is. Also, at some point, I'm going to be organizing a stream to play this game right here. So we'll end off here before I fuck off eternally. Or at least until Monday. Wait, that's a fucking 45-minute video. Jesus Christ. Yogi, what did you send to me? I just wanted a trailer. God damn. What did you send to me? This is Animal making me watch multiple videos here. Fuck it, we'll just take a look at this.
It can be perceived as a lot of things, such as the light entering our small...
What the hell?
What does life mean to you? It can be...
Oh yeah, the dino game. Wait, is this the dinosaur game? Is this Path of Titans? Hold on. No, it's not. Okay. It's the Isle. Jesus. Ilgi's sending me like goddamn movies to watch here. Official trailer. Here we go. Let's see what this is. Or is this a movie? No, this is a fucking movie, dude. Fuck me. Okay, we'll go with the 5-year-old trailer. Oh shit! Okay, so you actually play as the dinosaur. So how long has this been in development? It doesn't. Okay, so for something that's 5 years old, that doesn't look too bad as an early access model. Are they still creating shit though? When was their last video? Their last video was 4 months ago. Let's take a look at what some of this looks like now. Oh! Oh, they've gone somewhere. At some point in my past, I have to admit this. This used to be my favorite dinosaur as a kid. Because whenever I would see him in class when we were doing dinosaurs as kids, I would always like put my arms up. This is how autistic and retarded I was. I loved dinosaurs as a kid. And I'd throw my arms up in the air and I'd go, condom head! Because that's what an older kid told me this dinosaur's name was. And I wasn't old enough yet to know what a condom was. And, yeah, I got put in detention. And I'm like,
They were like, what did you call the teacher in class? I'm like, I wasn't... What do you mean? The teacher's not a dinosaur. I mean, she was an old cranky Scottish bitch, but... Yeah, I would autistically throw my hands up in the air and yell condom head. And the whole fucking class would just go dead silent. Oh god, okay, no, that's hurting me. I can't think about that anymore. That's too fucking embarrassing. God damn it. Hold on. I just need to check something. I just need to check a dinosaur fact I forgot. I think it's 109 teeth. Yeah. Glad I didn't mispronounce that name in school. That's how you get in real trouble. But back to the trailer. Wait, no, that's the early access one. Fuck that one. There's the good one. Older kid used to tell me to yell, I am an anus, to ward off wild animals in the forest. I mean, damn. I mean, there's some two-legged animals out there that would have come after you if you yelled that in a forest. I've got a better one for you, quick start. This is one I actually styled on kids. It felt so good. This is how childish I was. So I think I was in, I must have been in grade 8. And obviously grade 6s don't know as much as you, and we had to be like, you know, there's like a leadership program where for like a month, you have to take care of a class that's like 2 grades below you, and it's supposed to be like a, you know, you be responsible, and they give you a little bit of, oh, line them up before they have to get into class. And so I just come into learning just enough about Afrikaans that I knew some shit I shouldn't. Also, you know, I did judo as a kid, and that's just all Afrikaners everywhere. So what would happen is the grade 6s would always get like fruit before going into class. This was like a healthy program thing, and usually they'd get bananas. And so before the Afrikaans class, I'd make them line up, and I would get them to all say, "Ek wil 'n banana peel hê." And they would all look at the Afrikaans teacher dead in the eyes and say that to her. And for anyone who doesn't understand, basically they were staring into the eyes of an old lady of the age of 65, these fucking 6th graders, looking her dead in the eye, dead serious, not understanding a goddamn thing, saying, "I want a banana dick." It was the best shit ever. They never found out. For some reason, though, I was never brought back into the mentorship program for grade 9. I couldn't figure out why. I think I did a pretty good job. I was memorable. I think they all obeyed commands. What do you want from me? They listened to what I had to tell them. I think I was a great leader. The Afrikaans teacher disagreed. I did actually get punished for that one, actually, come to think about it. I had to write a 5-page essay on why teaching kids how to say dick in Afrikaans is bad. It also maybe had to do with the fact that I did call her a doers. Not to her face, I just said it too loudly and she was behind me. Guys also told him to call one of the teachers in course. Yeah, that'll go over well. Well, we had a few things. Yeah, now I'm thinking back to my days. I'm not even focusing on the goddamn video here. But you know what? This is not bad. This is actually some pretty decent graphics. Doesn't feel overdone. Looks fairly realistic. I would love to see some direct gameplay. So I might just play this with Ilgi on stream at some point. This is pretty fucking cool. This is taking me back to being a little kid. Not bad. They're running this like a documentary. Hey. Okay, that's got enough of my attention. This works. Okay, definitely playing that with Ilgi. Okay, I'm gonna go and pass the fuck out now, but I'll leave you with this, right? You've got me reminiscing on all the fucked up things we used to do to the Afrikaans teachers. In my school, my class personally held the record for the most breakdowns in a single year by the teacher, right? I think she was just a little bit overly sensitive, and that's her problem, right? But I think what was real special is that the Afrikaans teachers would teach multiple grades, right? So it would be like, you know, one Afrikaans teacher would teach grade 8, then grade 4, then grade 2, and they would like do it in sections like that. Now, what was real special was there was a time when my entire class got together and we taught a bunch of grade 4s to do a formalized greeting with the hard Afrikaans teacher, right? So we taught them that a normal standard greeting was Goeiemorgen mevrou, right? Because we had to get them, you know, to think things were believable when we said them. So the follow-up that we got them to all say in synchronous, you know, when you're like going to class and everyone does that thing where they go, good morning, Mercy, like, and they do it in like that synchronous because no one really wants to fucking do it. So we got them to all synchronize and say the words, Goeiemorgen, my poppy, ek sal jou gat uiteet soos 'n bietjie sjokolade. And we got them to say that in synchronous to the fucking Afrikaans teacher. And it was beautiful. The whole class acted like we didn't do shit. But that did cause a mental breakdown, and that was really funny. For anyone who doesn't understand what that means, is basically, we first taught them that a normal greeting to the hot Afrikaans teacher was good morning, madam, or good morning, miss. We followed that up by teaching them, good morning, my little doll. I want to eat your ass out like it's a piece of chocolate. So now I'm going to go fuck off to bed. I hope you enjoyed. And hopefully from now on, my streams will be far more organized. Good night. Go fuck off. You should probably get some sleep too. Or do whatever the fuck you need to.